Last and First Men and Last Men in London by Olaf Stapledon, a 605-page book published together in one volume by Penguin Books, copyright 1972. Recorded for special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the kind permission of the copyright holder. Read by Ray Landers in the studios of Taping for the Blind, Houston, Texas.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
William Olaf Stapledon was born in 1886 and educated at Abbott's Home School, Balliol College, Oxford, and Liverpool University. After spending 18 months with a shipping office in Liverpool and Port Said, he lectured extramurally for Liverpool University in English literature and industrial history. He served in France with the Friends Ambulance Unit from 1915 to 1919. He subsequently lectured again extramurally for Liverpool University in psychology and philosophy. He died in 1950. His books include A Modern Theory of Ethics, Odd John, 1935, Star Maker, 1937, Sirius, 1944, and A Man Divided, 1950. Last and First Men. Table of Contents. Preface. Introduction by one of the last men. The Chronicle. Chapter 1. Balkan Europe. 1. The European War and After. 2. The Anglo-French War. 3. Europe after the Anglo-French War. 4. The Russo-German War. Chapter 2. Europe's Downfall. 1. Europe and America. 2. The Origins of a Mystery. 3. Europe Murdered. Chapter 3. America and China. 1. The Rivals. 2. The Conflict. 3. On an Island in the Pacific. Chapter 4. An Americanized Planet. 1. The Foundation of the First World State. 2. The Dominance of Science. 3. Material Achievement. 4. The Culture of the First World State. 5. Downfall. Chapter 5. The Fall of the First Men. 1. The First Dark Age. 2. The Rise of Patagonia. 3. The Cult of Youth. 4. The Catastrophe. Chapter 6. Transition. 1. The First Men at Bay. 2. The Second Dark Age. Chapter 7. The Rise of the Second Men. 1. The Appearance of a New Species. 2. The Intercourse of Three Species. 3. The Zenith of the Second Men. Chapter 8. The Martians. 1. The First Martian Invasion. 2. Life on Mars. 3. The Martian Mind. 4. Delusions of the Martians. Chapter 9. Earth and Mars. 1. The Second Men at Bay. 2. The Ruin of Two Worlds. 3. The Third Dark Age. Chapter 10. The Third Men in the Wilderness. 1. The Third Human Species. 2. Digressions of the Third Men. 3. The Vital Art. 4. Conflicting Policies. Chapter 11. Man Remakes Himself. 1. The First of the Great Brains. 2. The Tragedy of the Fourth Men. 3. The Fifth Men. 4. The Culture of the Fifth Men. Chapter 12. The Last Terrestrials. 1. The Cult of Evanescence. 2. Exploration of Time. 3. Voyaging in Space. 4. Preparing a New World. Chapter 13. Humanity on Venus. 1. Taking root again. 2. The Flying Men. 3. A minor astronomical event. Chapter 14. Neptune. 1. Bird's Eye View. 2. Da Capo. 3. Slow Conquest. Chapter 15. The Last Men. 1. Introduction to the last human species. 2. Childhood and maturity. 3. A racial awakening. 4. Cosmology. Chapter 16. The Last of Man. 1. Sentence of death. 2. Behavior of the condemned. 3. Epilogue. Preface. This is a work of fiction. I have tried to invent a story which may seem a possible, or at least not wholly impossible, account of the future of man. And I have tried to make that story relevant to the change that is taking place today in man's outlook. To romance of the future may seem to be indulgence in ungoverned speculation for the sake of the marvelous. Yet controlled imagination in this sphere can be a very valuable exercise for minds bewildered about the present and its potentialities. Today we should welcome and even study every serious attempt to envisage the future of our race, not merely in order to grasp the very diverse and often tragic possibilities that confront us, but also that we may familiarize ourselves with the certainty that many of our most cherished ideals would seem puerile to more developed minds. To romance of the far future, then, is to attempt to see the human race in its cosmic setting, and to mold our hearts to entertain new values. But if such imaginative construction of possible futures is to be at all potent, our imagination must be strictly disciplined. We must endeavor not to go beyond the bounds of possibility set by the particular state of culture within which we live. The merely fantastic has only minor power. Not that we should seek actually to prophesy what will as a matter of fact occur. For in our present state such prophecy is certainly futile, save in the simplest matters. We are not set up as historians attempting to look ahead instead of backwards. We can only select a certain thread out of the tangle of many equally valid possibilities. But we must select with a purpose. The activity that we are undertaking is not science, but art. And the effect that it should have on the reader is the effect that art should have. Yet our aim is not merely to create aesthetically admirable fiction. We must achieve neither mere history nor mere fiction, but myth. A true myth is one which, within the universe of a certain culture, living or dead, expresses richly, and often perhaps tragically, the highest admirations possible within that culture. A false myth is one which either violently transgresses the limits of credibility set by its own cultural matrix, or expresses admirations less developed than those of its culture's best vision. This book can no more claim to be true myth than true prophecy, but it is an essay in myth creation. The kind of future which is here imagined should not, I think, seem wholly fantastic, or at any rate not so fantastic as to be without significance to modern Western individuals who are familiar with the outlines of contemporary thought. Had I chosen matter in which there was nothing whatever of the fantastic, its very plausibility would have rendered it unplausible. For one thing at least is almost certain about the future, namely that very much of it will be such as we should call incredible. In one important respect, indeed, I may perhaps seem to have strayed into barren extravagance. I have supposed an inhabitant of the remote future to be communicating with us of today. I have pretended that he has the power of partially controlling the operations of minds now living, and that this book is the product of such influence. Yet even this fiction is perhaps not wholly excluded by our thought. I might, of course, easily have omitted it without more than superficial alteration of the theme, but its introduction was more than a convenience. Only by some such radical and bewildering device could I embody the possibility that there may be more in time's nature than is revealed to us. Indeed, only by some such trick could I do justice to the conviction that our whole present mentality is but a confused and halting first experiment. If ever this book should happen to be discovered by some future individual, for instance by a member of the next generation sorting out the rubbish of his predecessors, it will certainly raise a smile, for very much is bound to happen of which no hint is yet discoverable. And indeed, even in our generation, circumstances may well change so unexpectedly and so radically that this book may very soon look ridiculous. But no matter. We of today must conceive our relation to the rest of the universe as best we can. And even if our images must seem fantastic to future men, they may nonetheless serve their purpose today. Some readers, taking my story to be an attempt at prophecy, may deem it unwarrantably pessimistic. But it is not prophecy. It is myth, or an essay in myth. We all desire the future to turn out more happily than I have figured it. In particular, we desire our present civilization to advance steadily toward some kind of utopia. The thought that it may decay and collapse, and that all its spiritual treasure may be lost irrevocably, is repugnant to us. Yet this must be faced as at least a possibility. And this kind of tragedy, the tragedy of a race, must, I think, be admitted in any adequate myth. And so, while gladly recognizing that in our time there are strong seeds of hope as well as of despair, I have imagined, for aesthetic purposes, that our race will destroy itself. There is today a very earnest movement for peace and international unity, and surely with good fortune and intelligent management it may triumph. Most earnestly we must hope that it will. But I have figured things out in this book in such a manner that this great movement fails. I suppose it incapable of preventing a succession of national wars, and I permit it only to achieve the goal of unity and peace after the mentality of the race has been undermined. May this not happen. May the League of Nations or some more strictly cosmopolitan authority win through before it is too late. Yet let us find room in our minds and in our hearts for the thought that the whole enterprise of our race may be, after all, but a minor and unsuccessful episode in a vaster drama, which also perhaps may be tragic. American readers, if ever there are any, may feel that their great nation is given a somewhat unattractive part in the story. I have imagined the triumph of the cruder sort of Americanism over all that is best and most promising in American culture. May this not occur in the real world. Americans themselves, however, admit the possibility of such an issue, and will, I hope, forgive me for emphasizing it, and using it as an early turning point in the long drama of man. Any attempt to conceive such a drama must take into account whatever contemporary science has to say about man's own nature and his physical environment. I have tried to supplement my own slight knowledge of natural science by pestering my scientific friends. In particular, I have been very greatly helped by conversation with Professors P.G.H. Boswell, J. Johnstone, and J. Rice of Liverpool. But they must not be held responsible for the many deliberate extravagances which, though they serve a purpose in the design, may jar upon the scientific ear. To Dr. L.A. Reed I am much indebted for general comments, and to Mr. E.V. Ryu for many very valuable suggestions. To Professor and Mrs. L.C. Martin, who read the whole book in manuscript, I cannot properly express my gratitude for constant encouragement and criticism. To my wife's devastating sanity I owe far more than she supposes. Before closing this preface, I would remind the reader that throughout the following pages the speaker, the first person singular, is supposed to be not the actual writer, but an individual living in the extremely distant future. Olaf Stapledon, West Kirby, July 1930. Introduction by One of the Last Men. This book has two authors, one contemporary with its readers, the other an inhabitant of an age which they would call the distant future. The brain that conceives and writes these sentences lives in the time of Einstein. Yet I, the true inspirer of this book, I who have begotten it upon that brain, I who influenced that primitive being's conception, inhabit an age which, for Einstein, lies in the very remote future. The actual writer thinks he is merely contriving a work of fiction. Though he seeks to tell a plausible story, he neither believes it himself, nor expects others to believe it. Yet the story is true. A being whom you would call a future man has seized the docile but scarcely adequate brain of your contemporary and is trying to direct its familiar processes for an alien purpose. Thus a future epoch makes contact with your age. Listen patiently, for we who are the last men earnestly desire to communicate with you, who are members of the first human species. We can help you, and we need your help. You cannot believe it. Your acquaintance with time is very imperfect, and so your understanding of it is defeated. But no matter. Do not perplex yourselves about this truth, so difficult to you, so familiar to us of a later eon. Do but entertain, merely as a fiction, the idea that the thought and will of individuals future to you may intrude, rarely and with difficulty, into the mental processes of some of your contemporaries. Pretend that you believe this, and that the following chronicle is an authentic message from the last men. Imagine the consequences of such a belief. Otherwise I cannot give life to the great history which it is my task to tell. When your writers romance of the future, they too easily imagine a progress toward some kind of utopia, in which beings like themselves live in unmitigated bliss among circumstances perfectly suited to a fixed human nature. I shall not describe any such paradise. Instead, I shall record huge fluctuations of joy and woe, the results of changes not only in man's environment, but in his fluid nature. And I must tell how, in my own age, having at last achieved spiritual maturity in the philosophic mind, man is forced by an unexpected crisis to embark on an enterprise both repugnant and desperate. I invite you, then, to travel in imagination through the eons that lie between your age and mine. I ask you to watch such a history of change, grief, hope, and unforeseen catastrophe as has nowhere else occurred within the girdle of the Milky Way. But first, it is well to contemplate for a few moments the mere magnitudes of cosmical events. For compressed as it must necessarily be, the narrative that I have to tell may seem to present a sequence of adventures and disasters crowded together, with no intervening peace. But in fact, man's career has been less like a mountain torrent hurtling from rock to rock than a great sluggish river, broken very seldom by rapids. Ages of quiescence, often of actual stagnation, filled with the monotonous problems and toils of countless almost identical lives, have been punctuated by rare moments of racial adventure. Nay, even these few seemingly rapid events themselves were in fact often long drawn out and tedious. They acquire a mere illusion of speed from the speed of the narrative. The receding depths of time and space, though they can indeed be haltingly conceived even by primitive minds, cannot be imaged save by beings of a more ample nature. A panorama of mountains appears to naive vision almost as a flat picture, and the starry void is a roof pricked with light. Yet in reality, while the immediate terrain could be spanned in an hour's walking, the skyline of peaks holds within it plain beyond plain. Similarly with time. While the near past and the new future display within them depths beyond depth, time's remote immensities are foreshortened into flatness. It is almost inconceivable to simple minds that man's whole history should be but a moment in the life of the stars, and that remote events should embrace within themselves eon upon eon. In your day you have learnt to calculate something of the magnitudes of time and space. But to grasp my theme in its true proportions, it is necessary to do more than calculate. It is necessary to brood upon these magnitudes, to draw out the mind toward them, to feel the littleness of your here and now, and of the moment of civilization which you call history. You cannot hope to image as we do such vast proportions as 1 in 1,000 million, because your sense organs and therefore your perceptions are too coarse-grained to discriminate so small a fraction of their total field. But you may at least by mere contemplation grasp more constantly and firmly the significance of your calculations. Men of your day, when they look back into the history of their planet, remark not only the length of time, but also the bewildering acceleration of life's progress. Almost stationary in the earliest period of the Earth's career, in your moment it seems headlong. Mind in you, it is said, not merely stands higher than ever before in respect of percipience, knowledge, insight, delicacy of admiration, and sanity of will, but also it moves upward, century by century, ever more swiftly. What next? Surely you think there will come a time when there will be no further heights to conquer. This view is mistaken. You underestimate even the foothills that stand in front of you, and never suspect that far above them, hidden by cloud, rise precipices and snowfields. The mental and spiritual advances which in your day mind in the solar system has still to attempt are overwhelmingly more complex, more precarious and dangerous than those which have already been achieved. And though in certain humble respects you have attained full development, the loftier potencies of the spirit in you have not yet even begun to put forth buds. Somehow, then, I must help you to feel not only the vastness of time and space, but also the vast diversity of mind's possible modes. But this I can only hint to you, since so much lies wholly beyond the range of your imagination. Historians living in your day need grapple only with one moment of the flux of time. But I have to present in one book the essence not of centuries, but of eons. Clearly we cannot walk at leisure through such a tract in which 1,000,000 terrestrial years are but as a year is to your historians. We must fly. We must travel as you do in your aeroplanes, observing only the broad features of the continent. But since the flyer sees nothing of the minute inhabitants below him, and since it is they who make history, we must also punctuate our flight with many descents, skimming, as it were, over the housetops, and even alighting at critical points to speak face to face with individuals. And as the plane's journey must begin with a slow ascent from the intricate pedestrian view to wider horizons, so we must begin with a somewhat close inspection of that little period which includes the culmination and collapse of your own primitive civilization. The Chronicle, Chapter 1, Balkan Europe. 1. The European War and After. Observe now your own epoch of history as it appears to the last men. Long before the human spirit awoke to clear cognizance of the world and itself, it sometimes stirred in its sleep, opened bewildered eyes, and slept again. One of these moments of precocious experience embraces the whole struggle of the first men from savagery toward civilization. Within that moment you stand almost in the very instant when the species attains its zenith. Scarcely at all beyond your own day is this early culture to be seen progressing, and already in your time the mentality of the race shows signs of decline. The first, and some would say the greatest, achievement of your own Western culture was the conceiving of two ideals of conduct, both essential to the spirit's well-being. Socrates, delighting in the truth for its own sake and not merely for practical ends, glorified unbiased thinking, honesty of mind and speech. Jesus, delighting in the actual human persons around him and in that flavor of divinity which for him pervaded the world, stood for unselfish love of neighbors and of God. Socrates woke to the ideal of dispassionate intelligence, Jesus to the ideal of passionate yet self-oblivious worship. Socrates urged intellectual integrity, Jesus integrity of will. Each, of course, though starting with a different emphasis, involved the other. Unfortunately, both these ideals demanded of the human brain a degree of vitality and coherence of which the nervous system of the first men was never really capable. For many centuries, these twin stars enticed the more precociously human of human animals in vain. And the failure to put these ideals in practice helped to engender in the race a cynical lassitude, which was one cause of its decay. There were other causes. The peoples from whom sprang Socrates and Jesus were also among the first to conceive admiration for fate. In Greek tragic art and Hebrew worship of divine law, as also in the Indian resignation, man experienced, at first very obscurely, that vision of an alien and supernal beauty, which was to exalt and perplex him again and again throughout his whole career. The conflict between this worship and the intransigent loyalty to life, embattled against death, proved insoluble. And though few individuals were ever clearly conscious of the issue, the first human species was again and again unwittingly hampered in its spiritual development by this supreme perplexity. While man was being whipped and enticed by these precocious experiences, the actual social constitution of his world kept changing so rapidly through increased mastery over physical energy that his primitive nature could no longer cope with the complexity of his environment. Animals that were fashioned for hunting and fighting in the wild were suddenly called upon to be citizens, and moreover citizens of a world community. At the same time, they found themselves possessed of certain very dangerous powers which their petty minds were not fit to use. Man struggled, but as you shall hear, he broke under the strain. The European War, called at the time the War to End War, was the first and least destructive of those world conflicts which display so tragically the incompetence of the first men to control their own nature. At the outset, a tangle of motives, some honorable and some disreputable, ignited a conflict for which both antagonists were all too well prepared, though neither seriously intended it. A real difference of temperament between Latin France and Nordic Germany, combined with a superficial rivalry between Germany and England, and a number of stupidly brutal gestures on the part of the German government and military command, to divide the world into two camps, yet in such a manner that it is impossible to find any difference of principle between them. During the struggle, each party was convinced that it alone stood for civilization. But in fact, both succumbed now and again to impulses of sheer brutality, and both achieved acts not merely of heroism, but of generosity unusual among the first men. For conduct which to clearer minds seems merely sane, was in those days to be performed only by rare vision and self-mastery. As the months of agony advanced, there was bred in the warring peoples a genuine and even passionate will for peace and a united world. Out of the conflict of the tribes arose, at least for a while, a spirit loftier than tribalism. But this fervor lacked as yet clear guidance, lacked even the courage of conviction. The peace which followed the European War is one of the most significant moments of ancient history, for it epitomizes both the dawning vision and the incurable blindness, both the impulse toward a higher loyalty and the compulsive tribalism of a race which was, after all, but superficially human. 2. The Anglo-French War. One brief but tragic incident, which occurred within a century after the European War, may be said to have sealed the fate of the first men. During this century, the will for peace and sanity was already becoming a serious factor in history, save for a number of most untoward accidents to be recorded in due course. The party of peace might have dominated Europe during its most dangerous period, and through Europe, the world. With either a little less bad luck or a fraction more of vision and self-control at this critical time, there might never have occurred that eon of darkness in which the first men were presently to be submerged. For had victory been gained before the general level of mentality had seriously begun to decline, the attainment of the world state might have been regarded not as an end, but as the first step towards true civilization. But this was not to be. After the European War, the defeated nation, formerly no less militaristic than the others, now became the most pacific, and the stronghold of enlightenment. Almost everywhere, indeed, there had occurred a profound change of heart, but chiefly in Germany. The victors, on the other hand, in spite of their real craving to be human and generous, and to found a new world, were led partly by their own timidity, partly by their governors' blind diplomacy, into all the vices against which they believed themselves to have been crusading. After a brief period in which they desperately affected amity for one another, they began to indulge once more in physical conflicts. Of these conflicts, two must be observed. The first outbreak, and the less disastrous for Europe, was a short and grotesque struggle between France and Italy. Since the fall of ancient Rome, the Italians had excelled more in art and literature than in martial achievement. But the heroic liberation of Italy in the 19th Christian century had made Italians peculiarly sensitive to national prestige. And since among Western peoples national vigor was measured in terms of military glory, the Italians were fired by their success against a rickety foreign domination to vindicate themselves more thoroughly against the charge of mediocrity in warfare. After the European War, however, Italy passed through a phase of social disorder and self-distrust. Subsequently, a flamboyant but sincere national party gained control of the state and afforded the Italians a new self-respect based on reform of the social services and on militaristic policy. Trains became punctual, streets clean, morals puritanical. Aviation records were won for Italy. The young, dressed up and taught to play at soldiers with real firearms, were persuaded to regard themselves as saviors of the nation, encouraged to shed blood, and used to enforce the will of the government. The whole movement was engineered chiefly by a man whose genius in action combined with his rhetoric and crudity of thought to make him a very successful dictator. Almost miraculously, he drilled the Italian nation into efficiency. At the same time, with great emotional effect and incredible lack of humor, he trumpeted Italy's self-importance and her will to expand. And since Italians were slow to learn the necessity of restricting their population, expansion was a real need. Thus it came about that Italy, hungry for French territory in Africa, jealous of French leadership of the Latin races, indignant at the protection afforded to Italian traitors in France, became increasingly prone to quarrel with the most assertive of her late allies. It was a frontier incident, a fancied insult to the Italian flag, which at last caused an unauthorized raid upon French territory by a small party of Italian militia. The raiders were captured, but French blood was shed. The consequent demand for apology and reparation was calm, but subtly offensive to Italian dignity. Italian patriots worked themselves into short-sighted fury. The dictator, far from daring to apologize, was forced to require the release of the captive militiamen, and finally to declare war. After a single sharp engagement, the relentless armies of France pressed into North Italy. Resistance, at first heroic, soon became chaotic. In consternation, the Italians woke from their dream of military glory. The populace turned against the dictator whom they themselves had forced to declare war. In a theatrical but gallant attempt to dominate the Roman mob, he failed and was killed. The new government made a hasty peace, ceding to France a frontier territory which she had already annexed for security. Thenceforth, Italians were less concerned to outshine the glory of Garibaldi than to emulate the greater glory of Dante, Giotto, and Galileo. France had now complete mastery of the continent of Europe, but having much to lose, she behaved arrogantly and nervously. It was not long before peace was once more disturbed. Scarcely had the last veterans of the European war ceased from wearying their juniors with reminiscence, when the long rivalry between France and England culminated in a dispute between their respective governments over a case of sexual outrage, said to have been committed by a French African soldier upon an English woman. In this quarrel, the British government happened to be definitely in the wrong, and was probably confused by its own sexual repressions. The outrage had never been committed. The facts which gave rise to the rumor were that an idle and neurotic Englishwoman in the south of France, craving the embrace of a caveman, had seduced a Senegalese corporal in her own apartments. When later he had shown signs of boredom, she took revenge by declaring that he had attacked her indecently in the woods above the town. This rumor was such that the English were all too prone to savor and believe. At the same time, the magnates of the English press could not resist this opportunity of trading upon the public sexuality, tribalism, and self-righteousness. There followed an epidemic of abuse and occasional violence against French subjects in England. And thus the party of fear and militarism in France was given the opportunity it had long sought. For the real cause of this war was connected with air power. France had persuaded the League of Nations, in one of its less intelligent moments, to restrict the size of military aeroplanes in such a manner that, while London lay within easy striking distance of the French coast, Paris could only with difficulty be touched by England. This state of affairs obviously could not last long. Britain was agitating more and more insistently for the removal of the restriction. On the other hand, there was an increasing demand for complete aerial disarmament in Europe, and so strong was the party of sanity in France that the scheme would almost certainly have been accepted by the French government. On both counts, therefore, the militarists of France were eager to strike while yet there was opportunity. In an instant, the whole fruit of this effort for disarmament was destroyed. That subtle difference of mentality which had ever made it impossible for these two nations to understand one another was suddenly exaggerated by this provocative incident into an apparently insoluble discord. England reverted to her conviction that all Frenchmen were sensualists, while to France the English appeared, as often before, the most offensive of hypocrites. In vain did the saner minds in each country insist on the fundamental humanity of both. In vain did the chastened Germans seek to mediate. In vain did the League, which by now had very great prestige and authority, threaten both parties with expulsion, even with chastisement. Rumor got about in Paris that England, breaking all her international pledges, was now feverishly building giant planes which would wreck France from Calais to Marseille. And indeed the rumor was not wholly a slander, for when the struggle began, the British Air Force was found to have a range of intensive action far wider than was expected. Yet the actual outbreak of war took England by surprise. While the London papers were selling out upon the news that war was declared, enemy planes appeared over the city. In a couple of hours, a third of London was in ruins, and half her population lay poisoned in the streets. One bomb, falling beside the British Museum, turned the whole of Bloomsbury into a crater, wherein fragments of mummies, statues, and manuscripts were mingled with the contents of shops and morsels of salesmen and the intelligentsia. Thus, in a moment, was destroyed a large proportion of England's most precious relics and most fertile brains. Then occurred one of those microscopic, yet supremely potent incidents, which sometimes mold the course of events for centuries. During the bombardment, a special meeting of the British cabinet was held in a cellar in Downing Street. The party in power at the time was progressive, mildly pacifist, and timorously cosmopolitan. It had got itself involved in the French quarrel quite unintentionally. At this cabinet meeting, an idealistic member urged upon his colleagues the need for a supreme gesture of heroism and generosity on the part of Britain. Raising his voice with difficulty above the bark of English guns and the volcanic crash of French bombs, he suggested sending by radio the following message: "From the people of England to the people of France. Catastrophe has fallen on us at your hands. In this hour of agony, all hate and anger have left us. Our eyes are opened. No longer can we think of ourselves as merely English, and you as merely French. All of us are, before all else, civilized beings. Do not imagine that we are defeated, and that this message is a cry for mercy. Our armament is intact, and our resources still very great. Yet, because of the revelation which has come to us today, we will not fight. No plane, no ship, no soldier of Britain shall commit any further act of hostility. Do what you will. It would be better even that a great people should be destroyed than that the whole race should be thrown into turmoil. But you will not strike again. As our own eyes have been opened by agony, yours now will be opened by our act of brotherhood. The spirit of France and the spirit of England differ. They differ deeply, but only as the eye differs from the hand. Without you, we should be barbarians, and without us, even the bright spirit of France would be but half expressed. For the spirit of France lives again in our culture and in our very speech. And the spirit of England is that which strikes from you your most distinctive brilliance. At no earlier stage of man's history could such a message have been considered seriously by any government. Had it been suggested during the previous war, its author would have been ridiculed, execrated, perhaps even murdered. But since those days, much had happened. Increased communication, increased cultural intercourse, and a prolonged, vigorous campaign for cosmopolitanism had changed the mentality of Europe. Even so, when after a brief discussion the government ordered this unique message to be sent, its members were awed by their own act. As one of them expressed it, they were uncertain whether it was the devil or the deity that had possessed them, but possessed they certainly were. That night the people of London, those who were left, experienced an exaltation of spirit, disorganization of the city's life, overwhelming physical suffering and compassion, the consciousness of an unprecedented spiritual act in which each individual felt himself to have somehow participated. These influences combine to produce, even in the bustle and confusion of a wrecked metropolis, a certain restrained fervor, and a deep peace of mind, wholly unfamiliar to Londoners. Meanwhile, the undamaged North knew not whether to regard the government's sudden pacifism as a piece of cowardice or as a superbly courageous gesture. Very soon, however, they began to make a virtue of necessity, and incline to the latter view. Paris itself was divided by the message into a vocal party of triumph and a silent party of bewilderment. But as the hours advanced, and the former urged a policy of aggression, the latter found voice for the cry, "Vive l'Angleterre! Vive l'humanité!" And so strong by now was the will for cosmopolitanism that the upshot would almost certainly have been a triumph of sanity, had there not occurred in England an accident which tilted the whole precarious course of events in the opposite direction. The bombardment had occurred on a Friday night. On Saturday, the repercussions of England's great message were echoing throughout the nations. That evening, as a wet and foggy day was achieving its pallid sunset, a French plane was seen over the western outskirts of London. It gradually descended, and was regarded by onlookers as a messenger of peace. Lower and lower it came. Something was seen to part from it and fall. In a few seconds, an immense explosion occurred in the neighborhood of a great school and a royal palace. There was hideous destruction in the school. The palace escaped. But chief disaster for the cause of peace, a beautiful and extravagantly popular young princess was caught by the explosion. Her body, obscenely mutilated, but still recognizable to every student of the illustrated papers, was impaled upon some high park railings beside the main thoroughfare towards the city. Immediately after the explosion, the enemy plane crashed, burst into flame, and was destroyed with its occupants. A moment's cool thinking would have convinced all onlookers that this disaster was an accident, that the plane was a belated straggler in distress and no messenger of hate. But confronted with the mangled bodies of schoolboys and harrowed by cries of agony and terror, the populace was in no state for ratiocination. Moreover, there was the princess, an overwhelmingly potent sexual symbol and emblem of tribalism, slaughtered and exposed before the eyes of her adorers. The news was flashed over the country, and distorted, of course, in such a manner as to admit no doubt that this act was the crowning devilry of sexual fiends beyond the Channel. In an hour, the mood of London was changed, and the whole population of England succumbed to a paroxysm of primitive hate far more extravagant than any that had occurred even in the war against Germany. The British Air Force, all too well equipped and prepared, was ordered to Paris. Meanwhile, in France, the militaristic government had fallen, and the party of peace was now in control. While the streets were still thronged by its vociferous supporters, the first bomb fell. By Monday morning, Paris was obliterated. There followed a few days of strife between the opposing armaments and of butchery committed upon the civilian populations. In spite of French gallantry, the superior organization, mechanical efficiency, and more cautious courage of the British Air Force soon made it impossible for a French plane to leave the ground. But if France was broken, England was too crippled to pursue her advantage. Every city of the two countries was completely disorganized. Famine, riot, looting, and above all the rapidly accelerating and quite uncontrollable spread of disease disintegrated both states and brought war to a standstill. Indeed, not only did hostilities cease, but also both nations were too shattered even to continue hating one another. The energies of each were, for a while, wholly occupied in trying to prevent complete annihilation by famine and pestilence. In the work of reconstruction, they had to depend very largely on help from outside. The management of each country was taken over for the time by the League of Nations. It is significant to compare the mood of Europe at this time with that which followed the European War. Formerly, though there had been a real effort toward unity, hate and suspicion continued to find expression in national policies. There was much wrangling about indemnities, reparations, securities, and the division of the whole continent into two hostile camps persisted, though by then it was purely artificial and sentimental. But after the Anglo-French War, a very different mood prevailed. There was no mention of reparations, no possibility of seeking security by alliances. Patriotism simply faded out for the time, under the influence of extreme disaster. The two enemy peoples cooperated with the League in the work of reconstructing not only each one itself, but each one the other. This change of heart was due partly to the temporary collapse of the whole national organization, partly to the speedy dominance of each nation by pacifist and anti-nationalist labor, partly to the fact that the League was powerful enough to inquire into and publish the whole story of the origins of the war, and expose each combatant to itself and to the world in a sorry light. We have now observed in some detail the incident which stands out in man's history as perhaps the most dramatic example of petty cause and mighty effect. For consider, through some miscalculation, or a mere defect in his instruments, a French airman went astray, and came to grief in London after the sending of the peace message. Had this not happened, England and France would not have been wrecked, and had the war been nipped at the outset, as it almost was, the party of sanity throughout the world would have been very greatly strengthened. The precarious will to unity would have gained the conviction which it lacked, would have dominated man not merely during the terrified revulsion after each spasm of national strife, but as a permanent policy based on mutual trust. Indeed, so delicately balanced were man's primitive and developed impulses at this time, that but for this trivial accident, the movement which was started by England's peace message might have proceeded steadily and rapidly toward the unification of the race. It might, that is, have attained its goal before instead of after the period of mental deterioration which in fact resulted from a long epidemic of wars. And so the first dark age might never have occurred. 3. Europe after the Anglo-French War. A subtle change now began to affect the whole mental climate of the planet. This is remarkable, since viewed, for instance, from America or China, this war was, after all, but a petty disturbance, scarcely more than a brawl between quarrelsome statelets, an episode in the decline of a senile civilization. Expressed in dollars, the damage was not impressive to the wealthy West and the potentially wealthy East. The British Empire, indeed, that unique banyan tree of peoples, was henceforward less effective in world diplomacy. But since the bond that held it together was by now wholly a bond of sentiment, the empire was not disintegrated by the misfortune of its parent trunk. Indeed, a common fear of American economic imperialism was already helping the colonies to remain loyal. Yet this petty brawl was in fact an irreparable and far-reaching disaster. For in spite of those differences of temperament which had forced the English and French into conflict, they had cooperated, though often unwittingly, in tempering and clarifying the mentality of Europe. Though their faults played a great part in wrecking Western civilization, the virtues from which these vices sprang were needed for the salvation of a world prone to uncritical romance. In spite of the inveterate blindness and meanness of France in international policy, and the even more disastrous timidity of England, their influence on culture had been salutary, and was at this moment sorely needed. For, poles asunder in tastes and ideals, these two peoples were yet alike in being on the whole more skeptical, and in their finest individuals more capable of dispassionate yet creative intelligence than any other Western people. This very character produced their distinctive faults, namely in the English a caution that amounted often to moral cowardice, and in the French a certain myopic complacency and cunning which masqueraded as realism. Within each nation there was, of course, great variety. English minds were of many types, but most were to some extent distinctively English, and hence the special character of England's influence in the world. Relatively detached, skeptical, cautious, practical, more tolerant than others, because more complacent and less prone to fervor, the typical Englishman was capable both of generosity and of spite, both of heroism and of timorous or cynical abandonment of ends proclaimed as vital to the race. French and English alike might sin against humanity, but in different manners. The French sinned blindly, through a strange inability to regard France dispassionately. The English sinned through faint-heartedness and with open eyes. Among all nations they excelled in the union of common sense and vision, but also among all nations they were most ready to betray their visions in the name of common sense, hence their reputation for perfidy. Differences of national character and patriotic sentiment were not the most fundamental distinctions between men at this time. Although in each nation a common tradition or cultural environment imposed a certain uniformity on all its members, yet in each nation every mental type was present, though in different proportions. The most significant of all cultural differences between men, namely the difference between the tribalists and the cosmopolitans, traversed the national boundaries. For throughout the world something like a new cosmopolitan nation with a new all-embracing patriotism was beginning to appear. In every land there was by now a salting of awakened minds who, whatever their temperament in politics and formal faith, were at one in respect of their allegiance to humanity as a race, or as an adventuring spirit. Unfortunately, this new loyalty was still entangled with old prejudices. In some minds, the defense of the human spirit was sincerely identified with the defense of a particular nation, conceived as the home of all enlightenment. In others, social injustice kindled a militant proletarian loyalty, which, though at heart cosmopolitan, infected alike its champions and its enemies with sectarian passions. Another sentiment, less definite and conscious than cosmopolitanism, also played some part in the minds of men, namely, loyalty toward the dispassionate intelligence and perplexed admiration of the world, which was beginning to be revealed, a world august, immense, subtle, in which seemingly man was doomed to play a part minute but tragic. In many races there had, no doubt, long existed some fidelity toward the dispassionate intelligence, but it was England and France that excelled in this respect. On the other hand, even in these two nations there was much that was opposed to this allegiance. These, like all peoples of the age, were liable to bouts of insane emotionalism. Indeed, the French mind, in general so clear-sighted, so realistic, so contemptuous of ambiguity and mist, so detached in all its final valuations, was yet so obsessed with the idea France as to be wholly incapable of generosity in international affairs. But it was France, with England, that had chiefly inspired the intellectual integrity which was the rarest and brightest thread of Western culture, not only within the territories of these two nations, but throughout Europe and America. In the 17th and 18th Christian centuries, the French and English had conceived, more clearly than other peoples, an interest in the objective world for its own sake, had founded physical science, and had fashioned out of skepticism the most brilliantly constructive of mental instruments. At a later stage, it was largely the French and English who, by means of this instrument, had revealed man and the physical universe in something like their true proportions, and it was chiefly the elect of these two peoples that had been able to exult in this bracing discovery. With the eclipse of France and England, this great tradition of dispassionate cognizance began to wane. Europe was now led by Germany, and the Germans, in spite of their practical genius, their scholarly contributions to history, their brilliant science and austere philosophy, were at heart romantic. This inclination was both their strength and their weakness. Thereby they had been inspired to their finest art and their most profound metaphysical speculation. But thereby they were also often rendered unself-critical and pompous, more eager than other Western minds to solve the mystery of existence, less skeptical of the power of human reason, and therefore more inclined to ignore or argue away recalcitrant facts. The Germans were courageous systematizers. In this direction they had achieved great things. Without them, European thought would have been chaotic. But their passion for order and for a systematic reality behind the disorderly appearances rendered their reasoning all too often biased. Upon shifty foundations they balanced ingenious ladders to reach the stars. Thus, without constant ribald criticism from across the Rhine and the North Sea, the Teutonic soul could not achieve full self-expression. A vague uneasiness about its own sentimentalism and lack of detachment did indeed persuade this great people to assert its virility now and again by ludicrous acts of brutality, and to compensate for its dream life by ceaseless, hard-driven, and brilliantly successful commerce. But what was needed was a far more radical self-criticism. Beyond Germany, Russia. Here was a people whose genius needed, even more than that of the Germans, discipline under the critical intelligence. Since the Bolshevik Revolution, there had risen in the scattered towns of this immense tract of corn and forest, and still more in the metropolis, an original mode of art and thought, in which were blended a passion for iconoclasm, a vivid sensuousness, and yet also a very remarkable and essentially mystical or intuitive power of detachment from all private cravings. America and Western Europe were interested first in the individual human life, and only secondarily in the social whole. For these peoples, loyalty involved a reluctant self-sacrifice, and the ideal was ever a person, excelling in prowess of various kinds. Society was but the necessary matrix of this jewel. But the Russians, whether by an innate gift or through the influence of age-long political tyranny, religious devotion, and a truly social revolution, were prone to self-contemptuous interest in groups, prone, indeed, to a spontaneous worship of whatever was conceived as loftier than the individual man, whether society or God or the blind forces of nature. Western Europe could reach by way of the intellect a precise conception of man's littleness and irrelevance when regarded as an alien among the stars, could even glimpse from this standpoint the cosmic theme in which all human striving is but one contributory factor. But the Russian mind, whether orthodox or Tolstoyan or fanatically materialistic, could attain much the same conviction intuitively, by direct perception, instead of after an arduous intellectual pilgrimage, and reaching it, could rejoice in it. But because of this independence of intellect, the experience was confused, erratic, frequently misinterpreted, and its effect on conduct was rather explosive than directive. Great indeed was the need that the West and East of Europe should strengthen and temper one another. After the Bolshevik Revolution, a new element appeared in Russian culture, and one which had not been known before in any modern state. The old regime was displaced by a real proletarian government, which, though an oligarchy and sometimes bloody and fanatical, abolished the old tyranny of class, and encouraged the humblest citizen to be proud of his partnership in the great community. Still more important, the native Russian disposition not to take material possessions very seriously cooperated with the political revolution, and brought about such a freedom from the snobbery of wealth as was quite foreign to the West. Attention which elsewhere was absorbed in the amassing or display of money was in Russia largely devoted either to spontaneous instinctive enjoyments or to cultural activity. In fact, it was among the Russian townsfolk, less cramped by tradition than other city dwellers, that the spirit of the first men was beginning to achieve a fresh and sincere readjustment to the facts of its changing world. and from the townsfolk something of the new way of life was spreading even to the peasants, while in the depths of Asia a hardy and ever-growing population looked increasingly to Russia not only for machinery, but for ideas. There were times when it seemed that Russia might transform the almost universal autumn of the race into a new spring. After the Bolshevik Revolution, the new Russia had been boycotted by the West and had therefore passed through a stage of self-conscious extravagance. Communism and naive materialism became the dogmas of a new crusading atheist church. All criticism was suppressed, even more rigorously than was the opposite criticism in other countries. And Russians were taught to think of themselves as saviors of mankind. Later, however, as economic isolation began to hamper the Bolshevik state, the new culture was mellowed and broadened. Bit by bit, economic intercourse with the West was restored, and with it, cultural intercourse increased. The intuitive mystical detachment of Russia began to define itself and to consolidate itself in terms of the intellectual detachment of the best thought of the West. Iconoclasm was harnessed. The life of the senses and of impulse was tempered by a new critical movement. Fanatical materialism, whose fire had been derived from a misinterpreted but intense mystical intuition of dispassionate reality, began to assimilate itself to the far more rational Stoicism, which was the rare flower of the West. At the same time, through intercourse with peasant culture and with the peoples of Asia, the new Russia began to grasp in one unifying act of apprehension both the grave disillusion of France and England and the ecstasy of the East. The harmonizing of these two moods was now the chief spiritual need of mankind. Failure to integrate them into an all-dominant sentiment could not but lead to racial insanity, and so in due course it befell. Meanwhile, this task of integration was coming to seem more and more urgent to the best minds of Russia, and might have been finally accomplished had they been longer illumined by the cold light of the West. But this was not to be. The intellectual confidence of France and England, already shaken through progressive economic eclipse at the hands of America and Germany, was now undermined. For many decades, England had watched these newcomers capture her markets. The loss had smothered her with a swarm of domestic problems, such as could never be solved save by drastic surgery. And this was a course which demanded more courage and energy than was possible to a people without hope. Then came the war with France, and harrowing disintegration. No delirium seized her, such as occurred in France. Yet her whole mentality was changed, and her sobering influence in Europe was lessened. As for France, her cultural life was now grievously reduced. It might indeed have recovered from the final blow had it not already been slowly poisoned by gluttonous nationalism. For love of France was the undoing of the French. They prized the truly admirable spirit of France so extravagantly that they regarded all other nations as barbarians. Thus it befell that in Russia the doctrines of communism and materialism, products of German systematists, survived uncriticized. On the other hand, the practice of communism was gradually undermined, for the Russian state came increasingly under the influence of Western and especially American finance. The materialism of the official creed also became a farce, for it was foreign to the Russian mind. Thus, between practice and theory, there was in both respects a profound inconsistency. What was once a vital and promising culture became insincere. 4. The Russo-German War. The discrepancy between communist theory and individualist practice in Russia was one cause of the next disaster which befell Europe. Between Russia and Germany there should have been close partnership, based on interchange of machinery and corn. But the theory of communism stood in the way, and in a strange manner. Russian industrial organization had proved impossible without American capital, and little by little this influence had transformed the communistic system. from the Baltic to the Himalayas and the Bering Straits, pasture, timberlands, machine-tilled cornlands, oil fields, and a spreading rash of industrial towns were increasingly dependent on American finance and organization. Yet not America, but the far less individualistic Germany had become in the Russian mind the symbol of capitalism. Self-righteous hate of Germany compensated Russia for her own betrayal of the communistic ideal. This perverse antagonism was encouraged by the Americans, who, strong in their own individualism and prosperity, and by now contemptuously tolerant of Russian doctrines, were concerned only to keep Russian finance to themselves. In truth, of course, it was America that had helped Russia's self-betrayal, and it was the spirit of America that was most alien to the Russian spirit. But American wealth was by now indispensable to Russia, so the hate due to America had to be borne vicariously by Germany. The Germans, for their part, were aggrieved that the Americans had ousted them from a most profitable field of enterprise, and in particular from the exploitation of Russian Asiatic oil. The economic life of the human race had for some time been based on coal, but latterly oil had been found a far more convenient source of power, and as the oil store of the planet was much smaller than its coal store, and the expenditure of oil had of course been wholly uncontrolled and wasteful, a shortage was already being felt. Thus the national ownership of the remaining oil fields had become a main factor in politics and a fertile source of wars. America, having used up most of her own supplies, was now anxious to compete with the still prolific sources under Chinese control by forestalling Germany in Russia. No wonder the Germans were aggrieved, but the fault was their own. In the days when Russian communism had been seeking to convert the world, Germany had taken over England's leadership of individualistic Europe. While greedy for trade with Russia, she had been at the same time frightened of contamination by Russian social doctrine, the more so because communism had at first made some headway among the German workers. Later, even when sane industrial reorganization in Germany had deprived communism of its appeal to the workers, and thus had rendered it impotent, the habit of anti-communist vituperation persisted. Thus the peace of Europe was in constant danger from the bickerings of two peoples who differed rather in ideals than in practice. For the one, in theory communistic, had been forced to delegate many of the community's rights to enterprising individuals, while the other, in theory organized on a basis of private business, was becoming ever more socialized. Neither party desired war. Neither was interested in military glory, for militarism as an end was no longer reputable. Neither was professedly nationalistic, for nationalism, though still potent, was no longer vaunted. Each claimed to stand for internationalism and peace, but accused the other of narrow patriotism. Thus Europe, though more pacific than ever before, was doomed to war. Like most wars, the Anglo-French War had increased the desire for peace, yet made peace less secure. Distrust, not merely the old distrust of nation for nation, but a devastating distrust of human nature, gripped men like the dread of insanity. Individuals who thought of themselves as whole-hearted Europeans feared that at any moment they might succumb to some ridiculous epidemic of patriotism and participate in the further crippling of Europe. This dread was one cause of the formation of a European confederacy, in which all the nations of Europe save Russia surrendered their sovereignty to a common authority and actually pooled their armaments. Ostensibly, the motive of this act was peace. But America interpreted it as directed against herself, and withdrew from the League of Nations. China, the natural enemy of America, remained within the League, hoping to use it against her rival. From without, indeed, the Confederacy at first appeared as a close-knit whole, but from within it was known to be insecure, and in every serious crisis it broke. There is no need to follow the many minor wars of this period, though their cumulative effect was serious, both economically and psychologically. Europe did at last, however, become something like a single nation in sentiment, though this unity was brought about less by a common loyalty than by a common fear of America. Final consolidation was the fruit of the Russo-German War, the cause of which was partly economic and partly sentimental. All the peoples of Europe had long watched with horror the financial conquest of Russia by the United States, and they dreaded that they also must presently succumb to the same tyrant. To attack Russia, it was thought, would be to wound America in her only vulnerable spot. But the actual occasion of the war was sentimental. Half a century after the Anglo-French War, a second-rate German author published a typically German book of the baser sort. For as each nation had its characteristic virtues, so also each was prone to characteristic follies. This book was one of those brilliant but extravagant works in which the whole diversity of existence is interpreted under a single formula, with extreme detail and plausibility, yet with amazing naivete. Highly astute within its own artificial universe, it was nonetheless in wider regard quite uncritical. In 2 large volumes, the author claimed that the cosmos was a dualism in which a heroic and obviously Nordic spirit ruled by divine right over an unself-disciplined, yet servile and obviously Slavonic spirit. The whole of history and of evolution was interpreted on this principle. And of the contemporary world, it was said that the Slavonic element was poisoning Europe. One phrase in particular caused fury in Moscow: the anthropoid face of the Russian sub-man. Moscow demanded apology and the suppression of the book. Berlin regretted the insult, but with its tongue in its cheek, and insisted on the freedom of the press. Followed a crescendo of radio hate and war. The details of this war do not matter to one intent upon the history of mind in the solar system, but its result was important. Moscow, Leningrad, and Berlin were shattered from the air. The whole west of Russia was flooded with the latest and deadliest poison gas, so that not only was all animal and vegetable life destroyed, but also the soil between the Black Sea and the Baltic was rendered infertile and uninhabitable for many years. Within a week the war was over, for the reason that the combatants were separated by an immense territory in which life could not exist. But the effects of the war were lasting. The Germans had set going a process which they could not stop. Whiffs of the poison continued to be blown by fickle winds into every country of Europe and Western Asia. It was springtime, but save in the Atlantic coastlands, the spring flowers shriveled in the bud, and every young leaf had a withered rim. Humanity also suffered, though save in the regions near the seat of war, it was in general only the children and the old people who suffered greatly. The poison spread across the continent in huge blown tresses, broad as principalities, swinging with each change of wind. And wherever it strayed, young eyes, throats, and lungs were blighted like the leaves. America, after much debate, had at last decided to defend her interests in Russia by a punitive expedition against Europe. China began to mobilize her forces. But long before America was ready to strike, news of the widespread poisoning changed her policy. Instead of punishment, help was given. This was a fine gesture of goodwill, but also, as was observed in Europe, instead of being costly, it was profitable. For inevitably it brought more of Europe under American financial control. The upshot of the Russo-German War, then, was that Europe was unified in sentiment by hatred of America, and that European mentality definitely deteriorated. This was due in part to the emotional influence of the war itself, partly to the socially damaging effects of the poison. A proportion of the rising generation had been rendered sickly for life. During the 30 years which intervened before the Euro-American War, Europe was burdened with an exceptional weight of invalids. First-class intelligence was on the whole rarer than before, and was more strictly concentrated on the practical work of reconstruction. Even more disastrous for the human race was the fact that the recent Russian cultural enterprise of harmonizing Western intellectualism and Eastern mysticism was now wrecked. Chapter 2. Europe's Downfall. 1. Europe and America. Over the heads of the European tribes, two mightier peoples regarded each other with increasing dislike. Well might they, for the one cherished the most ancient and refined of all surviving cultures, while the other, youngest and most self-confident of the great nations, proclaimed her novel spirit as the spirit of the future. In the Far East, China, already half American, though largely Russian and wholly Eastern, patiently improved her rice lands, pushed forward her railways, organized her industries, and spoke fair to all the world. Long ago, during her attainment of unity and independence, China had learnt much from militant Bolshevism. And after the collapse of the Russian state, it was in the East that Russian culture continued to live. Its mysticism influenced India. Its social ideal influenced China. Not indeed that China took over the theory, still less the practice of communism, but she learnt to entrust herself increasingly to a vigorous, devoted, and despotic party, and to feel in terms of the social whole rather than individualistically. Yet she was honeycombed with individualism, and in spite of her rulers, she had precipitated a submerged and desperate class of wage slaves. In the far West, the United States of America openly claimed to be custodians of the whole planet. Universally feared and envied, universally respected for their enterprise, yet for their complacency very widely despised, the Americans were rapidly changing the whole character of man's existence. By this time, every human being throughout the planet made use of American products, and there was no region where American capital did not support local labor. Moreover, the American press, gramophone, radio, cinematograph, and televisor ceaselessly drenched the planet with American thought. Year by year, the ether reverberated with echoes of New York's pleasures and the religious fervors of the Middle West. What wonder, then, that America, even while she was despised, irresistibly molded the whole human race? This, perhaps, would not have mattered, had America been able to give of her very rare best. But inevitably, only her worst could be propagated. Only the most vulgar traits of that potentially great people could get through into the minds of foreigners by means of these crude instruments. And so, by the floods of poison issuing from this people's baser members, the whole world, and with it the nobler parts of America herself, were irrevocably corrupted. For the best of America was too weak to withstand the worst. Americans had indeed contributed amply to human thought. They had helped to emancipate philosophy from ancient fetters. They had served science by lavish and rigorous research. In astronomy, favored by their costly instruments and clear atmosphere, they had done much to reveal the dispositions of the stars and galaxies. In literature, though often they behaved as barbarians, they had also conceived new modes of expression and moods of thought not easily appreciated in Europe. They had also created a new and brilliant architecture, and their genius for organization worked upon a scale that was scarcely conceivable, let alone practicable to other peoples. In fact, their best minds faced old problems of theory and of valuation with a fresh innocence and courage, so that fogs of superstition were cleared away wherever these choice Americans were present. But these best were, after all, a minority in a huge wilderness of opinionated self-deceivers, in whom, surprisingly, an outworn religious dogma was championed with the intolerant optimism of youth. For this was essentially a race of bright but arrested adolescents. Something lacked which should have enabled them to grow up. One who looks back across the eons to this remote people can see their fate already woven of their circumstances and their disposition, and can appreciate the grim jest that these, who seemed to themselves gifted to rejuvenate the planet, should have plunged it inevitably through spiritual desolation into senility and age-long night. Inevitably. Yet here was a people of unique promise, gifted innately beyond all other peoples. Here was a race brood of all the races, and mentally more effervescent than any. Here were intermingled Anglo-Saxon stubbornness, Teutonic genius for detail and systematization, Italian gaiety, the intense fire of Spain, and the more mobile Celtic flame. Here also was the sensitive and stormy Slav, a youth-giving Negroid infusion, a faint but subtly stimulating trace of the red man, and in the West a sprinkling of the Mongol. Mutual intolerance no doubt isolated these diverse stocks to some degree, yet the whole was increasingly one people, proud of its individuality, of its success, of its idealistic mission in the world, proud also of its optimistic and anthropocentric view of the universe. What might not this energy have achieved, had it been more critically controlled, had it been forced to attend to life's more forbidding aspects? Direct tragic experience might perhaps have opened the hearts of this people. Intercourse with a more mature culture might have refined their intelligence. But the very success which had intoxicated them rendered them also too complacent to learn from less prosperous competitors. Yet there was a moment when this insularity promised to wane. So long as England was a serious economic rival, America inevitably regarded her with suspicion. But when England was seen to be definitely in economic decline, yet culturally still at her zenith, America conceived a more generous interest in the last and severest phase of English thought. Eminent Americans themselves began to whisper that perhaps their unrivaled prosperity was not after all good evidence either of their own spiritual greatness or of the moral rectitude of the universe. A minute but persistent school of writers began to affirm that America lacked self-criticism, was incapable of seeing the joke against herself, was in fact wholly devoid of that detachment and resignation which was the finest, though of course the rarest, mood of latter-day England. This movement might well have infused throughout the American people that which was needed to temper their barbarian egotism, and open their ears once more to the silence beyond man's strident sphere. Once more, for only latterly had they been seriously deafened by the din of their own material success. And indeed, scattered over the continent throughout this whole period, many shrinking islands of true culture contrived to keep their heads above the rising tide of vulgarity and superstition. These it was that had looked to Europe for help, and were attempting a rally when England and France blundered into that orgy of emotionalism and murder which exterminated so many of their best minds and permanently weakened their cultural influence. Subsequently, it was Germany that spoke for Europe, and Germany was too serious an economic rival for America to be open to her influence. Moreover, German criticism, though often emphatic, was too heavily pedantic, too little ironical, to pierce the hide of American complacency. Thus it was that America sank further and further into Americanism. Vast wealth and industry, and also brilliant invention, were concentrated upon puerile ends. In particular, the whole of American life was organized around the cult of the powerful individual, that phantom ideal which Europe herself had only begun to outgrow in her last phase. Those Americans who wholly failed to realize this ideal, who remained at the bottom of the social ladder, either consoled themselves with hopes for the future, or stole symbolical satisfaction by identifying themselves with some popular star, or gloated upon their American citizenship and applauded the arrogant foreign policy of their government. Those who achieved power were satisfied so long as they could merely retain it, and advertise it uncritically in the conventionally self-assertive manner. It was almost inevitable that when Europe had recovered from the Russo-German disaster, she should come to blows with America, for she had long chafed under the saddle of American finance, and the daily life of Europeans had become more and more cramped by the presence of a widespread and contemptuous foreign aristocracy of American businessmen. Germany alone was comparatively free from this domination, for Germany was herself still a great economic power. But in Germany, no less than elsewhere, there was constant friction with the Americans. Of course, neither Europe nor America desired war. Each was well aware that war would mean the end of business prosperity, and for Europe, very possibly the end of all things. For it was known that man's power of destruction had recently increased, and that if war were waged relentlessly, the stronger side might exterminate the other. But inevitably an incident at last occurred which roused blind rage on each side of the Atlantic. A murder in South Italy, a few ill-considered remarks in the European press, offensive retaliation in the American press accompanied by the lynching of an Italian in the Middle West, an uncontrollable massacre of American citizens in Rome, the dispatch of an American air fleet to occupy Italy, interception by the European air fleet, and war was in existence before ever it had been declared. This aerial action resulted, perhaps unfortunately for Europe, in a momentary check to the American advance. The enemy was put on his mettle and prepared a crushing blow. 2. The origins of a mystery. While the Americans were mobilizing their whole armament, there occurred the really interesting event of the war. It so happened that an international society of scientific workers was meeting in England at Plymouth, and the young Chinese physicist had expressed his desire to make a report to a select committee. As he had been experimenting to find means for the utilization of subatomic energy by the annihilation of matter, it was with some excitement that, according to instruction, the 40 international representatives traveled to the north coast of Devon, and met upon the bare headland called Hartland Point. It was a bright morning after rain. 11 miles to the northwest, the cliffs of Lundy Island displayed their markings with unusual detail. Seabirds wheeled about the heads of the party as they seated themselves on their raincoats in a cluster upon the rabbit-cropped turf. They were a remarkable company, each one of them a unique person, yet characterized to some extent by his particular national type, and all were distinctively scientists of the period. Formerly this would have implied a rather uncritical leaning towards materialism, and an affectation of cynicism, but by now it was fashionable to profess an equally uncritical belief that all natural phenomena were manifestations of the cosmic mind. In both periods, when a man passed beyond the sphere of his own serious scientific work, he chose his beliefs irresponsibly, according to his taste, much as he chose his recreation or his food. Of the individuals present, we may single out one or two for notice. The German, an anthropologist, and a product of the long-established cult of physical and mental health, sought to display in his own athletic person the characters proper to Nordic man. The Frenchman, an old but still sparkling psychologist, whose queer hobby was the collecting of weapons, ancient and modern, regarded the proceedings with kindly cynicism. The Englishman, one of the few remaining intellectuals of his race, compensated for the severe study of physics by a scarcely less devoted research into the history of English expletives and slang, delighting to treat his colleagues to the fruits of his toil. The West African president of the society was a biologist, famous for his interbreeding of man and ape. When all were settled, the president explained the purpose of the meeting. The utilization of subatomic energy had indeed been achieved, and they were to be given a demonstration. The young Mongol stood up, and produced from a case an instrument rather like the old-fashioned rifle. Displaying this object, he spoke as follows, with that quaintly stilted formality which had once been characteristic of all educated Chinese. Before describing the details of my rather delicate process, I will illustrate its importance by showing what can be done with the finished product. Not only can I initiate the annihilation of matter, but also I can do so at a distance and in a precise direction. Moreover, I can inhibit the process. As a means of destruction, my instrument is perfect. As a source of power for the constructive work of mankind, it has unlimited potentiality. Gentlemen, this is a great moment in the history of man. I am about to render into the hands of organized intelligence the means to stop forever man's internecine brawls. Henceforth this great society, of which you are the elite, will beneficently rule the planet. With this little instrument you will stop the ridiculous war, and with another, which I shall soon perfect, you will dispense unlimited industrial power, wherever you consider it needed. Gentlemen, with the aid of this handy instrument which I have the honor to demonstrate, you are about to become absolute masters of this planet." Here the representative of England muttered an archaism whose significance was known only to himself. "God help us!" In the minds of some of those foreigners who were not physicists, this quaint expression was taken to be a technical word, having some connection with the new source of energy. The Mongol continued. Turning towards Lundy, he said, "That island is no longer inhabited, and as it is something of a danger to shipping, I will remove it." So saying, he aimed his instrument at the distant cliff, but continued speaking. "This trigger will stimulate the ultimate positive and negative charges which constitute the atoms at a certain point on the rock face to annihilate each other. These stimulated atoms will infect their neighbors, and so on indefinitely. This second trigger, however, will stop the actual annihilation. Were I to refrain from using it, the process would indeed continue indefinitely, perhaps until the whole of the planet had disintegrated." There was an anxious movement among the spectators, but the young man took careful aim, and pressed the two triggers in quick succession. No sound from the instrument, no visible effect upon the smiling face of the island. Laughter began to gurgle from the Englishmen, but ceased, for a dazzling point of light appeared on the remote cliff. It increased in size and brilliance, till all eyes were blinded in the effort to continue watching. It lit up the underparts of the clouds and blotted out the sun-cast shadows of gorse bushes beside the spectators. The whole end of the island facing the mainland was now an intolerable scorching sun. Presently, however, its fury was veiled in clouds of steam from the boiling sea. Then suddenly the whole island, 3 miles of solid granite, leapt asunder, so that a covey of great rocks soared heavenwards, and beneath them swelled more slowly a gigantic mushroom of steam and debris. Then the sound arrived. All hands were clapped to ears, while eyes still strained to watch the bay, pocked white with the hail of rocks. Meanwhile a great wall of sea advanced from the center of turmoil. This was seen to engulf a coasting vessel, and pass on towards Bideford and Barnstaple. The spectators leaped to their feet and clamored, while the young author of this fury watched the spectacle with exultation, and some surprise at the magnitude of these mere after-effects of his process. The meeting was now adjourned to a neighboring chapel to hear the report of the research. As the representatives were filing through the door, it was observed that the steam and smoke had cleared, and that open sea extended where had been Lundy. Within the chapel the great Bible was decorously removed and the windows thrown open, to dispel somewhat the odor of sanctity. But though the early and spiritual interpretations of relativity and the quantum theory had by now accustomed men of science to pay their respects to the religions, many of them were still liable to a certain asphyxia when they were actually within the precincts of sanctity. When the scientists had settled themselves upon the archaic and unyielding benches, the president explained that the chapel authorities had kindly permitted this meeting because they realized that, since men of science had gradually discovered the spiritual foundation of physics, science and religion must henceforth be close allies. Moreover, the purpose of this meeting was to discuss one of those supreme mysteries which it was the glory of science to discover and religion to transfigure. The president then complimented the young dispenser of power upon his triumph, and called upon him to address the meeting. At this point, however, the aged representative of France intervened, and was granted a hearing. Born almost 140 years earlier, and preserved more by native intensity of spirit than by the artifices of the regenerator, this ancient seemed to speak out of a remote and wiser epoch. For in a declining civilization, it is often the old who see furthest, and see with youngest eyes. He concluded a rather long, rhetorical, yet closely reasoned speech as follows. No doubt we are the intelligence of the planet, and because of our consecration to our calling, no doubt we are comparatively honest, but alas, even we are human. We make little mistakes now and then, and commit little indiscretions. The possession of such power as is offered us would not bring peace. On the contrary, it would perpetuate our national hates. It would throw the world into confusion. It would undermine our own integrity and turn us into tyrants. Moreover, it would ruin science, and, well, when at last through some little error the world got blown up, the disaster would not be regrettable. I know that Europe is almost certainly about to be destroyed by those vigorous but rather spoilt children across the Atlantic. But distressing as this must be, the alternative is far worse. No, sir, your very wonderful toy would be a gift for developed minds, but for us who are still barbarians, no, it must not be. And so, with deep regret, I beg you to destroy your handiwork, and, if it were possible, your memory of your marvelous research, but above all, breathe no word of your process to us, or to any man. The German then protested that to refuse would be cowardly. He briefly described his vision of a world organized under organized science, and inspired by a scientifically organized religious dogma. Surely, he said, to refuse were to refuse the gift of God, of that God whose presence in the humblest quantum we have so recently and so surprisingly revealed. Other speakers followed, for and against, but it soon grew clear that wisdom would prevail. Men of science were by now definitely cosmopolitan in sentiment. Indeed, so far were they from nationalism, that on this occasion the representative of America had urged acceptance of the weapon, although it would be used against his own countrymen. Finally, however, and actually by a unanimous vote, the meeting, while recording its deep respect for the Chinese scientists, requested, nay ordered, that the instrument and all account of it should be destroyed. The young man rose, drew his handiwork from its case, and fingered it. So long did he remain thus standing in silence, with eyes fixed on the instrument, that the meeting became restless. At last, however, he spoke. I shall abide by the decision of the meeting. Well, it is hard to destroy the fruit of 10 years' work, and such fruit, too. I expected to have the gratitude of mankind, but instead I am an outcast. Once more he paused. Gazing out of the window, he now drew from his pocket a field-glass, and studied the western sky. Yes, they are American. Gentlemen, the American air fleet approaches. The company leapt to its feet and crowded to the windows. High in the west a sparse line of dots stretched indefinitely into the north and the south. Said the Englishman, For God's sake, use your damned tool once more, or England's done. They must have smashed our fellows over the Atlantic. The Chinese scientist turned his eyes on the president. There was a general cry of, Stop them! Only the Frenchman protested. The representative of the United States raised his voice and said, They are my people. I have friends up there in the sky. My own boy is probably there. But they're mad. They want to do something hideous. They're in the lynching mood. Stop them! The Mongol still gazed at the president, who nodded. The Frenchman broke down in senile tears. Then the young man, leaning upon the window-sill, took careful aim at each black dot in turn. One by one, each became a blinding star, then vanished. In the chapel, a long silence, then whispers, and glances at the Chinese scientists, expressive of anxiety and dislike. There followed a hurried ceremony in a neighboring field. A fire was lit. The instrument and the no less murderous manuscript were burnt. Then the grave young Mongol, having insisted on shaking hands all round, said, "With my secret alive in me, I must not live. Some day a more worthy race will rediscover it, but today I am a danger to the planet. And so I, who have foolishly ignored that I live among savages, help myself now by the ancient wisdom to pass hence." So saying, he fell dead. 3. Europe murdered. Rumors spread by voice and radio throughout the world. An island had been mysteriously exploded. The American fleet had been mysteriously annihilated in the air, and in the neighborhood where these events had occurred, distinguished scientists were gathered in conference. The European government sought out the unknown savior of Europe to thank him and secure his process for their own use. The president of the Scientific Society gave an account of the meeting and the unanimous vote. He and his colleagues were promptly arrested, and pressure, first moral and then physical, was brought to bear on them to make them disclose the secret. For the world was convinced that they really knew it, and were holding it back for their own purposes. Meanwhile, it was learnt that the American air commander, after he had defeated the European fleet, had been instructed merely to demonstrate above England while peace was negotiated. For in America, big business had threatened the government with boycott if unnecessary violence were committed in Europe. Big business was by now very largely international in sentiment, and it was realized that the destruction of Europe would inevitably unhinge American finance. But the unprecedented disaster to the victorious fleet roused the Americans to blind hate, and the peace party was submerged. Thus it turned out that the Chinese scientists' one hostile act had not saved England, but doomed her. For some days Europeans lived in panic dread, knowing not what horror might at any moment descend on them. No wonder, then, that the government resorted to torture in order to extract the secret from the scientists. No wonder that, out of the 40 individuals concerned, one, the Englishman, saved himself by deceit. He promised to do his best to remember the intricate process. Under strict supervision, he used his own knowledge of physics to experiment in search of the Chinese trick. Fortunately, however, he was on the wrong scent, and indeed he knew it. For though his first motive was mere self-preservation, later he conceived the policy of indefinitely preventing the dangerous discovery by directing research along a blind alley. And so his treason, by seeming to give the authority of a most eminent physicist to a wholly barren line of research, saved this undisciplined and scarcely human race from destroying its planet. The American people, sometimes tender even to excess, were now collectively insane with hate of the English and of all Europeans. With cold efficiency they flooded Europe with the latest and deadliest of gases, till all the peoples were poisoned in their cities like rats in their holes. The gas employed was such that its potency would cease within 3 days. It was therefore possible for an American sanitary force to take charge of each metropolis within a week after the attack. Of those who first descended into the great silence of the murdered cities, many were unhinged by the overwhelming presence of dead populations. The gas had operated first upon the ground level, but rising like a tide, it had engulfed the top stories, the spires, the hills. Thus, while in the streets lay thousands who had been overcome by the first waves of poison, every roof and pinnacle bore the bodies of those who had struggled upwards in the vain hope of escaping beyond the highest reach of the tide. When the invaders arrived, they beheld on every height prostrate and contorted figures. Thus Europe died. All centers of intellectual life were blotted out. and of the agricultural regions only the uplands and mountains were untouched. The spirit of Europe lived henceforth only in a piecemeal and dislocated manner in the minds of Americans, Chinese, Indians, and the rest. There were indeed the British colonies, but they were by now far less European than American. The war had, of course, disintegrated the British Empire. Canada sided with the United States. South Africa and India declared their neutrality at the outbreak of war. Australia, not through cowardice, but through conflict of loyalties, was soon reduced to neutrality. The New Zealanders took to their mountains and maintained an insane but heroic resistance for a year. A simple and gallant folk, they had almost no conception of the European spirit, yet obscurely and in spite of their Americanization, they were loyal to it, or at least to that symbol of one aspect of Europeanism, England. Indeed, so extravagantly loyal were they, or so innately dogged and opinionated, that when further resistance became impossible, many of them, both men and women, killed themselves rather than submit. But the most lasting agony of this war was suffered not by the defeated, but by the victors. For when their passion had cooled, the Americans could not easily disguise from themselves that they had committed murder. They were not at heart a brutal folk, but rather a kindly. They liked to think of the world as a place of innocent pleasure-seeking, and of themselves as the main purveyors of delight. Yet they had been somehow drawn into this fantastic crime, and henceforth an all-pervading sense of collective guilt warped the American mind. They had ever been vainglorious and intolerant, but now these qualities in them became extravagant, even to insanity. Both as individuals and collectively, they became increasingly frightened of criticism, increasingly prone to blame and hate, increasingly self-righteous, increasingly hostile to the critical intelligence, increasingly superstitious. Thus was this once noble people singled out by the gods to be cursed, and the minister of curses. Chapter 3. America and China. 1. The Rivals. After the eclipse of Europe, the allegiance of men gradually crystallized into two great national or racial sentiments, the American and the Chinese. Little by little, all other patriotisms became mere local variants of one or other of these two major loyalties. At first, indeed, there were many internecine conflicts. A detailed history of this period would describe how North America, repeating the welding process of the ancient American Civil War, incorporated within itself the already Americanized Latins of South America, and how Japan, once the bully of young China, was so crippled by social revolutions that she fell a prey to American imperialism, and how this bondage turned her violently Chinese in sentiment, so that finally she freed herself by an heroic war of independence and joined the Asian Confederacy under Chinese leadership. A full history would also tell of the vicissitudes of the League of Nations. Although never a cosmopolitan government, but an association of national governments, each concerned mainly for its own sovereignty, this great organization had gradually gained a very real prestige and authority over all its members. And in spite of its many shortcomings, most of which were involved in its fundamental constitution, it was invaluable as the great concrete focusing point of the growing loyalty toward humanity. At first its existence had been precarious, and indeed it had only preserved itself by an extreme caution, amounting almost to servility towards the great powers. Little by little, however, it had gained moral authority to such an extent that no single power, even the mightiest, dared openly and in cold blood either to disobey the will of the League or to reject the findings of the High Court. But since human loyalty was still in the main national rather than cosmopolitan, situations were all too frequent in which a nation would lose its head, run amok, throw its pledges to the winds, and plunge into fear-inspired aggression. Such a situation had produced the Anglo-French War, At other times the nations would burst apart into two great camps, and the League would be temporarily forgotten in their disunion. This happened in the Russo-German War, which was possible only because America favored Russia and China favored Germany. After the destruction of Europe, the world had for a while consisted of the League on one side and America on the other. But the League was dominated by China, and no longer stood for cosmopolitanism. This being so, those whose loyalty was genuinely human worked hard to bring America once more into the fold, and at last succeeded. In spite of the League's failure to prevent the great wars, it worked admirably in preventing all the minor conflicts which had once been a chronic disease of the race. Latterly, indeed, the world's peace was absolutely secure, save when the League itself was almost equally divided. Unfortunately, with the rise of America and China, this kind of situation became more and more common. During the War of North and South America, an attempt was made to recreate the League as a cosmopolitan sovereignty, controlling the pooled armaments of all nations. But though the cosmopolitan will was strong, tribalism was stronger. The upshot was that, over the Japanese question, the League definitely split into two leagues, each claiming to inherit universal sovereignty from the old League, but each in reality dominated by a kind of supranational sentiment, the one American, the other Chinese. This occurred within a century after the eclipse of Europe. The second century completed the process of crystallization into two systems, political and mental. On the one hand was the wealthy and close-knit American Continental Federation, with its poor relations, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, the bedridden remains of Western Europe, and part of the soulless body that was Russia. On the other hand were Asia and Africa. In fact, the ancient distinction between East and West had now become the basis of political sentiment and organization. Within each system there were, of course, real differences of culture, of which the chief was the difference between the Chinese and Indian mentalities. The Chinese were interested in appearances, in the sensory, the urbane, the practical, while the Indians inclined to seek behind appearances for some ultimate reality, of which this life, they said, was but a passing aspect. Thus the average Indian never took to heart the practical social problem in all its seriousness. The ideal of perfecting this world was never an all-absorbing interest to him, since he had been taught to believe that this world was mere shadow. There was indeed a time when China had mentally less in common with India than with the West, but fear of America had drawn the two great Eastern peoples together. They agreed at least in earnest hate of that strange blend of the commercial traveler, the missionary, and the barbarian conqueror, which was the American abroad. China, owing to her relative weakness and the irritation caused by the tentacles of American industry within her, was at this time more nationalistic than her rival. America, indeed, professed to have outgrown nationalism, and to stand for political and cultural world unity. But she conceived this unity as a unity under American organization, and by culture she meant Americanism. This kind of cosmopolitanism was regarded by Asia and Africa without sympathy. In China, a concerted effort had been made to purge the foreign element from her culture. Its success, however, was only superficial. Pigtails and chopsticks had once more come into vogue among the leisured, and the study of Chinese classics was once more compulsory in all schools. Yet the manner of life of the average man remained American. Not only did he use American cutlery, shoes, gramophones, domestic labor-saving devices, but also his alphabet was European. His vocabulary was permeated by American slang. His newspapers and radio were American in manner, though anti-American in politics. He saw daily on his domestic television screen every phase of American private life and every American public event. Instead of opium and joss sticks, he affected cigarettes and chewing gum. His thought also was largely a Mongolian variant of American thought. For instance, since his was a non-metaphysical mind, but since also some kind of metaphysics is unavoidable, he accepted the naively materialistic metaphysics which had been popularized by the earliest behaviorists. In this view, the only reality was physical energy, and the mind was but the system of the body's movements in response to stimulus. Behaviorism had formerly played a great part in purging the best Western minds of superstition, and indeed at one time it was the chief growing point of thought. This early, pregnant, though extravagant doctrine it was that had been absorbed by China. But in its native land, behaviorism had gradually been infected by the popular demand for comfortable ideas, and had finally changed into a curious kind of spiritism, according to which, though the ultimate reality was indeed physical energy, this energy was identified with the divine spirit. The most dramatic feature of American thought in this period was the merging of behaviorism and fundamentalism, a belated and degenerate mode of Christianity. Behaviorism itself, indeed, had been originally a kind of inverted Puritan faith, according to which intellectual salvation involved acceptance of a crude materialistic dogma, chiefly because it was repugnant to the self-righteous and unintelligible to intellectuals of the earlier schools. The older Puritans trampled down all fleshly impulses. These newer Puritans trampled no less self-righteously upon the spiritual cravings. But in the increasingly spiritistic inclination of physics itself, behaviorism and fundamentalism had found a meeting place. Since the ultimate stuff of the physical universe was now said to be multitudinous and arbitrary quanta of the activity of spirits, how easy it was for the materialistic and the spiritistic to agree. At heart, indeed, they were never far apart in mood, though opposed in doctrine. The real cleavage was between the truly spiritual view on the one hand, and the spiritistic and materialistic on the other. Thus the most materialistic of Christian sects and the most doctrinaire of scientific sects were not long in finding a formula to express their unity, their denial of all those finer capacities which had emerged to be the spirit of man. These two faiths were at one in their respect for crude physical movement, and here lay the deepest difference between the American and the Chinese minds. For the former, activity, any sort of activity, was an end in itself. For the latter, activity was but a progress toward the true end, which was rest and peace of mind. Action was to be undertaken only when equilibrium was disturbed, and in this respect China was at one with India. Both preferred contemplation to action. Thus in China and India the passion for wealth was less potent than in America. Wealth was the power to set things and people in motion, and in America, therefore, wealth came to be frankly regarded as the breath of God, the divine spirit immanent in man. God was the supreme boss, the universal employer. His wisdom was conceived as a stupendous efficiency, his love as munificence towards his employees. The parable of the talents was made the cornerstone of education, and to be wealthy, therefore, was to be respected as one of God's chief agents. The typical American man of big business was one who, in the midst of a show of luxury, was at heart ascetic. He valued his splendor only because it advertised to all men that he was of the elect. The typical Chinese wealthy man was one who savored his luxury with a delicate and lingering palate, and was seldom tempted to sacrifice it to the barren lust of power. On the other hand, since American culture was wholly concerned with the values of the individual life, it was more sensitive than the Chinese with regard to the well-being of humble individuals. Therefore, industrial conditions were far better under American than under Chinese capitalism. And in China, both kinds of capitalism existed side by side. There were American factories in which the Chinese operatives thrived on the American system, and there were Chinese factories in which the operatives were by comparison abject wage slaves. The fact that many Chinese industrial workers could not afford to keep a motor car, let alone an aeroplane, was a source of much self-righteous indignation amongst American employers. and the fact that this fact did not cause a revolution in China, and that Chinese employers were able to procure plenty of labor in spite of the better conditions in American factories, was a source of perplexity. But in truth, what the average Chinese worker wanted was not symbolical self-assertion through the control of privately owned machines, but security of life and irresponsible leisure. In the earlier phase of modern China, there had indeed been serious explosions of class hatred. Almost every one of the great Chinese industrial centers had at some point in its career massacred its employers and declared itself an independent communist city-state. But communism was alien to China, and none of these experiments was permanently successful. Latterly, when the rule of the Nationalist Party had become secure, and the worst industrial evils had been abolished, class feeling had given place to a patriotic loathing of American interference and American hustle, and those who worked under American employers were often called traitors. The Nationalist Party was not indeed the soul of China, but it was, so to speak, the central nervous system, within which the soul presided as a controlling principle. The party was an intensely practical yet idealistic organization, half civil service, half religious order, though violently opposed to every kind of religion. Modeled originally on the Bolshevik Party of Russia, it had also drawn inspiration from the native and literary civil service of old China, and even from the tradition of administrative integrity which had been the sole contribution of British imperialism to the East. Thus, by a route of its own, the party had approached the ideal of the Platonic governors. In order to be admitted to the party, it was necessary to do two things: to pass a very strict written examination on Western and Chinese social theory, and to come through a 5 years' apprenticeship in actual administrative work. Outside the party, China was still extremely corrupt, for peculation and nepotism were not censured so long as they were kept decently hidden. But the party set a brilliant example of self-oblivious devotion, and this unheard-of honesty was one source of its power. It was universally recognized that the party man was genuinely interested in social rather than private matters, and consequently he was trusted. The supreme object of his loyalty was not the party, but China, not indeed the mass of Chinese individuals, whom he regarded with almost the same nonchalance as he regarded himself, but the corporate unity and culture of the race. The whole executive power in China was now in the hands of members of the party, and the final legislative authority was the assembly of party delegates. Between these two institutions stood the president, sometimes no more than chairman of the executive committee. This individual was now and then almost a dictator, combining in himself the attributes of prime minister, emperor, and pope. For the head of the party was the head of the state, and like the ancient emperors, he became the symbolical object of ancestor worship. The party's policy was dominated by the Chinese respect for culture. Just as Western states had been all too often organized under the will for military prestige, so the new China was organized under the will for prestige of culture. For this end, the American state was reviled as the supreme example of barbarian vulgarity, and so patriotism was drawn in to strengthen the cultural policy of the party. It was boasted that, while indeed in America every man and woman might hope to fight a way to material wealth, in China every intelligent person could actually enjoy the cultural wealth of the race. The economic policy of the party was based on the principle of affording to all workers security of livelihood and full educational opportunity. In Americanized, however, the livelihood thus secured was scarcely fit for beasts, and the education provided was out of date and irreligious. The party took good care to gather into itself all the best of every social class, and also to encourage in the unintelligent masses a respect for learning, and the illusion that they themselves shared to some extent in the national culture. But in truth, this culture which the common people so venerated in their superiors and mimicked in their own lives, was scarcely less superficial than the cult of power against which it was pitted. For it was almost wholly a cult of social rectitude and textual learning, not so much of the merely literary learning which had obsessed ancient China, as of the vast corpus of contemporary scientific dogma, and above all of pure mathematics. In old days, the candidate for office had to show minute but uncritical knowledge of classical writers. Now he had to give proof of a no less barren agility in describing the established formulae of physics, biology, psychology, and more particularly of economics and social theory. And though never encouraged to puzzle over the philosophical basis of mathematics, he was expected to be familiar with the intricacy of at least one branch of that vast game of skill. So great was the mass of information forced upon the student that he had no time to think of the mutual implications of the various branches of his knowledge. Yet there was a soul in China, and in this elusive soul of China the one hope of the first men now lay. Scattered throughout the party was a minority of original minds, who were its source of inspiration and the growing point of the human spirit in this period. Well aware of man's littleness, these thinkers regarded him none the less as the crown of the universe. On the basis of a positivistic and rather perfunctory metaphysic, they built a social ideal and a theory of art. Indeed, in the practice and appreciation of art, they saw man's highest achievement. Pessimistic about the remote future of the race, and contemptuous of American evangelism, they accepted as the end of living the creation of an intricately unified pattern of human lives set in a fair environment. Society, the supreme work of art, as so they put it, is a delicate and perishable texture of human intercourse. They even entertain the possibility that in the last resort, not only the individual's life, but the whole career of the race might be tragic, and should be valued according to the standards of tragic art. Contrasting their own spirit with that of the Americans, one of them had said, "America, a backward youth in a playroom equipped with luxury and electric power, pretends that his mechanical toy moves the world. China, a gentleman walking in his garden in the evening, admires the fragrance and the order all the more, because in the air is the first nip of winter, and in his ear rumor of the irresistible barbarian." In this attitude there was something admirable and sorely needed at the time. But also there was a fatal deficiency. In its best exponents it rose to a detached yet fervent salutation of existence, but all too easily degenerated into a supine complacency and a cult of social etiquette. In fact, it was ever in danger of corruption through the inveterate Chinese habit of caring only for appearances. In some respects, the spirit of America and the spirit of China were complementary, since the one was restless and the other bland, the one zealous and the other dispassionate, the one religious, the other artistic, the one superficially mystical, or at least romantic, the other classical and rationalistic, though too easy-going for prolonged, rigorous thought. Had they cooperated, these two mentalities might have achieved much. On the other hand, in both there was an identical and all-important lack. Neither of them was disturbed and enlightened by that insatiable lust for the truth, that passion for the free exercise of critical intelligence, the grueling hunt for reality, which had been the glory of Europe and even of the earlier America, but now was no longer anywhere among the first men. And consequent on this lack, another disability crippled them. Both were by now without that irreverent wit which individuals of an earlier generation had loved to exercise upon one another and on themselves, and even on their most sacred values. In spite of this weakness, with good luck they might have triumphed, but, as I shall tell, the spirit of America undermined the integrity of China, and thereby destroyed its one chance of salvation. There befell, in fact, one of those disasters, half inevitable and half accidental, which periodically descended on the first men, as though by the express will of some divinity who cared more for the excellence of his dramatic creation than for the sentient puppets which he had conceived for its enacting. 2. The conflict. After the Euro-American War, there occurred first a century of minor national conflicts, and then a century of strained peace, during which America and China became more and more irksome to each other. At the close of this period, the great mass of men were in theory far more cosmopolitan than nationalist, yet the inveterate tribal spirit lurked within each mind, and was ever ready to take possession. The planet was now a delicately organized economic unit, and big business in all lands was emphatically contemptuous of patriotism. Indeed, the whole adult generation of the period was consciously and without reserve internationalist and pacifist. Yet this logically unassailable conviction was undermined by a biological craving for adventurous living. Prolonged peace and improved social conditions had greatly reduced the danger and hardship of life, and there was no socially harmless substitute to take the place of war in exercising the primitive courage and anger of animals fashioned for the wild. Consciously, men desired peace. Unconsciously, they still needed some such gallantry as war afforded. And this repressed combative disposition ever and again expressed itself in explosions of irrational tribalism. Inevitably, a serious conflict at last occurred. As usual, the cause was both economic and sentimental. The economic cause was the demand for fuel. A century earlier, a very serious oil famine had so sobered the race that the League of Nations had been able to impose a system of cosmopolitan control upon the existing oil fields and even the coal fields. It had also imposed strict regulations as to the use of these invaluable materials. Oil, in particular, was only to be used for enterprises in which no other source of power would serve. The cosmopolitan control of fuel was perhaps the supreme achievement of the League, and it remained a fixed policy of the race long after the League had been superseded. Yet by a choice irony of fate, this quite unusually sane policy contributed largely to the downfall of civilization. By means of it, as will later transpire, the end of coal was postponed into the period when the intelligence of the race was so deteriorated that it could no longer cope with such a crisis. Instead of adjusting itself to the novel situation, it simply collapsed. But at the time with which we are at present dealing, means had recently been found of profitably working the huge deposits of fuel in Antarctica. This vast supply, unfortunately, lay technically beyond the jurisdiction of the World Fuel Control Board. America was first in the field, and saw in Antarctic fuel a means for her advancement, and for her self-imposed duty of Americanizing the planet. China, fearful of Americanization, demanded that the new sources should be brought under the jurisdiction of the board. For some years, feeling had become increasingly violent on this point, and both peoples had by now relapsed into the crude old nationalistic mood. War began to seem almost inevitable. The actual occasion of conflict, however, was, as usual, an accident. A scandal was brought to light about child labor in certain Indian factories. Boys and girls under 12 were being badly sweated, and in their abject state their only adventure was precocious sex. The American government protested, and in terms which assumed that America was the guardian of the world's morals. India immediately held up the reform which she had begun to impose, and replied to America as to a busybody. America threatened an expedition to set things right, backed by the approval of all the morally sensitive races of the earth. China now intervened to keep the peace between her rival and her partner, and undertook to see that the evils should be abolished if America would withdraw her extravagant slanders against the Eastern conscience. But it was too late. An American bank in China was raided, and its manager's severed head was kicked along the street. the tribes of men had once more smelled blood. War was declared by the West upon the East. Of the combatants, Asia, with North Africa, formed geographically the more compact system, but America and her dependents were economically more organized. At the outbreak of war, neither side had any appreciable armament, for war had long ago been outlawed. This fact, however, made little difference, since the warfare of the period could be carried on with great effect simply by the vast swarms of civil aircraft loaded with poison, high explosives, disease microbes, and the still more lethal hypobiological organisms, which contemporary science sometimes regarded as the simplest living matter, sometimes as the most complex molecules. The struggle began with violence, slackened, and dragged on for a quarter of a century. At the close of this period, Africa was mostly in the hands of America. But Egypt was an uninhabitable no-man's land, for the South Africans had very successfully poisoned the sources of the Nile. Europe was under Chinese military rule. This was enforced by armies of sturdy Central Asians, who were already beginning to wonder why they did not make themselves masters of China also. The Chinese language with European alphabet was taught in all schools. In England, however, there were no schools, and no population. For early in the war, an American air base had been established in Ireland, and England had been repeatedly devastated. Airmen passing over what had been London could still make out the lines of Oxford Street and the Strand among the green and grey tangle of ruins. Wild nature, once so jealously preserved in national beauty spots against the incursion of urban civilization, now rioted over the whole island. At the other side of the world, the Japanese islands had been similarly devastated in the vain American effort to establish there an air base from which to reach the heart of the enemy. So far, however, neither China nor America had been very seriously damaged. But recently the American biologists had devised a new malignant germ, more infectious and irresistible than anything hitherto known. Its work was to disintegrate the highest levels of the nervous system, and therefore to render all who were even slightly affected incapable of intelligent action, while a severe attack caused paralysis and finally death. With this weapon, the American military had already turned one Chinese city into a bedlam, and wandering bacilli had got into the brains of several high officials throughout the province, rendering their behavior incoherent. It was becoming the fashion to attribute all one's blunders to a touch of the new microbe. Hitherto no effective means of resisting spread of this plague had been discovered, and as in the early stages of the disease the patient became restlessly active, undertaking interminable and objectless journeys on the flimsiest pretexts, it seemed probable that the American madness would spread throughout China. On the whole, then, the military advantage lay definitely with the Americans, but economically they were perhaps the more damaged, for their higher standard of prosperity depended largely on foreign investment and foreign trade. Throughout the American continent there was now real poverty and serious symptoms of class war, not indeed between private workers and employers, but between workers and the autocratic military governing caste which inevitably war had created. Big business had at first succumbed to the patriotic fever, but had soon remembered that war is folly and ruinous to trade. Indeed, upon both sides, the fervor of nationalism had lasted only a couple of years, after which the lust of adventure had given place to mere dread of the enemy. For on each side the populace had been nursed into the belief that its foe was diabolic. When a quarter of a century had passed since there had been free intercourse between the two peoples, the real mental difference which had always existed between them appeared to many almost as a difference of biological species. Thus in America the Church preached that no Chinaman had a soul. Satan, it was said, had tampered with evolution of the Chinese race when first it had emerged from the pre-human animal. He had contrived that it should be cunning, but wholly without tenderness. He had induced in it an insatiable sensuality and willful blindness towards the divine, towards that superbly masterful energy for energy's sake which was the glory of America. Just as in a prehistoric era the young race of mammals had swept away the sluggish, brutish, and demoded reptiles, so now it was said, young, soulful America was destined to rid the planet of the reptilian Mongol. In China, on the other hand, the official view was that the Americans were a typical case of biological retrogression. Like all parasitic organisms, they had thriven by specializing in one low-grade mode of behavior at the expense of their higher nature, and now, tapeworms of the planet, they were starving out the higher capacities of the human race by their frantic acquisitiveness. Such were the official doctrines. But the strain of war had latterly produced on each side a grave distrust of its own government, and an emphatic will for peace at any price. The governments hated the peace party even more than each other, since their existence now depended on war. They even went so far as to inform one another of the clandestine operations of the pacifists, discovered by their own secret service in enemy territory. Thus, when at last big business and the workers on each side of the Pacific had determined to stop the war by concerted action, it was very difficult for their representatives to meet. 3. On an island in the Pacific. Save for the governments, the whole human race now earnestly desired peace. But opinion in America was balanced between the will merely to effect an economic and political unification of the world, and a fanatical craving to impose American culture on the East. In China also there was a balance of the purely commercial readiness to sacrifice ideals for the sake of peace and prosperity, and the will to preserve Chinese culture. The two individuals who were to meet in secret for the negotiation of peace were typical of their respective races. In both of them, the commercial and cultural motives were present, though the commercial was by now most often dominant. It was in the 26th year of the war that two seaplanes converged by night from the east and west upon an island in the Pacific and settled on a secluded inlet. The moon, destined in another age to smother this whole equatorial region with her shattered body, now merely besparkled the waves. From each plane a traveler emerged, and rowed himself ashore in a rubber coracle. The two men met upon the beach and shook hands, the one with ceremony, the other with a slightly forced brotherliness. Already the sun peered over the wall of the sea, shouting his brilliance and his heat. The Chinese, taking off his air helmet, uncoiled his pigtail with a certain emphasis, stripped off his heavy coverings, and revealed a sky-blue silk pajama suit, embroidered with golden dragons. The other, glancing with scarcely veiled dislike at this finery, flung off his wraps and displayed the decent gray coat and breeches with which the American business men of this period unconsciously symbolized their reversion to Puritanism. Smoking the Chinese envoy's cigarettes, the two sat down to rearrange the planet. The conversation was amicable, and proceeded without hitch, for there was agreement about the practical measures to be adopted. The government in each country was to be overthrown at once. Both representatives were confident that this could be done if it could be attempted simultaneously on each side of the Pacific, for in both countries finance and the people could be trusted. In place of the national governments, a World Finance Directorate was to be created. This was to be composed of the leading commercial and industrial magnates of the world, along with representatives of the workers' organizations. The American representative should be the first president of the directorate, and the Chinese the first vice president. The directorate was to manage the whole economic reorganization of the world. In particular, industrial conditions in the East were to be brought into line with those of America, while on the other hand, the American monopoly of Antarctica was to be abolished. that rich and almost virgin land was to be subjected to the control of the Directorate. Occasionally during the conversation, reference was made to the great cultural difference between the East and West. But both the negotiants seemed anxious to believe that this was only a minor matter which need not be allowed to trouble a business discussion. At this point occurred one of those incidents which, minute in themselves, have disproportionately great effects. The unstable nature of the first men made them peculiarly liable to suffer from such accidents, and especially so in their decline. The talk was interrupted by the appearance of a human figure swimming round a promontory into the little bay. In the shallows she arose, and walked out of the water towards the creators of the world-state. A bronze, young, smiling woman, completely nude, with breasts heaving after her long swim, she stood before them, hesitating. The relation between the two men was instantly changed, though neither was at first aware of it. "Delicious daughter of ocean," said the Chinese, in that somewhat archaic and deliberately un-American English which the Asians now affected in communication with foreigners, "what is there that these two despicable land animals can do for you? For my friend I cannot answer, but I at least am henceforth your slave." His eyes roamed caressingly, yet as it were with perfect politeness, all over her body. And she, with that added grace which halos women when they feel the kiss of an admiring gaze, pressed the sea from her hair and stood at the point of speech. But the American protested. "Whoever you are, please do not interrupt us. We are really very busy discussing a matter of great importance, and we have no time to spare. Please go. Your nudity is offensive to one accustomed to civilized manners. In a modern country you would not be allowed to bathe without a costume. We are growing very sensitive on this point." A distressful but enhancing blush spread under the wet bronze, and the intruder made as if to go. But the Chinese cried, "Stay! We have almost finished our business talk. Refresh us with your presence. Bring the realities back into our discussion by permitting us to contemplate for a while the perfect vase line of your waist and thigh. Who are you? Of what race are you? My anthropological studies fail to place you. Your skin is fairer than is native here, though rich with sun. Your breasts are Grecian. Your lips are chiseled with the memory of Egypt. Your hair, night though it was, is drying with a most bewildering hint of gold. And your eyes, let me observe them. Long, subtle, as my countrywomen's, unfathomable as the mind of India, they yet reveal themselves to your new slave as not wholly black, but violet as the zenith before dawn. Indeed, this exquisite unity of incompatibles conquers both my heart and my understanding." During this harangue her composure was restored, though she glanced now and then at the American, who kept ever removing his gaze from her. She answered in much the same diction as the other, but surprisingly with an old-time English accent. "I am certainly a mongrel. You might call me not daughter of ocean, but daughter of man, for wanderers of every race have scattered their seed on this island. My body, I know, betrays its diverse ancestry in a rather queer blend of characters. My mind is perhaps unusual, too, for I have never left this island. And though it is actually less than a quarter of a century since I was born, a past century has perhaps had more meaning for me than the obscure events of today. A hermit taught me. 200 years ago he lived actively in Europe, but towards the end of his long life he retreated to this island. As an old man he loved me, and day by day he gave me insight into the great spirit of the past. But of this age he gave me nothing. Now that he is dead, I struggle to familiarize myself with the present. but I continue to see everything from the angle of another age, and so," turning to the American, "if I have offended against modern customs, it is because my insular mind has never been taught to regard nakedness as indecent. I am very ignorant, truly a savage. If only I could gain experience of your great world. If ever this war ends, I must travel." "Delectable," said the Chinese, "exquisitely proportioned, exquisitely civilized savage. Come with me for a holiday in modern China. There you can bathe without a costume so long as you are beautiful." She ignored this invitation, and seemed to have fallen into a reverie. Then absently she continued, "Perhaps I should not suffer from this restlessness, this craving to experience the world, if only I were to experience motherhood instead. Many of the islanders from time to time have enriched me with their embraces, but with none of them could I permit myself to conceive. They are dear, but not one of them is at heart more than a child." The American became restless, but again the Mongol intervened with lowered and deepened voice. "I," he said, "I, the Vice President of the World Finance Directorate, shall be honored to afford you the opportunity of motherhood." She regarded him gravely, then smiled as on a child who asks more than it is reasonable to give. But the American rose hastily. Addressing the silken Mongol, he said, "You probably know that the American government is in the act of sending a second poison fleet to turn your whole population insane, more insane than you are already. You cannot defend yourselves against this new weapon, and if I am to save you, I must not trifle any longer, nor must you, for we must act simultaneously. We have settled all that matters for the moment, but before I leave, I must say that your behavior towards this woman has very forcibly reminded me that there is something wrong with the Chinese way of thought and life. In my anxiety for peace, I overlooked my duty in this respect. I now give you notice that when the Directorate is established, we Americans must induce you to reform these abuses for the world's sake and your own." The Chinese rose and answered, "This matter must be settled locally. We do not expect you to accept our standards, so do not you expect us to accept yours." He moved towards the woman, smiling, and the smile outraged the American. We need not follow the wrangle which now ensued between the two representatives, each of whom, though in a manner cosmopolitan in sentiment, was heartily contemptuous of the other's values. Suffice it that the American became increasingly earnest and dictatorial, the other increasingly careless and ironical. Finally, the American raised his voice and presented an ultimatum. "Our Treaty of World Union," he said, "will remain unsigned, unless you add a clause promising drastic reforms, which, as a matter of fact, my colleagues had already proposed as a condition of cooperation. I had decided to withhold them, in case they should wreck our treaty, but now I see they are essential. You must educate your people out of their lascivious and idle ways, and give them modern scientific religion. Teachers in your schools and universities must pledge themselves to the modern fundamentalized physics and behaviorism, and must enforce worship of the divine mover. The change will be difficult, but we will help you. You will need a strong order of inquisitors responsible to the Directorate. They will see also to the reform of your people's sexual frivolity, in which you squander so much of the divine energy. Unless you agree to this, I cannot stop the war. The law of God must be kept, and those who know it must enforce it." The woman interrupted him. "Tell me, what is this God of yours? The Europeans worshipped love, not energy. What do you mean by energy? Is it merely to make engines go fast and to agitate the ether?" He answered flatly, as if repeating a lesson. "God is the all-pervading spirit of movement which seeks to actualize itself wherever it is latent. God has appointed the great American people to mechanize the universe." He paused, contemplating the clean lines of his seaplane. Then he continued with emphasis, "But come, time is precious. Either you work for God, or we trample you out of God's way." The woman approached him, saying, "There is certainly something great in this enthusiasm. But somehow, though my heart says you are right, my head is doubting still. There must be a mistake somewhere." "Mistake!" he laughed, overhanging her with his mask of power. "When a man's soul is action, how can he be mistaken that action is divine? I have served the great God, Energy, all my life, from garage boy to world president. Has not the whole American people proved its faith by its success?" With rapture, but still in perplexity, she gazed at him. "There's something terribly wrong-headed about you Americans," she said. "But certainly you are great." She looked him in the eyes. Then suddenly she laid a hand on him and said with conviction, "Being what you are probably right. Anyhow, you are a man, a real man. Take me. Be the father of my boy. Take me to the dangerous cities of America to work with you." The president was surprised with sudden hunger for her body, and she saw it. But he turned to the vice president and said, "She has seen where the truth lies. And you? War or cooperation in God's work? The death of our bodies or the death of our minds," said the Chinese, but with a bitterness that lacked conviction, for he was no fanatic. "Well, since the soul is only the harmoniousness of the body's behavior, and since in spite of this little dispute, we are agreed that the coordination of activity is the chief need of the planet today, and since in respect of our differences of temperament this lady has judged in favor of America, and moreover since, if there is any virtue in our Asian way of life, it will not succumb to a little propaganda, but rather will be strengthened by opposition. Since all these matters are so, I accept your terms. But it would be undignified in China to let this great change be imposed upon her externally. You must give me time to form in Asia a native and spontaneous party of energists, who will themselves propagate your gospel, and perhaps give it an elegance which, if I may say so, it has not yet. Even this we will do to secure the cosmopolitan control of Antarctica." Thereupon the treaty was signed. But a new and secret codicil was drawn up and signed also, and both were witnessed by the daughter of man, in a clear, round, old-fashioned script. Then, taking a hand of each, she said, "And so at last the world is united. For how long, I wonder? I seem to hear my old master's voice scolding, as though I had been rather stupid. But he failed me, and I have chosen a new master, master of the world." She released the hand of the Asian, and made as if to draw the American away with her. And he, though he was a strict monogamist with a better half waiting for him in New York, longed to crush her sun-clad body to his Puritan cloth. She drew him away among the palm trees. The vice president of the world sat down once more, lit a cigarette, and meditated, smiling. Chapter 4. An Americanized Planet. 1. The foundation of the first world state. We have now reached that point in the history of the first men when, some 380 terrestrial years after the European War, the goal of world unity was at last achieved. Not, however, before the mind of the race had been seriously crippled. There is no need to recount in detail the transition from rival national sovereignties to unitary control by the World Financial Directorate. Suffice it that by concerted action in America and China, the military governments found themselves hamstrung by the passive resistance of cosmopolitan big business. In China, this process was almost instantaneous and bloodless. In America, there was serious disorder for a few weeks, while the bewildered government attempted to reduce its rebels by martial law. But the population was by now eager for peace, and although a few business magnates were shot, and a crowd of workers here and there mown down, the opposition was irresistible. Very soon the governing clique collapsed. The new order consisted of a vast system akin to guild socialism, yet at bottom individualistic. Each industry was in theory democratically governed by all its members, but in practice was controlled by its dominant individuals. Coordination of all industries was effected by a World Industrial Council, whereon the leaders of each industry discussed the affairs of the planet as a whole. The status of each industry on the Council was determined partly by its economic power in the world, partly by public esteem, for already the activities of men were beginning to be regarded as either noble or ignoble, and the noble were not necessarily the most powerful economically. Thus upon the Council appeared an inner ring of noble industries, which were, in approximate order of prestige, finance, flying, engineering, surface locomotion, chemical industry, and professional athletics. But the real seat of power was not the Council, not even the inner ring of the Council, but the Financial Directorate. This consisted of a dozen millionaires, with the American president and the Chinese vice president at their head. Within this august committee, internal dissensions were inevitable. Shortly after the system had been inaugurated, the vice president sought to overthrow the president by publishing his connection with the colored woman who now styled herself the daughter of man. This piece of scandal was expected to enrage the virtuous American public against their hero. But by a stroke of genius, the president saved both himself and the unity of the world. Far from denying the charge, he gloried in it. In that moment of sexual triumph, he said, a great truth had been revealed to him. Without this daring sacrifice of his private purity, he would never have been really fit to be president of the world. He would have remained simply an American. In this lady's veins flowed the blood of all races, and in her mind all cultures mingled. His union with her, confirmed by many subsequent visits, had taught him to enter into the spirit of the East, and had given him a broad human sympathy such as his high office demanded. As a private individual, he insisted, he remained a monogamist with a wife in New York, and as a private individual he had sinned, and must suffer forever the pangs of conscience. But as president of the world, it was incumbent upon him to espouse the world. And since nothing could be said to be real without a physical basis, this spiritual union had to be embodied and symbolized by his physical union with the daughter of man. In tones of grave emotion, he described through the microphone how, in the presence of that mystical woman, he had suddenly triumphed over his private moral scruples, and how, in a sudden access of the divine energy, he had consummated his marriage with the world in the shade of a banana tree. The lovely form of the daughter of man, decently clad, was transmitted by television to every receiver in the world. Her face, blended of Asia and the West, became a most potent symbol of human unity. Every man on the planet became in imagination her lover. Every woman identified herself with this supreme woman. Undoubtedly there was some truth in the plea that the daughter of man had enlarged the president's mind, for his policy had been unexpectedly tactful towards the East. Often he had moderated the American demand for the immediate Americanization of China. Often he had persuaded the Chinese to welcome some policy which at first they had regarded with suspicion. The President's explanation of his conduct enhanced his prestige both in America and Asia. America was hypnotized by the romantic religiosity of the story. Very soon it became fashionable to be a strict monogamist with one domestic wife, and one symbolical wife in the East, or in another town, or a neighboring street, or with several such in various localities. In China, the cold tolerance with which the President was at first treated was warmed by this incident into something like affection, and it was partly through his tact or the influence of his symbolical wife that the speeding up of China's Americanization was effected without disorder. For some months after the foundation of the world state, China had been wholly occupied in coping with the plague of insanity called the American madness, with which her former enemy had poisoned her. The coast region of North China had been completely disorganized. Industry, agriculture, transport were at a standstill. Huge mobs, demented and starving, staggered about the country, devouring every kind of vegetable matter and wrangling over the flesh of their own dead. It was long before the disease was brought under control, and indeed for years afterwards an occasional outbreak would occur and cause panic throughout the land. To some of the more old-fashioned Chinese, it appeared as though the whole population had been mildly affected by the germ, for throughout China a new sect, apparently a spontaneous native growth, calling themselves energists, began to preach a new interpretation of Buddhism in terms of the sanctity of action. And strange to say, this gospel throve to such an extent that in a few years the whole educational system was captured by its adherents, though not without a struggle with the reactionary members of the older universities. Curiously enough, however, in spite of this general acceptance of the new way, in spite of the fact that the young of China were now taught to admire movement in all its forms, in spite of a much increased wage scale, which put all workers in possession of private mechanical locomotion, the masses of China continued at heart to regard action as a mere means towards rest. And when at last a native physicist pointed out that the supreme expression of energy was the tense balance of forces within the atom, the Chinese applied the doctrine to themselves, and claimed that in them quiescence was the perfect balance of mighty forces. Thus did the East contribute to the religion of this age. The worship of activity was made to include the worship of inactivity, and both were founded on the principles of natural science. 2. The dominance of science. Science now held a position of unique honor among the first men. This was not so much because it was in this field that the race long ago during its high noon had thought most rigorously, nor because it was through science that men had gained some insight into the nature of the physical world, but rather because the application of scientific principles had revolutionized their material circumstances. The once fluid doctrines of science had by now begun to crystallize into a fixed and intricate dogma. But inventive scientific intelligence still exercised itself brilliantly in improving the technique of industry, and thus completely dominated the imagination of a race in which the pure intellectual curiosity had waned. The scientist was regarded as an embodiment not merely of knowledge, but of power, and no legends of the potency of science seemed too fantastic to be believed. A century after the founding of the first world state, a rumor began to be heard in China about the supreme secret of scientific religion, the awful mystery of Gordelphus, by means of which it should be possible to utilize the energy locked up in the opposition of proton and electron. Long ago discovered by a Chinese physicist and saint, this invaluable knowledge was now reputed to have been preserved ever since among the elite of science, and to be ready for publication as soon as the world seemed fit to possess it. The new sect of energists claimed that the young discoverer was himself an incarnation of Buddha, and that since the world was still unfit for the supreme revelation, he had entrusted his secret to the scientists. On the side of Christianity, a very similar legend was concerned with the same individual. The regenerate Christian Brotherhood, by now overwhelmingly the most powerful of the Western churches, regarded the discoverer as the Son of God, who, in this his second coming, had proposed to bring about the millennium by publishing the secret of divine power. But finding the peoples still unable to put in practice even the more primitive gospel of love which was announced at his first coming, he had suffered martyrdom for man's sake, and had entrusted his secret to the scientists. The scientific workers of the world had long ago organized themselves as a close corporation. Entrance to the International College of Science was to be obtained only by examination and the payment of high fees. Membership conferred the title of scientist and the right to perform experiments. It was also an essential qualification for many lucrative posts. Moreover, there were said to be certain technical secrets which members were pledged not to reveal. Rumor had it that in at least one case of minor blabbing, the traitor had shortly afterwards mysteriously died. Science itself, the actual corpus of natural knowledge, had by now become so complex that only a tiny fraction of it could be mastered by one brain. Thus, students of one branch of science knew practically nothing of the work of others in kindred branches. Especially was this the case with the huge science called subatomic physics. Within this were contained a dozen studies, any one of which was as complex as the whole of the physics of the 19th Christian century. This growing complexity had rendered students in one field ever more reluctant to criticize, or even to try to understand, the principles of other fields. Each petty department, jealous of its own preserves, was meticulously respectful of the preserves of others. In an earlier period, the sciences had been coordinated and criticized philosophically by their own leaders and by the technical philosophers. But philosophy, as a rigorous technical discipline, no longer existed. There was, of course, a vague framework of ideas or assumptions based on science and common to all men, a popular pseudoscience constructed by the journalists from striking phrases current among scientists. But actual scientific workers prided themselves on the rejection of this ramshackle structure, even while they themselves were unwittingly assuming it. And each insisted that his own special subject must inevitably remain unintelligible even to most of his brother scientists. Under these circumstances, when rumor declared that the mystery of Gordelpus was known to the physicists, each department of subatomic physics was both reluctant to deny the charge explicitly in its own case, and ready to believe that some other department really did possess the secret. Consequently, the conduct of the scientists as a body strengthened the general belief that they knew and would not tell. About 2 centuries after the formation of the First World State, the President of the world declared that the time was ripe for a formal union of science and religion, and called a conference of the leaders of these two great disciplines. Upon that island in the Pacific, which had become the Mecca of cosmopolitan sentiment, and was by now one vast, many-storied and cloud-capped temple of peace, the heads of Buddhism, Mohammedanism, Hinduism, the regenerate Christian Brotherhood, and the modern Catholic Church in South America agreed that their differences were but differences of expression. One and all were worshippers of the divine energy, whether expressed in activity or intense stillness. One and all recognized the saintly discoverer as either the last and greatest of the prophets or an actual incarnation of divine movement. And these two concepts were easily shown, in the light of modern science, to be identical. In an earlier age, it had been the custom to single out heresy and extirpate it with fire and sword. But now the craving for uniformity was fulfilled by explaining away differences amid universal applause. When the conference had registered the unity of the religions, it went on to establish the unity of religion and science. All knew, said the President, that some of the scientists were in possession of the supreme secret, though wisely they would not definitely admit it. It was time, then, that the organizations of science and religion should be merged for the better guidance of men. He therefore called upon the International College of Science to nominate from amongst themselves a select body, which should be sanctified by the Church, and called the Sacred Order of Scientists. These custodians of the supreme secret were to be kept at public expense. They were to devote themselves wholly to the service of science, and in particular to research into the most scientific manner of worshipping the divine Gordelphus. Of the scientists present, some few looked distinctly uncomfortable, but the majority scarcely concealed their delight under dignified and thoughtful hesitation. Amongst the priests, also, two expressions were visible. But on the whole, it was felt that the Church must gain by thus gathering into herself the unique prestige of science. And so it was that the order was founded which was destined to become the dominant force in human affairs until the downfall of the first world civilization. 3. Material achievement. Save for occasional minor local conflicts, easily quelled by the world police, the race was now a single social unit for some 4,000 years. During the first of these millennia, material progress at least was rapid, but subsequently there was little change until the final disintegration. The whole energy of man was concentrated on maintaining at a constant pitch the furious routine of his civilization, until after another 3,000 years of lavish expenditure, certain essential sources of power were suddenly exhausted. Nowhere was there the mental agility to cope with this novel crisis. The whole social order collapsed. We may pass over the earlier stages of this fantastic civilization and examine it as it stood before the fatal change began to be felt. The material circumstances of the race at this time would have amazed all its predecessors, even those who were in the true sense far more civilized beings. But to us, the last men, there is an extreme pathos and even comicality, not only in this most thorough confusion of material development with civilization, but also in the actual paucity of the vaunted material development itself compared with that of our own society. All the continents, indeed, were by now minutely artificialized. Save for the many wild reserves which were cherished as museums and playgrounds, not a square mile of territory was left in a natural state. Nor was there any longer a distinction between agricultural and industrial areas. All the continents were urbanized, not of course in the manner of the congested industrial cities of an earlier age, but nonetheless urbanized. Industry and agriculture interpenetrated everywhere. This was possible partly through the great development of aerial communication, partly through a no less remarkable improvement of architecture. Great advances in artificial materials had enabled the erection of buildings in the form of slender pylons, which, rising often to a height of 3 miles or even more, and founded a quarter of a mile beneath the ground, might yet occupy a ground plan of less than half a mile across. In section, these structures were often cruciform, and on each floor the center of the long-armed cross consisted of an aerial landing, providing direct access from the air for the dwarf private aeroplanes which were by now essential to the life of every adult. These gigantic pillars of architecture, prophetic of the still mightier structures of an age to come, were scattered over every continent in varying density. Very rarely were they permitted to approach one another by a distance less than their height. On the other hand, save in the Arctic, they were very seldom separated by more than 20 miles. The general appearance of every country was thus rather like an open forest of lopped tree trunks, gigantic in stature. Clouds often encircled the middle heights of these artificial peaks, or blotted out all but the lower stories. Dwellers in the summits were familiar with the spectacle of a dazzling ocean of cloud, dotted on all sides with steep islands of architecture. Such was the altitude of the upper floors that it was sometimes necessary to maintain in them not merely artificial heating, but artificial air pressure and oxygen supply. Between these columns of habitation and industry, the land was everywhere green or brown, with the seasonal variations of agriculture, park, and wild reserve. Broad gray thoroughfares for heavy freight traffic netted every continent, but lighter transport and the passenger services were wholly aerial. Over all the more populous districts, the air was ever aswarm with planes up to a height of 5 miles, where the giant airliners plied between the continents. The enterprise of an already distant past had brought every land under civilization. The Sahara was a lake district, crowded with sun-proud holiday resorts. The Arctic islands of Canada, ingeniously warmed by directed tropical currents, were the homes of vigorous northerners. The coasts of Antarctica, thawed in the same manner, were permanently inhabited by those engaged in exploiting the mineral wealth of the hinterland. Much of the power needed to keep this civilization in being was drawn from the buried remains of prehistoric vegetation in the form of coal. Although after the foundation of the world state, the fuel of Antarctica had been very carefully husbanded, the new supply of oil had given out in less than 3 centuries, and men were forced to drive their aeroplanes by electricity generated from coal. It soon became evident, however, that even the unexpectedly rich coal fields of Antarctica would not last forever. The cessation of oil had taught men a much-needed lesson, had made them feel the reality of the power problem. At the same time, the cosmopolitan spirit, which was learning to regard the whole race as compatriots, was also beginning to take a broader view temporally, and to see things with the eyes of remote generations. During the first and sanest 1,000 years of the world state, there was a widespread determination not to incur the blame of the future by wasting power. Thus not only was there serious economy, the first large-scale cosmopolitan enterprise, but also efforts were made to utilize more permanent sources of power. Wind was used extensively. On every building, swarms of windmills generated electricity, and every mountain range was similarly decorated, while every considerable fall of water forced its way through turbines. More important still was the utilization of power derived from volcanoes and from borings into the subterranean heat. This, it had been hoped, would solve the whole problem of power once and for all. But even in the earlier and more intelligent period of the world state, inventive genius was not what it had been, and no really satisfactory method was found. Consequently, at no stage of this civilization did volcanic sources do more than supplement the amazingly rich coal seams of Antarctica. In this region, coal was preserved at far greater depth than elsewhere, because, by some accident, the Earth's central heat was not here fierce enough, as it was elsewhere, to turn the deeper beds into graphite. Another possible source of power was known to exist in the ocean tides, but the use of this was forbidden by the SOS, because, since tidal motion was so obviously astronomical in origin, it had come to be regarded as sacred. Perhaps the greatest physical achievement of the first world state in its earlier and more vital phase had been in preventive medicine. Though the biological sciences had long ago become stereotyped in respect of fundamental theories, they continued to produce many practical benefits. No longer did men and women have to dread for themselves or those dear to them such afflictions as cancer, tuberculosis, angina pectoris, the rheumatic diseases, and the terrible disorders of the nervous system. No longer were there sudden microbic devastations. No longer was childbirth an ordeal, and womanhood itself a source of suffering. There were no more chronic invalids, no more lifelong cripples. Only senility remained, and even this could be repeatedly alleviated by physiological rejuvenation. The removal of all these ancient sources of weakness and misery, which formerly had lamed the race and haunted so many individuals, either with definite terrors or vague and scarcely conscious despond, brought about now a pervading buoyancy and optimism impossible to earlier peoples. 4. The culture of the First World State. Such was the physical achievement of this civilization. Nothing half so artificial and intricate and prosperous had ever before existed. An earlier age, indeed, had held before itself some such ideal as this, but its nationalistic mania prevented it from attaining the necessary economic unity. This latter-day civilization, however, had wholly outgrown nationalism, and had spent many centuries of peace in consolidating itself. But to what end? The terrors of destitution and ill health having been abolished, man's spirit was freed from a crippling burden, and might have dared great adventures. But unfortunately, his intelligence had by now seriously declined, and so this age, far more than the notorious 19th century, was the great age of barren complacency. Every individual was a well-fed and physically healthy human animal. He was also economically independent. His working day was never more than 6 hours, often only 4. He enjoyed a fair share of the products of industry, and in his long holidays he was free to wander in his own aeroplane all over the planet. With good luck, he might find himself rich, even for those days, at 40. And if fortune had not favored him, he might yet expect affluence before he was 80, when he could still look forward to a century of active life. But in spite of this material prosperity, he was a slave. His work and his leisure consisted of feverish activity, punctuated by moments of listless idleness, which he regarded as both sinful and unpleasant. Unless he was one of the furiously successful minority, he was apt to be haunted by moments of brooding, too formless to be called meditation, and of yearning, too blind to be called desire. For he and all his contemporaries were ruled by certain ideas which prevented them from living a fully human life. Of these ideas, one was the ideal of progress. For the individual, the goal imposed by his religious teaching was continuous advance in aeronautical prowess, legal sexual freedom, and millionaireship. For the race, also the ideal was progress, and progress of the same unintelligent type. Ever more brilliant and extensive aviation, ever more extensive legal sexual intercourse, ever more gigantic manufacture and consumption were to be coordinated in an ever more intricately organized social system. For the last 3,000 years, indeed, progress even of this rude kind had been minute. But this was a source of pride rather than of regret. It implied that the goal was already almost attained, the perfection which should justify the release of the secret of divine power and the inauguration of an era of incomparably mightier activity. For the all-pervading idea which tyrannized over the race was the fanatical worship of movement. Gordalfus, the prime mover, demanded of his human embodiments swift and intricate activity, and the individual's prospect of eternal life depended on the fulfillment of this obligation. Curiously, though science had long ago destroyed the belief in personal immortality as an intrinsic attribute of man, a complementary belief had grown up to the effect that those who justified themselves in action were preserved eternally, by special miracle, in the swift spirit of Gordalfus. Thus, from childhood to death, the individual's conduct was determined by the obligation to produce as much motion as possible, whether by his own muscular activity or by the control of natural forces. In the hierarchy of industry, 3 occupations were honored almost as much as the sacred order of scientists, namely flying, dancing, and athletics. Everyone practiced all 3 of these crafts to some extent, for they were imposed by religion. But the professional flyers and aeronautical engineers, and the professional dancers and athletes, were a privileged class. Several causes had raised flying to a position of unique honor. As a means of communication, it was of extreme practical importance, and as the swiftest locomotion, it constituted the supreme act of worship. The accident that the form of the aeroplane was reminiscent of the main symbol of the ancient Christian religion lent flying an additional mystical significance. for though the spirit of Christianity was lost, many of its symbols had been preserved in the new faith. A more important source of the dominance of flying was that, since warfare had long ceased to exist, aviation of a gratuitously dangerous kind was the main outlet for the innate adventurousness of the human animal. Young men and women risked their lives fervently for the glory of Gordelpus and their own salvation, while their seniors took vicarious satisfaction in this endless festival of youthful prowess. Indeed, apart from the thrills of devotional aerial acrobatics, it is unlikely that the race would so long have preserved its peace and its unity. On each of the frequent days of sacred flight, special rituals of communal and solo aviation were performed at every religious center. On these occasions, the whole sky would be intricately patterned with thousands of planes, wheeling, tumbling, soaring, plunging, in perfect order and at various altitudes, the dance at one level being subtly complementary to the dance at others. It was as though the spontaneous evolutions of many distinct flocks of Redshank and Dunlin were multiplied 1,000-fold in complexity, and subordinated to a single ever-developing terpsichorean theme. Then suddenly the whole would burst asunder to the horizon, leaving the sky open for the quartets, duets, and solos of the most brilliant stars of flight. At night also, regiments of planes bearing colored lights would inscribe on the zenith ever-changing and symbolical patterns of fire. Besides these aerial dances, there had existed for 800 years a custom of spelling out periodically in a dense flight of planes 6,000 miles long the sacred rubrics of the Gospel of Gordelpus, so that the living word might be visible to other planets. In the life of every individual, flying played a great part. Immediately after birth he was taken up by a priestess of flight and dropped, clinging to a parachute, to be deftly caught upon the wings of his father's plane. This ritual served as a substitute for contraception, forbidden as an interference with the divine energy. For since in many infants the old simian grasping instinct was atrophied, a large portion of the newborn let go and were smashed upon the paternal wings. At adolescence, the individual, male or female, took charge of a plane for the first time, and his life was subsequently punctuated by severe aeronautical tests. From middle age onwards, namely as a centenarian, when he could no longer hope to rise in the hierarchy of active flight, he continued to fly daily for practical purposes. The two other forms of ritual activity, dancing and athletics, were scarcely less important, nor were they confined wholly to the ground, for certain rites were celebrated by dances upon the wings of a plane in mid-air. Dancing was especially associated with the Negro race, which occupied a very peculiar position in the world at this time. As a matter of fact, the great color distinctions of mankind were now beginning to fade. Increased aerial communication had caused the black, brown, yellow, and white stocks so to mingle that everywhere there was by now a large majority of the racially indistinguishable. Nowhere was there any great number of persons of marked racial character, but each of the ancient types was liable to crop up now and again in isolated individuals, especially in its ancient homeland. These throwbacks were customarily treated in special and historically appropriate manners. Thus, for instance, it was to sports of definite Negro character that the most sacred dancing was entrusted. In the days of the nations, the descendants of emancipated African slaves in North America had greatly influenced the artistic and religious life of the white population, and had inspired a cult of Negroid dancing which survived till the end of the first men. This was partly due to the sexual and primitive character of Negro dancing, sorely needed in a nation ridden by sexual taboos. But it had also a deeper source. The American nation had acquired its slaves by capture, and had long continued to spurn their descendants. Later, it unconsciously compensated for its guilt by a cult of the Negro spirit. Thus, when American culture dominated the planet, the pure Negroes became a sacred caste. Forbidden many of the rights of citizenship, they were regarded as the private servants of Gordelpus. They were both sacred and outcast. This dual role was epitomized in an extravagant ritual which took place once a year in each of the great national parks. A white woman and Negro, both chosen for their prowess in dance, performed a long and symbolical ballet, which culminated in a ritual act of sexual violation, performed in full view of the maddened spectators. This over, the Negro knifed his victim, and fled through the forest pursued by an exultant mob. If he reached sanctuary, he became a peculiarly sacred object for the rest of his life. But if he was caught, he was torn to pieces, or drenched with inflammable spirit and burned. Such was the superstition of the first men at this time, that the participants in this ceremony were seldom reluctant, for it was firmly believed that both were assured of eternal life in Gordelpus. In America, this sacred lynching was the most popular of all festivals, for it was both sexual and bloody, and afforded a fierce joy to the masses whose sex life was restricted in secret. In India and Africa, the violator was always an Englishman, when such a rare creature could be found. In China, the whole character of the ceremony was altered, for the violation became a kiss, and the murder a touch with a fan. One other race, the Jews, were treated with a similar combination of honor and contempt, but for very different reasons. In ancient days, their general intelligence, and in particular their financial talent, had cooperated with their homelessness to make them outcasts, and now in the decline of the first men, they retained the fiction, if not strictly the fact, of racial integrity. They were still outcasts, though indispensable and powerful. Almost the only kind of intelligent activity which the first men could still respect was financial operation, whether private or cosmopolitan. The Jews had made themselves invaluable in the financial organization of the world state, having far outstripped the other races because they alone had preserved a furtive respect for pure intelligence. And so, long after intelligence had come to be regarded as disreputable in ordinary men and women, it was expected of the Jews. In them it was called satanic cunning, and they were held to be embodiments of the powers of evil, harnessed in the service of Gordelpus. Thus, in time, the Jews had made something like a corner in intelligence. This precious commodity they used largely for their own purposes, for 2,000 years of persecution had long ago rendered them permanently tribalistic, subconsciously, if not consciously. Thus, when they had gained control of the few remaining operations which demanded originality rather than routine, they used this advantage chiefly to strengthen their own position in the world. For, though relatively bright, they had suffered much of the general coarsening and limitation which had beset the whole world. Though capable to some extent of criticizing the practical means by which ends should be realized, they were by now wholly incapable of criticizing the major ends which had dominated their race for thousands of years. In them, intelligence had become utterly subservient to tribalism. There was thus some excuse for the universal hate and even physical repulsion with which they were regarded, for they alone had failed to make the one great advance from tribalism to a cosmopolitanism which in other races was no longer merely theoretical. There was good reason also for the respect which they received, since they retained and used somewhat ruthlessly a certain degree of the most distinctively human attribute, intelligence. In primitive times, the intelligence and sanity of the race had been preserved by the inability of its unwholesome members to survive. When humanitarianism came into vogue, and the unsound were tended at public expense, this natural selection ceased. And since these unfortunates were incapable alike of prudence and of social responsibility, they procreated without restraint, and threatened to infect the whole species with their rottenness. During the zenith of Western civilization, therefore, the subnormal were sterilized. But the latter-day worshippers of Gordelpus regarded both sterilization and contraception as a wicked interference with the divine potency. Consequently, the only restriction on population was the suspension of the newborn from aeroplanes, a process which, though it eliminated weaklings, favored among healthy infants rather the primitive than the highly developed. Thus the intelligence of the race steadily declined, and no one regretted it. The general revulsion from intelligence was a corollary of the adoration of instinct, and this in turn was an aspect of the worship of activity. Since the unconscious source of human vigor was the divine energy, spontaneous impulse must, so far as possible, never be thwarted. Reasoning was indeed permitted to the individual within the sphere of his official work, but never beyond. And not even specialists might indulge in reasoning and experiment without obtaining a license for the particular research. The license was expensive, and was only granted if the goal in view could be shown to be an increase of world activity. In old times, certain persons of morbid curiosity had dared to criticize the time-honored methods of doing things, and had suggested better methods not convenient to the sacred order of scientists. This had to be stopped. By the fourth millennium of the world state, the operations of civilization had become so intricately stereotyped that novel situations of a major order never occurred. One kind of intellectual pursuit in addition to finance was indeed honored, namely mathematical calculation. All ritual movements, all the motions of industrial machinery, all observable natural phenomena had to be minutely described in mathematical formulae. The records were filed in the sacred archives of the SOS, and there they remained. This vast enterprise of mathematical description was the main work of the scientist, and was said to be the only means by which the evanescent thing, movement, could be passed into the eternal being of Gordelphus. The cult of instinct did not result simply in a life of ungoverned impulse. Far from it. For the fundamental instinct, it was said, was the instinct to worship Gordelphus in action, and this should rule all the other instincts. Of these, the most important and sacred was the sexual impulse, which the first men had ever tended to regard as both divine and obscene. Sex, therefore, was now very strictly controlled. Reference to sexuality, save by circumlocution, was forbidden by law. Persons who remarked on the obvious sexual significance of the religious dances were severely punished. No sexual activity and no sex knowledge were permitted to the individual until he had won his or her wings. Much information of a distorted and perverted nature could indeed be gained meanwhile by observation of the religious writings and practices, but officially these sacred matters were all given a metaphysical, not a sexual interpretation. And though legal maturity, the wing-winning, might occur as early as the age of 15, sometimes it was not attained till 40. If at that age the individual still failed in the test, he or she was forbidden sexual intercourse and information forever. In China and India, this extravagant sexual taboo was somewhat mitigated. Many easygoing persons had come to feel that the imparting of sex knowledge to the immature was only wrong when the medium of communication was the sacred American language. They therefore made use of the local patois. Similarly, sexual activity of the immature was permissible so long as it was performed solely in the wild reserves and without American speech. These subterfuges, however, were condemned by the Orthodox, even in Asia. When a man had won his wings, he was formally initiated into the mystery of sex and all its biologico-religious significance. He was also allowed to take a domestic wife, and after a much more severe aviation test, any number of symbolical wives. Similarly with the woman. These two kinds of partnership differed greatly. The domestic husband and wife appeared in public together, and their union was indissoluble. The symbolic union, on the other hand, could be dissolved by either party. Also, it was too sacred ever to be revealed, or even mentioned, in public. A very large number of persons never passed the test which sanctioned sexuality. These either remained virgin, or indulged in sexual relations which were not only illegal, but sacrilegious. The successful, on the other hand, were apt to consummate sexually every casual acquaintance. Under these circumstances, it was natural that there should exist among the sexually submerged part of the population certain secret cults which sought escape from harsh reality into worlds of fantasy. Of these illicit sects, two were most widespread. One was a perversion of the ancient Christian faith in a God of love. All love, it was said, is sexual. Therefore, in worship, private or public, the individual must seek a direct sexual relation with God. Hence arose a grossly phallic cult, very contemptible to those more fortunate persons who had no need of it. The other great heresy was derived partly from the energy of repressed intellective impulses, and was practiced by persons of natural curiosity, who nevertheless shared the universal paucity of intelligence. These pathetic devotees of intellect were inspired by Socrates. That great primitive had insisted that clear thought is impossible without clear definition of terms, and that without clear thinking man misses fullness of being. These his last disciples were scarcely less fervent admirers of truth than their master, yet they missed his spirit completely. Only by knowing the truth, they said, can the individual attain immortality. Only by defining can he know the truth. Therefore, meeting together in secret, and in constant danger of arrest for illicit intellection, they disputed endlessly about the definition of things. But the things which they were concerned to define were not the basic concepts of human thought, for these, they affirmed, had been settled once and for all by Socrates and his immediate followers. Therefore, accepting these as true, and grossly misunderstanding them, the ultimate Socratics undertook to define all the processes of the world-state and the ritual of the established religion, all the emotions of men and women, all the shapes of noses, mouths, buildings, mountains, clouds, and in fact the whole superficies of their world. Thus they believed that they emancipated themselves from the Philistinism of their age, and secured comradeship with Socrates in the hereafter. 5. Downfall. The collapse of this first world civilization was due to the sudden failure of the supplies of coal. All the original fields had been sapped centuries earlier, and it should have been obvious that those more recently discovered could not last forever. For some thousands of years the main supply had come from Antarctica. So prolific was this continent that latterly a superstition had arisen in the clouded minds of the world's citizens that it was in some mysterious manner inexhaustible. Thus, when at last, in spite of strict censorship, the news began to leak out that even the deepest possible borings had failed to reveal further vegetable deposits of any kind, the world was at first incredulous. The sane policy would have been to abolish the huge expense of power on ritual flying, which used more of the community's resources than the whole of productive industry. But to believers in Gordelpas, such a course was almost unthinkable. Moreover, it would have undermined the flying aristocracy. This powerful class now declared that the time had come for the release of the secret of divine power, and called on the SOS to inaugurate the new era. Vociferous agitation in all lands put the scientists in an awkward plight. They gained time by declaring that, though the moment of revelation was approaching, it had not yet arrived, for they had received a divine intimation that this failure of coal was imposed as a supreme test of man's faith. The service of Gordelpas in ritual flight must be rather increased than reduced. Spending a bare minimum of its power on secular matters, the race must concentrate upon religion. When Gordelpas had evidence of their devotion and trust, he would permit the scientists to save them. Such was the prestige of science that at first this explanation was universally accepted. The ritual flights were maintained, all luxury trades were abolished, and even vital services were reduced to a minimum. Workers thus thrown out of employment were turned over to agricultural labor. For it was felt that the use of mechanical power in mere tillage must be as soon as possible abolished. These changes demanded far more organizing ability than was left in the race. Confusion was widespread, save here and there where serious organization was attempted by certain Jews. The first result of this great movement of economy and self-denial was to cause something of a spiritual awakening among many who had formerly lived a life of bored ease. This was augmented by the widespread sense of crisis and impending marvels. Religion, which in spite of its universal authority in this age, had become a matter of ritual rather than of inward experience, began to stir in many hearts, not indeed as a moment of true worship, but rather as a vague awe, not unmixed with self-importance. But as the novelty of this enthusiasm dwindled, and life became increasingly uncomfortable, even the most zealous began to notice with horror that in moments of inactivity they were prone to doubts too shocking to confess. And as the situation worsened, even a life of ceaseless action could not suppress these wicked fantasies. For the race was now entering upon an unprecedented psychological crisis, brought about by the impact of the economic disaster upon a permanently unwholesome mentality. Each individual, it must be remembered, had once been a questioning child, but had been taught to shun curiosity as the breath of Satan. Consequently, the whole race was suffering from a kind of inverted repression, a repression of the intellective impulses. The sudden economic change, which affected all classes throughout the planet, thrust into the focus of attention a shocking curiosity, an obsessive skepticism, which had hitherto been buried in the deepest recesses of the mind. It is not easy to conceive the strange mental disorder that now afflicted the whole race, symbolizing itself in some cases by fits of actual physical vertigo. After centuries of prosperity, of routine, of orthodoxy, men were suddenly possessed by a doubt which they regarded as diabolical. No one said a word of it, but in each man's own mind the fiend raised a whispering head, and each was haunted by the troubled eyes of his fellows. Indeed, the whole changed circumstances of his life jibed at his credulity. Earlier in the career of the race, this world crisis might have served to wake men into sanity. Under the first pressure of distress, they might have abandoned the extravagances of their culture. But by now, the ancient way of life was too deeply rooted. Consequently, we observe the fantastic spectacle of a world engaged, devotedly and even heroically, on squandering its resources in vast aeronautical displays, not through single-minded faith in their rightness and efficacy, but solely in a kind of desperate automatism. Like those little rodents whose migration became barred by an encroachment of the sea, so that annually they drowned themselves in thousands, the first men helplessly continued in their ritualistic behavior. But unlike the lemmings, they were human enough to be at the same time oppressed by unbelief, an unbelief which, moreover, they dared not recognize. Meanwhile, the scientists were earnestly and secretly delving in the ancient literature of their science, in hope of discovering the forgotten talisman. They undertook also clandestine experiments, but upon a false trail laid by the wily English contemporary of the discoverer. The main results were that several researchers were poisoned or electrocuted, and a great college was blown up. This event impressed the populace, who supposed the accident to be due to an over-daring exercise of the divine potency. The misunderstanding inspired the desperate scientists to rig further impressive miracles, and moreover to use them to dispel the increasing restlessness of hungry industrial workers. Thus, when a deputation arrived outside the offices of Cosmopolitan Agriculture to demand more flour for industrialists, Gordelphus miraculously blew up the ground on which they stood, and flung their bodies among the onlookers. When the agriculturalists of China struck to obtain a reasonable allowance of electric power for their tillage, Gordelphus affected them with an evil atmosphere, so that they choked and died in thousands. Stimulated in this manner by direct divine intervention, the doubting and disloyal elements of the world population recovered their faith and their docility. And so the world jogged on for a while, as nearly as possible as it had done for the last 4,000 years, save for a general increase of hunger and ill health. But inevitably, as the conditions of life became more and more severe, docility gave place to desperation. Daring spirits began publicly to question the wisdom and even the piety of so vast an expenditure of power upon ritual flight. When prime necessities such as food and clothing were becoming so scarce, did not this helpless devotion merely ridicule them in the divine eyes? God helps him who helps himself. Already the death rate had risen alarmingly. Emaciated and ragged persons were beginning to beg in public places. In certain districts, whole populations were starving, and the Directorate did nothing for them. Yet elsewhere, harvests were being wasted for lack of power to reap them. In all lands, an angry clamor arose for the inauguration of the new era. The scientists were by now panic-stricken. Nothing had come of their researches, and it was evident that in future all wind and water power must be devoted to the primary industries. Even so, there was starvation ahead for many. The president of the Physical Society suggested to the Directorate that ritual flying should at once be reduced by half, as a compromise with Gordelphus. Immediately the hideous truth, which few hitherto had dared to admit even to themselves, was blurted out upon the ether by a prominent Jew. The whole hoary legend of the divine secret was a lie. Else why were the physicists temporizing? Dismay and rage spread over the planet. Everywhere the people rose against the scientists and against the governing authority which they control. Massacres and measures of retaliation soon developed into civil wars. China and India declared themselves free national states, but could not achieve internal unity. In America, ever a stronghold of science and religion, the government maintained its authority for a while. But as its seat became less secure, its methods became more ruthless. Finally, it made the mistake of using not merely poison gas, but microbes. And such was the decayed state of medical science that no one could invent a means of restraining their ravages. The whole American continent succumbed to a plague of pulmonary and nervous diseases. The ancient American madness, which long ago had been used against China, now devastated America. The great stations of water power and wind power were wrecked by lunatic mobs who sought vengeance upon anything associated with authority. Whole populations vanished in an orgy of cannibalism. In Asia and Africa, some semblance of order was maintained for a while. Presently, however, the American madness spread to these continents also, and very soon all living traces of their civilization vanished. Only in the most naturally fertile areas of the world could the diseased remnant of a population now scrape a living from the soil. Elsewhere, utter desolation. With easy strides, the jungle came back into its own. Chapter 5. The Fall of the First Men. 1. The First Dark Age. We have reached a period in man's history rather less than 5,000 years after the life of Newton. In this chapter we must cover about 115,000 years, and in the next chapter another 10 million years. That will bring us to a point as remotely future from the first world state as the earliest anthropoids were remotely past. During the first tenth of the first million years after the fall of the world state, during 100,000 years, man remained in complete eclipse. Not till the close of this span, which we will call the First Dark Age, did he struggle once more from savagery through barbarism into civilization, and then his renaissance was relatively brief. From its earliest beginnings to its end, it covered only 15,000 years, and in its final agony the planet was so seriously damaged that mind lay henceforth in deep slumber for 10 more millions of years. This was the Second Dark Age. Such is the field which we must observe in this and the following chapter. It might have been expected that, after the downfall of the first world state, recovery would have occurred within a few generations. Historians have, indeed, often puzzled over the cause of this surprisingly complete and lasting degradation. Innate human nature was roughly the same immediately after as immediately before the crisis, yet minds that had easily maintained a world civilization in being proved quite incapable of building a new order on the ruins of the old. Far from recovering, man's estate rapidly deteriorated till it had sunk into abject savagery. Many causes contributed to this result, some relatively superficial and temporary, some profound and lasting. It is as though fate, directing events toward an allotted end, had availed herself of many diverse instruments, none of which would have sufficed alone, though all worked together irresistibly in the same sense. The immediate cause of the helplessness of the race during the actual crisis of the world state was, of course, the vast epidemic of insanity, and still more widespread deterioration of intelligence, which resulted from the use of microbes. This momentary seizure made it impossible for man to check his downfall during its earliest and least unmanageable stage. Later, when the epidemic was spent, even though civilization was already in ruins, a concerted effort of devotion might yet have rebuilt it on a more modest plan. But among the first men, only a minority had ever been capable of wholehearted devotion. The great majority were by nature too much obsessed by private impulses. And in this black period, such was the depth of disillusion and fatigue that even normal resolution was impossible. Not only man's social structure, but the structure of the universe itself, it seemed, had failed. The only reaction was supine despair. 4,000 years of routine had deprived human nature of all its suppleness. To expect these beings to refashion their whole behavior were scarcely less unreasonable than to expect ants, when their nest was flooded, to assume the habits of water beetles. But a far more profound and lasting cause doomed the first men to lie prone for a long while once they had fallen. A subtle physiological change, which it is tempting to call general senescence of the species, was undermining the human body and mind. The chemical equilibrium of each individual was becoming more unstable, so that, little by little, man's unique gift of prolonged youth was being lost. Far more rapidly than of old, his tissues failed to compensate for the wear and tear of living. This disaster was by no means inevitable, but it was brought on by influences peculiar to the makeup of the species, and aggravated artificially. For during some thousands of years, man had been living at too high a pressure in a biologically unnatural environment, and had found no means of compensating his nature for the strain thus put upon it. Conceive, then, that after the fall of the first world state, the generations slid rapidly through dusk into night. To inhabit those centuries was to live in the conviction of universal decay and under the legend of a mighty past. The population was derived almost wholly from the agriculturists of the old order, and since agriculture had been considered a sluggish and base occupation, fit only for sluggish natures, the planet was now peopled with yokels. Deprived of power, machinery, and chemical fertilizers, these bumpkins were hard put to it to keep themselves alive, and indeed only 1/10 of their numbers survived the great disaster. The second generation knew civilization only as a legend. Their days were filled with ceaseless tillage, and in banding together to fight marauders. Women became once more sexual and domestic chattels. The family, or tribe of families, became the largest social whole. Endless brawls and feuds sprang up between valley and valley, and between the tillers and the brigand swarms. Small military tyrants rose and fell, but no permanent unity of control could be maintained over a wide region. There was no surplus wealth to spend on such luxuries as governments and trained armies. Thus, without appreciable change, the millennia dragged on in squalid drudgery. For these latter-day barbarians were hampered by living in a used planet. Not only were coal and oil no more, but almost no mineral wealth of any kind remained within reach of their feeble instruments and wits. In particular, the minor metals needed for so many of the multifarious activities of developed material civilization had long ago disappeared from the more accessible depths of the earth's crust. Tillage, moreover, was hampered by the fact that iron itself, which was no longer to be had without mechanical mining, was now inaccessible. Men had been forced to resort once more to stone implements, as their first human ancestors had done. But they lacked both the skill and the persistence of the ancients. Not for them the delicate flaking of the Paleoliths, nor the smooth symmetry of the Neoliths. Their tools were but broken pebbles, chipped improvements upon natural stones. On almost every one they engraved the same pathetic symbol, the swastika or cross, which had been used by the first men as a sacred emblem throughout their existence, though with varying significance. In this instance, it had originally been the figure of an aeroplane diving to destruction, and had been used by the rebels to symbolize the downfall of Gordelphus and the state. But subsequent generations reinterpreted the emblem as the sign manual of a divine ancestor, and as a memento of the golden age from which they were destined to decline forever, or until the gods should intervene. Almost one might say that in its persistent use of this symbol, the first human species unwittingly epitomized its own dual and self-thwarting nature. The idea of irresistible decay obsessed the race at this time. The generation which brought about the downfall of the world state oppressed its juniors with stories of past amenities and marvels, and hugged to itself the knowledge that the young men had not the wit to rebuild such complexity. Generation by generation, as the circumstances of actual life became more squalid, the legend of past glory became more extravagant. The whole mass of scientific knowledge was rapidly lost, save for a few shreds which were of practical service even in savage life. Fragments of the old culture were indeed preserved in the tangle of folklore that meshed the globe, but they were distorted beyond recognition. Thus there was a widespread belief that the world had begun as fire, and that life had evolved out of the fire. After the apes had appeared, evolution ceased, so it was said, until divine spirits came down and possessed the female apes, thereby generating human beings. Thus had arisen the golden age of the divine ancestors. But unfortunately, after a while, the beast in man had triumphed over the god, so that progress had given place to age-long decay. And indeed decay was now unavoidable, until such time as the gods should see fit to come down to cohabit with women and fire the race once more. This faith in the second coming of the gods persisted here and there throughout the first dark age, and consoled men for their vague conviction of degeneracy. Even at the close of the first dark age, the ruins of the ancient residential pylons still characterized every landscape, often with an effect of synod domination over the hovels of latter-day savages. For the living races dwelt beneath these relics like puny grandchildren, playing around the feet of their fathers' once mightier fathers. So well had the past built, and with such durable materials, that even after 100 millennia the ruins were still recognizably artifacts. Though for the most part they were of course by now little more than pyramids of debris overgrown with grass and brushwood, most of them retained some stretch of standing wall, and here and there a favored specimen still reared from its rubble-encumbered base 100 foot or so of cliff, punctured with windows. Fantastic legends now clustered round these relics. In one myth, the men of old had made for themselves huge palaces which could fly. For 1,000 years, an eon to these savages, men had dwelt in unity and in reverence of the gods. But at last they had become puffed up with their own glory, and had undertaken to fly to the sun and moon and the field of stars, to oust the gods from their bright home. But the gods sowed discord among them, so that they fell a-fighting one another in the upper air, and their swift palaces crashed down to the earth in thousands to be monuments of man's folly forever after. In yet another saga, it was the men themselves who were winged. They inhabited dovecots of masonry, with summits overtopping the stars and outraging the gods, who therefore destroyed them. Thus, in one form or another, this theme of the downfall of the mighty flyers of old tyrannized over these abject peoples. Their crude tillage, their hunting, their defense against the reviving carnivora, were hampered at every turn by fear of offending the gods by any innovation. 2. The rise of Patagonia. As the centuries piled up, the human species had inevitably diverged once more into many races in the various geographical areas, and each race consisted of a swarm of tribes, each ignorant of all but its immediate neighbors. After many millennia, this vast diversification of stocks and cultures made it possible for fresh biological transfusions and revivifications to occur. At last, after many racial copulations, a people arose in whom the ancient dignity of humanity was somewhat restored. Once more there was a real distinction between the progressive and the backward regions, between primitive and relatively enlightened cultures. This rebirth occurred in the southern hemisphere. Complex climatic changes had rendered the southern part of South America a fit nursery for civilization. Further, an immense warping of the earth's crust to the east and south of Patagonia had turned what was once a relatively shallow region of the ocean into a vast new land connecting America with Antarctica by way of the former Falkland Islands and South Georgia, and stretching thence east and northeast into the heart of the Atlantic. It happened also that in South America the racial conditions were more favorable than elsewhere. After the fall of the First World State, the European element in this region had dwindled, and the ancient Indian and Peruvian stock had come into dominance. Many thousands of years earlier, this race had achieved a primitive civilization of its own. After its ruin at the hands of the Spaniards, it had seemed a broken and negligible thing. Yet it had ever kept itself curiously aloof in spirit from its conquerors. Though the two stocks had mingled inextricably, there remained ever in the remoter parts of this continent a way of life which was foreign to the dominant Americanism. Superficially Americanized, it remained fundamentally Indian and unintelligible to the rest of the world. Throughout the former civilization, this spirit had lain dormant like a seed in winter, but with the return of barbarism it had sprouted, and quietly spread in all directions. From the interaction of this ancient primitive culture and the many other racial elements left over in the continent from the old cosmopolitan civilization, civil life was to begin once more. Thus, in a manner, the Incas were at last to triumph over their conquerors. Various causes, then, combined in South America, and especially in the new and virgin plains of Patagonia, to bring the first dark age to an end. The great theme of mind began to repeat itself, but in a minor key. For a grave disability hampered the Patagonians. They began to grow old before their adolescence was completed. In the days of Einstein, an individual's youth lasted some 25 years, and under the world state it had been artificially doubled. After the downfall of civilization, the increasing natural brevity of the individual life was no longer concealed by artifice, and at the end of the first dark age, a boy of 15 was already settling into middle age. Patagonian civilization at its height afforded considerable ease and security of life, and enabled man to live to 70 or even 80. But the period of sensitive and supple youth remained at the very best little more than a decade and a half. Thus the truly young were never able to contribute to culture before they were already at heart middle-aged. At 15 their bones were definitely becoming brittle, their hair grizzled, their faces lined. Their joints and muscles were stiffening, their brains were no longer quick to learn new adjustments, their fervor was evaporating. It may seem strange that under these circumstances any kind of civilization could be achieved by the race, that any generation should ever have been able to do more than learn the tricks of its elders. Yet in fact, though progress was never swift, it was steady. For though these beings lacked much of the vigor of youth, they were compensated somewhat by escaping much of youth's fevers and distractions. The first men, in fact, were now a race whose wild oats had been sown. And though their youthful escapades had somewhat crippled them, they had now the advantage of sobriety and singleness of purpose. Though doomed by lassitude and a certain fear of extravagance to fall short of the highest achievements of their predecessors, they avoided much of the wasteful incoherence and mental conflict which had tortured the earlier civilization at its height, though not in its decline. Moreover, because their animal nature was somewhat subdued, the Patagonians were more capable of dispassionate cognition, and more inclined toward intellectualism. They were a people in whom rational behavior was less often subverted by passion, though more liable to fail through mere indolence or faint-heartedness. Though they found detachment relatively easy, theirs was the detachment of mere lassitude, not the leap from the prison of life's cravings into a more spacious world. One source of the special character of the Patagonian mind was that in it the sexual impulse was relatively weak. Many obscure causes had helped to temper that lavish sexuality in respect of which the first human species differed from all other animals, even the continuously sexual apes. These causes were diverse, but they combined to produce in the last phase of the life of the species a general curtailment of excess energy. In the Dark Ages, the severity of the struggle for existence had thrust the sexual interest back almost into the subordinate place which it occupies in the animal mind. Coitus became a luxury only occasionally desired, while self-preservation had become once more an urgent and ever-present necessity. When at last life began to be easier, sexuality remained in partial eclipse, for the forces of racial senescence were at work. Thus the Patagonian culture differed in mood from all the earlier cultures of the first men. Hitherto it had been the clash of sexuality and social taboo that had generated half the fervor and half the delusions of the race. The excess energy of a victorious species, directed by circumstance into the great river of sex and dammed by social convention, had been canalized for 1,000 labors, and though often it would break loose and lay all waste before it, in the main it had been turned to good account. At all times, indeed, it had been prone to escape in all directions and carve out channels for itself, as a lopped tree stump sends forth not one, but a score of shoots. Hence the richness, diversity, incoherence, violent and uncomprehended cravings and enthusiasms of the earlier peoples. In the Patagonians there was no such luxuriance. That they were not highly sexual was not in itself a weakness. What mattered was that the springs of energy which formerly happened to flood into the channel of sex were themselves impoverished. Conceive, then, a small and curiously sober people, established east of the ancient Bahia Blanca, and advancing century by century over the plains and up the valleys. In time it reached and encircled the heights which were once the island of South Georgia, while to the north and west it spread into the Brazilian highlands and over the Andes. Definitely of higher type than any of their neighbors, definitely more vigorous and acute, the Patagonians were without serious rivals, and since by temperament they were peaceable and conciliatory, their cultural progress was little delayed, either by military imperialism or internal strife. Like their predecessors in the northern hemisphere, they passed through phases of disruption and union, retrogression and regeneration. But their career was on the whole more steadily progressive and less dramatic than anything that had occurred before. Earlier peoples had leapt from barbarism to civil life and collapsed again within 1,000 years. The slow march of the Patagonians took 10 times as long to pass from a tribal to a civic organization. Eventually they comprised a vast and highly organized community of autonomous provinces, whose political and cultural center lay upon the new coast northeast of the ancient Falkland Islands, while its barbarian outskirts included much of Brazil and Peru. The absence of serious strife between the various parts of this empire was due partly to an innately pacific disposition, partly to a genius for organization. These influences were strengthened by a curiously potent tradition of cosmopolitanism, or human unity, which had been born in the agony of disunion before the days of the world state, and was so burnt into men's hearts that it survived as an element of myth even through the Dark Age. So powerful was this tradition that even when the sailing ships of Patagonia had founded colonies in remote Africa and Australia, these new communities remained at heart one with the mother country. Even when the almost Nordic culture of the new and temperate Antarctic coasts had outshone the ancient center, the political harmony of the race was never in danger. 3. The Cult of Youth. The Patagonians passed through all the spiritual phases that earlier races had experienced, but in a distinctive manner. They had their primitive tribal religion, derived from the dark past and based on the fear of natural forces. They had their monotheistic impersonation of power as a vindictive creator. Their most adored racial hero was a god-man who abolished the old religion of fear. They had their phases also of devout ritual and their phases of rationalism, and again their phases of empirical curiosity. Most significant for the historian who would understand their special mentality is the theme of the God-man. So curiously did it resemble, yet differ from, similar themes in earlier cultures of the first human species. He was conceived as eternally adolescent, and is mystically the son of all men and women. Far from being the elder brother, he was the favorite child, and indeed he epitomizes that youthful energy and enthusiasm which the race now guessed was slipping away from it. Though the sexual interest of this people was weak, the parental interest was curiously strong. But the worship of the favorite son was not merely parental. It expressed also both the individual's craving for his own lost youth and his obscure sense that the race itself was senescent. It was believed that the prophet had actually lived a century as a fresh adolescent. He was designated the boy who refused to grow up. And this vigor of will was possible to him, it was said, because in him the feeble vitality of the race was concentrated many millionfold. For he was the fruit of all parental passion that ever was and would be, and as such he was divine. Primarily he was the Son of Man, but also he was God. For God in this religion was no prime creator, but the fruit of man's endeavor. The Creator was brute power, which had quite inadvertently begotten a being nobler than itself. God, the adorable, was the eternal outcome of man's labor in time, the eternally realized promise of what man himself should become. Yet though this cult was based on the will for a young-hearted future, it was also overhung by a dread, almost at times a certainty, that in fact such a future would never be, that the race was doomed to grow old and die, that spirit could never conquer the corruptible flesh, but must fade and vanish. Only by taking to heart the message of the divine boy, it was said, could man hope to escape this doom. Such was the legend. It is instructive to examine the reality. The actual individual in whom this myth of the favorite son was founded was indeed remarkable. Born of shepherd parents among the southern Andes, he had first become famous as the leader of a romantic youth movement. And it was this early stage of his career that won him followers. He urged the young to set an example to the old, to live their own life undaunted by conventions, to enjoy, to work hard but briefly, to be loyal comrades. Above all, he preached the religious duty of remaining young in spirit. No one, he said, need grow old, if he willed earnestly not to do so, if he would but keep his soul from falling asleep, his heart open to all rejuvenating influences and shut to every breath of senility. The delight of soul in soul, he said, was the great rejuvenator. It recreated both lover and beloved. If Patagonians would only appreciate each other's beauty without jealousy, the race would grow young again. And the mission of his ever-increasing band of youth was nothing less than the rejuvenation of man. The propagation of this attractive gospel was favored by a seeming miracle. The prophet turned out to be biologically unique among Patagonians. When many of his coevals were showing signs of senescence, he remained physically young. Also, he possessed a sexual vigor which to the Patagonians seemed miraculous. And since sexual taboo was unknown, he exercised himself so heartily in love-making that he had paramours in every village, and presently his offspring were numbered in hundreds. In this respect his followers strove hard to live up to him, though with small success. But it was not only physically that the prophet remained young. He preserved also a strikingly youthful agility of mind. His sexual prodigality, though startling to his contemporaries, was in him a temperate overflow of surplus energy. Far from exhausting him, it refreshed him. Presently, however, this exuberance gave place to a more sober life of work and meditation. It was in this period that he began to differentiate himself mentally from his fellows. For at 25, when most Patagonians were deeply settled into a mental groove, he was still battling with successive waves of ideas and striking out into the unknown. Not till he was 40, and still physically in earliest prime, did he gather his strength and deliver himself of his mature gospel. This, his considered view of existence, turned out to be almost unintelligible to Patagonians. Though in a sense it was an expression of their own culture, it was an expression upon a plane of vitality to which very few of them could ever reach. The climax came when, during a ceremony in the supreme temple of the capital city, while the worshippers were all prostrated before the hideous image of the Creator, the ageless prophet strode up to the altar, regarded first the congregation and then the god, burst into a hearty peal of laughter, slapped the image resoundingly, and cried, "Ugly, I salute you, not as almighty, but as the greatest of all jokers. To have such a face, and yet to be admired for it, to be so empty, and yet so feared." Instantly there was hubbub. But such was the young iconoclast's godlike radiance, confidence, unexpectedness, and such his reputation as the miraculous boy, that when he turned upon the crowd they fell silent and listened to his scolding. "Fools!" he cried. "Senile infants! If God really likes your adulation and all this hugger-mugger, it is because he enjoys the joke against you and against himself, too. You are too serious, yet not serious enough. Too solemn, and all for puerile ends. You are so eager for life that you cannot live. You cherish your youth so much that it flies from you. When I was a boy, I said, 'Let us keep young,' and you applauded, and went about hugging your toys and refusing to grow up. What I said was not bad for a boy, but it was not enough. Now I am a man, and I say, for God's sake, grow up. Of course we must keep young. But it is useless to keep young if we do not also grow up, and never stop growing up. To keep young, surely, is just to keep supple and keen, and to grow up is not at all a mere sinking into stiffness and into disillusion, but a rising into ever finer skill in all the actions of the game of living. There is something else, too, which is a part of growing up. To see that life is really, after all, a game. A terribly serious game, no doubt, but nonetheless a game. When we play a game as it should be played, we strain every muscle to win, but all the while we are less for winning than for the game, and we play the better for it. When barbarians play against a Patagonian team, they forget that it is a game, and go mad for victory, and then how we despise them. If they find themselves losing, they turn savage. If winning, blatant. Either way, the game is murdered, and they cannot see that they are slaughtering a lovely thing. How they pester and curse the umpire, too. I have done that myself, of course, before now. Not in games, but in life. I have actually cursed the umpire of life. Better so, anyhow, than to insult him with presents in the hope of being favored. Which is what you are doing here with your salams and your vows. I never did that. I merely hated him. Then later I learned to laugh at him, or rather at the thing you set up in his place. But now, at last I see him clearly, and laugh with him at myself for having missed the spirit of the game. But as for you, coming here to fawn and whine and catch favors of the umpire." At this point the people rushed toward him to seize him, but he checked them with a young laugh that made them love while they hated. He spoke again. "I want to tell you how I came to learn my lesson. I have a queer love for clambering about the high mountains, and once when I was up among the snowfields and precipices of Aconcagua, I was caught in a blizzard. Perhaps some of you may know what storms can be like in the mountains. The air became a hurtling flood of snow. I was swallowed up and carried away. After many hours of floundering, I fell into a snowdrift. I tried to rise, but fell again and again till my head was buried. The thought of death enraged me, for there was still so much that I wanted to do. I struggled frantically, vainly. Then suddenly, how can I put it? I saw the game that I was losing, and it was good. Good no less to lose than to win, for it was the game now, not victory, that mattered. Hitherto I had been blindfold, and a slave to victory. Suddenly I was free, and with sight, for now I saw myself, and all of us, through the eyes of the umpire. It was as though a play actor were to see the whole play with his own part in it, through the author's eyes, from the auditorium. Here I was, acting the part of a rather fine man who had come to grief through his own carelessness before his work was done. For me, a character in the play, the situation was hideous. Yet for me, the spectator, it had become excellent within a wider excellence. I saw that it was equally so with all of us, and with all the worlds. For I seemed to see 1,000 worlds taking part with us in the great show, and I saw everything through the calm eyes, the exultant, almost derisive, yet not unkindly eyes of the playwright. Well, it had seemed that my exit had come. But no, there was still a cue for me. Somehow I was so strengthened by this new view of things that I struggled out of the snowdrift, and here I am once more. But I am a new man. My spirit is free. While I was a boy, I said, "Grow more alive." But in those days I never guessed that there was an aliveness far intenser than youth's flicker, a kind of still incandescence. Is there no one here who knows what I mean? No one who at least desires this keener living? The first step is to outgrow this adulation of life itself, and this cadging obsequiousness toward power. Come, put it away. Break the ridiculous image in your hearts, as I now smash this idol. So saying, he picked up a great candlestick and shattered the image. Once more there was an uproar, and the temple authorities had him arrested. Not long afterwards he was tried for sacrilege and executed. For this final extravagance was but the climax of many indiscretions, and those in power were glad to have so obvious a pretext for extinguishing this brilliant but dangerous lunatic. But the cult of the divine boy had already become very popular, for the earlier teaching of the prophet expressed the fundamental craving of the Patagonians. Even his last and perplexing message was accepted by his followers, though without real understanding. Emphasis was laid upon the act of iconoclasm rather than upon the spirit of his exhortation. Century by century, the new religion, for such it was, spread over the civilized world, and the race seemed to have been spiritually rejuvenated to some extent by widespread fervor. Physically also a certain rejuvenation took place, for before his death this unique biological sport, or throwback to an earlier vitality, produced some thousands of sons and daughters, and they in turn propagated the good seed far and wide. Undoubtedly it was this new strain that brought about the golden age of Patagonia, greatly improving the material conditions of the race, carrying civilization into the northern continents, and attacking problems of science and philosophy with renewed ardor. But the revival was not permanent. The descendants of the prophet prided themselves too much on violent living. Physically, sexually, mentally, they overreached themselves and became enfeebled. Moreover, little by little the potent strain was diluted and overwhelmed by intercourse with the greater volume of the innately senile. so that after a few centuries the race returned to its middle-aged mood. At the same time, the vision of the divine boy was gradually distorted. At first it had been youth's ideal of what youth should be, a pattern woven of fanatical loyalty, irresponsible gaiety, comradeship, physical gusto, and not a little pure devilry. But insensibly it became a pattern of that which was expected of youth by sad maturity. The violent young hero was sentimentalized into the senior's vision of childhood, naive and docile. All that had been violent was forgotten, and what was left became a whimsical and appealing stimulus to the parental impulses. At the same time, this phantom was credited with all the sobriety and caution which are so easily appreciated by the middle-aged. Inevitably, this distorted image of youth became an incubus upon the actual young men and women of the race. It was held up as the model of social virtue, but it was a model to which they could never conform without doing violence to their best nature, since it was not any longer an expression of youth at all. Just as, in an earlier age, woman had been idealized and at the same time hobbled, so now youth. Some few, indeed, throughout the history of Patagonia, attained a clearer vision of the prophet. Fewer still were able to enter into the spirit of his final message, in which his enduring youthfulness raised him to a maturity alien to Patagonia. For the tragedy of this people was not so much their senescence as their arrested growth. Feeling themselves old, they yearned to be young again. But through fixed immaturity of mind, they could never recognize that the true, though unlooked-for, fulfillment of youth's passionate craving is not the mere achievement of the ends of youth itself, but an advance into a more awake and far-seeing vitality. 4. The catastrophe. It was in these latter days that the Patagonians discovered the civilization that had preceded them. In rejecting the ancient religion of fear, they had abandoned also the legend of a remote magnificence, and had come to regard themselves as pioneers of the mind. In the new continent which was their homeland, there were of course no relics of the ancient order, and the ruins that besprinkled the older regions had been explained as mere freaks of nature. But latterly, with the advance of natural knowledge, archaeologists had reconstructed something of the forgotten world, and the crisis came when, in the basement of a shattered pylon in China, they found a store of metal plates, constructed of an immensely durable artificial element, on which were embossed crowded lines of writing. These objects were, in fact, blocks from which books were printed 1,000 centuries earlier. Other deposits were soon discovered, and bit by bit the dead language was deciphered. Within 3 centuries, the outline of the ancient culture was laid bare, and presently the whole history of man's rise and ruin fell upon this latter-day civilization with crushing effect, as though an ancient pylon were to have fallen on a village of wigwams at his foot. The pioneers discovered that all the ground which they had so painfully won from the wild had been conquered long ago and lost, that on the material side their glory was nothing beside the glory of the past, and that in the sphere of mind they had established only a few scattered settlements, where formerly was an empire. The Patagonian system of natural knowledge had been scarcely further advanced than that of pre-Newtonian Europe. They had done little more than conceive the scientific spirit and unlearn a few superstitions, and now suddenly they came into a vast inheritance of thought. This in itself was a gravely disturbing experience for a people of strong intellectual interest, but even more overwhelming was the discovery, borne in on them in the course of their research, that the past had been not only brilliant, but crazy, and that in the long run the crazy element had completely triumphed. For the Patagonian mind was by now too sane and empirical to accept the ancient knowledge without testing it. The findings of the archaeologists were handed over to the physicists and other scientists, and the firm thought and valuation of Europe and America at their zenith were soon distinguished from the degenerate products of the world state. The upshot of this impact with a more developed civilization was dramatic and tragic. It divided the Patagonians into loyalists and rebels, into those who clung to the view that the new learning was a satanic lie, and those who faced the facts. To the former party, the facts were thoroughly depressing. The latter, though overawed, found in them a compelling majesty and also a hope. That the earth was a mote among the star clouds was the least subversive of the new doctrines, for the Patagonians had already abandoned the geocentric view. What was so distressing to the reactionaries was the theory that an earlier race had long ago possessed and spent the vitality that they themselves so craved. The party of progress, on the other hand, urged that this vast new knowledge must be used, and that, thus equipped, Patagonia might compensate for lack of youthfulness by superior sanity. This divergence of will resulted in a physical conflict, such as had never before occurred in the Patagonian world. Something like nationalism emerged. The more vigorous Antarctic coasts became modern, while Patagonia itself clung to the older culture. There were several wars, but as physics and chemistry advanced in Antarctica, the Southerners were able to devise engines of war which the Northerners could not resist. In a couple of centuries, the new culture had triumphed. The world was once more unified. Hitherto, Patagonian civilization had been of a medieval type. Under the influence of physics and chemistry, it began to change. Wind and water power began to be used for the generation of electricity. Vast mining operations were undertaken in search of the metals and other minerals which no longer occurred at easy depths. Architecture began to make use of steel. Electrically driven aeroplanes were made, but without real success. And this failure was symptomatic, for the Patagonians were not sufficiently foolhardy to master aviation, even had their planes been more efficient. They themselves naturally attributed their failure wholly to lack of a convenient source of power, such as the ancient petrol. Indeed, this lack of oil and coal hampered them at every turn. Volcanic power, of course, was available, but never having been really mastered by the more resourceful ancients, it defeated the Patagonians completely. As a matter of fact, in wind and water, they had all that was needed. The resources of the whole planet were available, and the world population was less than 100 million. With this source alone, they could never indeed have competed in luxury with the earlier world state, but they might well have achieved something like utopia. But this was not to be. Industrialism, though accompanied by only a slow increase of population, produced in time most of the social discords which had almost ruined their predecessors. To them it appeared that all their troubles would be solved if only their material power were far ampler. The strong and scarcely irrational conviction was a symptom of their ruling obsession, the craving for increased vitality. Under these circumstances, it was natural that one event and one strand of ancient history should fascinate them. The secret of limitless material power had once been known and lost. Why should not Patagonians rediscover it and use it, with their superior sanity, to bring heaven on earth? The ancients no doubt did well to forego this dangerous source of power, but the Patagonians, level-headed and single-minded, need have no fear. Some, indeed, considered it less important to seek power than to find a means of checking biological senescence. But unfortunately, though physical science had advanced so rapidly, the more subtle biological sciences had remained backward, largely because among the ancients themselves little more had been done than to prepare their way. Thus it happened that the most brilliant minds of Patagonia, fascinated by the prize at stake, concentrated upon the problem of matter. The state encouraged this research by founding and endowing laboratories whose avowed end was this sole work. The problem was difficult, and the Patagonian scientists, though intelligent, were somewhat lacking in grit. Only after some 500 years of intermittent research was the secret discovered, or partially so. It was found possible, by means of a huge initial expenditure of energy, to annihilate the positive and negative electric charges in one not very common kind of atom. But this limitation mattered not at all. The human race now possessed an inexhaustible source of power which could be easily manipulated and easily controlled. But though controllable, the new gift was not foolproof, and there was no guarantee that those who used it might not use it foolishly, or inadvertently let it get out of hand. Unfortunately, at the time when the new source of energy was discovered, the Patagonians were more divided than of old. Industrialism, combined with the innate docility of the race, had gradually brought about a class cleavage more extreme even than that of the ancient world, though a cleavage of a curiously different kind. The strongly parental disposition of the average Patagonian prevented the dominant class from such brutal exploitation as had formerly occurred. Save during the first century of industrialism, there was no serious physical suffering among the proletariat. A paternal government saw to it that all Patagonians were at least properly fed and clothed, that all had ample leisure and opportunities of amusement. At the same time, they saw to it also that the populace became more and more regimented. As in the First World State, civil authority was once more in the hands of a small group of masters of industry, but with a difference. Formerly, the dominant motive of big business had been an almost mystical passion for the creation of activity. Now the ruling minority regarded themselves as standing towards the populace in loco parentis, and aimed at creating a young-hearted people, simple, gay, vigorous, and loyal. Their ideal of the state was something between a preparatory school under a sympathetic but strict adult staff, and a joint stock company, in which the shareholders retained only one function, to delegate their powers thankfully to a set of brilliant directors. That the system had worked so well and survived so long was due not only to innate Patagonian docility, but also to the principle by which the governing class recruited itself. One lesson at least had been learnt from the bad example of the earlier civilization, namely respect for intelligence. By a system of careful testing, the brightest children were selected from all classes and trained to be governors. Even the children of the governors themselves were subjected to the same examination, and only those who qualified were sent to the schools for young governors. Some corruption no doubt existed, but in the main this system worked. The children thus selected were very carefully trained in theory and practice as organizers, scientists, priests, and logicians. The less brilliant children of the race were educated very differently from the young governors. It was impressed on them that they were less able than the others. They were taught to respect the governors as superior beings, who were called upon to serve the community and specially skilled in arduous work, simply because of their ability. It would not be true to say that the less intelligent were educated merely to be slaves. Rather, they were expected to be the docile, diligent, and happy sons and daughters of the fatherland. They were taught to be loyal and optimistic. They were given vocational training for their various occupations, and encouraged to use their intelligence as much as possible upon the plane suited to it. But the affairs of the state and the problems of religion and theoretical science were strictly forbidden. The official doctrine of the beauty of youth was fundamental in their education. They were taught all the conventional virtues of youth, and in particular modesty and simplicity. As a class they were extremely healthy, for physical training was a very important part of education in Patagonia. Moreover, the universal practice of sunbathing, which was a religious rite, was especially encouraged among the proletariat, as it was believed to keep the body young and the mind placid. The leisure of the governed class was devoted mostly to athletics and other sport, physical and mental. Music and other forms of art were also practiced, for these were considered fit occupations for juveniles. The government exercised a censorship over artistic products, but it was seldom enforced, for the common folk of Patagonia were mostly too phlegmatic and too busy to conceive anything but the most obvious and respectable art. They were fully occupied with work and pleasure. They suffered no sexual restraints. Their impersonal interests were satisfied with the official religion of youth worship and loyalty to the community. This placid condition lasted for some 400 years after the first century of industrialism. But as time passed, the mental difference between the two classes increased. Superior intelligence became rarer and rarer among the proletariat. The governors were recruited more and more from their own offspring, until finally they became an hereditary caste. The gulf widened. The governors began to lose all mental contact with the governed. They made a mistake which could never have been committed had their psychology kept pace with their other sciences. Ever confronted with the workers' lack of intelligence, they came to treat them more and more as children, and forgot that, though simple, they were grown men and women who needed to feel themselves as free partners in a great human enterprise. Formerly, this illusion of responsibility had been sedulously encouraged, but as the gulf widened, the proletarians were treated rather as infants than as adolescents, rather as well cared for domestic animals than as human beings. Their lives became more and more minutely, though benevolently, systematized for them. At the same time, less care was taken to educate them up to an understanding and appreciation of the common human enterprise. Under these circumstances, the temper of the people changed. Though their material condition was better than had ever been known before, save under the First World State, they became listless, discontented, mischievous, ungrateful to their superiors. Such was the state of affairs when the new source of energy was discovered. The world community consisted of two very different elements. First, a small, highly intellectual caste, passionately devoted to the state and to the advancement of culture amongst themselves. And second, a much more numerous population of rather obtuse, physically well cared for, and spiritually starved industrialists. A serious clash between the two classes had already occurred over the use of a certain drug, favored by the people for the bliss it produced, forbidden by the governors for its evil after-effects. The drug was abolished, but the motive was misinterpreted by the proletariat. This incident brought to the surface a hate that had for long been gathering strength in the popular mind, though unwittingly. When rumor got afoot that in future mechanical power would be unlimited, the people expected a millennium. Every one would have his own limitless source of energy. Work would cease. Pleasure would be increased to infinity. Unfortunately, the first use made of the new power was extensive mining at unheard-of depths in search of metals and other minerals which had long ago ceased to be available near the surface. This involved difficult and dangerous work for the miners. There were casualties. Riots occurred. The new power was used upon the rioters with murderous effect, the governors declaring that, though their paternal hearts bled for their foolish children, this chastisement was necessary to prevent worse evils. The workers were urged to face their troubles with that detachment which the divine boy had preached in his final phase. But this advice was greeted with the derision which it deserved. Further strikes, riots, assassinations. The proletariat had scarcely more power against their masters than sheep against the shepherd, for they had not the brains for large-scale organization. But it was through one of these pathetically futile rebellions that Patagonia was at last destroyed. A petty dispute had occurred in one of the new mines. The management refused to allow miners to teach their trade to their sons, for vocational education, it was said, should be carried on professionally. Indignation against this interference with parental authority caused a sudden flash of the old rage. A power unit was seized, and after a bout of insane monkeying with the machinery, the mischief-makers inadvertently got things into such a state that at last the awful djinn of physical energy was able to wrench off his fetters and rage over the planet. The first explosion was enough to blow up the mountain range above the mine. In those mountains were huge tracts of the critical element, and these were detonated by rays from the initial explosion. This sufficed to set in action still more remote tracts of the element. An incandescent hurricane spread over the whole of Patagonia, reinforcing itself with fresh atomic fury wherever it went. It raged along the line of the Andes and the Rockies, scorching both continents with its heat. It undermined and blew up the Bering Straits, spread like a brood of gigantic fiery serpents into Asia, Europe, and Africa. Martians, already watching the Earth as a cat a bird beyond its spring, noted that the brilliance of the neighbor planet was suddenly enhanced. Presently the oceans began to boil here and there with submarine commotion. Tidal waves mangled the coasts and floundered up the valleys. But in time the general sea level sank considerably through evaporation and the opening of chasms in the ocean floor. All volcanic regions became fantastically active. The polar caps began to melt, but prevented the Arctic regions from being calcined like the rest of the planet. The atmosphere was a continuous dense cloud of moisture, fumes, and dust, churned in ceaseless hurricanes. As the fury of the electromagnetic collapse proceeded, the surface temperature of the planet steadily increased, till only in the Arctic and a few favored corners of the subarctic could life persist. Patagonia's death agony was brief. In Africa and Europe, a few remote settlements escaped the actual track of the eruptions, but succumbed in a few weeks to hurricanes of steam. Of the 200 million members of the human race, all were burnt or roasted or suffocated within 3 months, all but 35, who happened to be in the neighborhood of the North Pole. Chapter 6. Transition. 1. The First Men at Bay. By one of those rare tricks of fortune, which are as often favorable as hostile to humanity, an Arctic exploration ship had recently been embedded in the pack ice for a long drift across the polar sea. She was provisioned for 4 years, and when the catastrophe occurred, she had already been at sea for 6 months. She was a sailing vessel. The expedition had been launched before it was practicable to make use of the new source of power. The crew consisted of 28 men and 7 women. Individuals of an earlier and more sexual race, proportioned thus, in such close proximity and isolation, would almost certainly have fallen foul of one another sooner or later. But to Patagonians the arrangement was not intolerable. Besides managing the whole domestic side of the expedition, the 7 women were able to provide moderate sexual delight for all, for in this people the female sexuality was much less reduced than the male. There were indeed occasional jealousies and feuds in the little community, but these were subordinated to a strong esprit de corps. The whole company had of course been very carefully chosen for comradeship, loyalty, and health, as well as for technical skill. All claimed descent from the divine boy. All were of the governing class. One quaint expression of the strongly parental Patagonian temperament was that a pair of diminutive pet monkeys was taken with the expedition. The crew's first intimation of the catastrophe was a furious hot wind that melted the surface of the ice. The sky turned black. The Arctic summer became a weird and sultry night, torn by fantastic thunderstorms. Rain crashed on the ship's deck in a continuous waterfall. Clouds of pungent smoke and dust irritated the eyes and nose. Submarine earthquakes buckled the pack ice. A year after the explosion, the ship was laboring in tempestuous and berg-strewn water near the pole. The bewildered little company now began to feel its way south, but as they proceeded, the air became more fiercely hot and pungent, storms more savage. Another 12 months were spent in beating about the polar sea, ever and again retreating north from the impossible southern weather. But at length conditions improved slightly, and with great difficulty these few survivors of the human race approached their original objective in Norway, to find that the lowlands were a scorched and lifeless desert, while on the heights the valley vegetation was already struggling to establish itself in patches of sickly green. Their base town had been flattened by a hurricane, and the skeletons of its population still lay in the streets. They coasted further south. Everywhere the same desolation. Hoping that the disturbance might be merely local, they headed round the British Isles and doubled back on France. but France turned out to be an appalling chaos of volcanoes. With a change of wind, the sea around them was infuriated with falling debris, often red hot. Miraculously they got away and fled north again. After creeping along the Siberian coast, they were at last able to find a tolerable resting place at the mouth of one of the great rivers. The ship was brought to anchor, and the crew rested. They were a diminished company, for 6 men and 2 women had been lost on the voyage. Conditions even here must recently have been far more severe, since much of the vegetation had been scorched, and dead animals were frequent. But evidently the first fury of the vast explosion was now abating. By this time the voyagers were beginning to realize the truth. They remembered the half-jocular prophecies that the new power would sooner or later wreck the planet, prophecies which had evidently been all too well-founded. There had been a world-wide disaster, and they themselves had been saved only by their remoteness and the Arctic ice from a fate that had probably overwhelmed all their fellow men. So desperate was the outlook for a handful of exhausted persons on a devastated planet, that some urged suicide. All dallied with the idea, save a woman, who had unexpectedly become pregnant. In her the strong parental disposition of her race was now awakened, and she implored the party to make a fight for the sake of her child. Reminded that the baby would only be born into a life of hardship, she reiterated with more persistence than reason, "My baby must live." The men shrugged their shoulders, but as their tired bodies recovered after the recent struggle, they began to realize the solemnity of their position. It was one of the biologists who expressed a thought which was already present to all. There was at least a chance of survival, and if ever men and women had a sacred duty, surely these had. For they were now the sole trustees of the human spirit. At whatever cost of toil and misery, they must people the earth again. This common purpose now began to exalt them, and brought them all into a rare intimacy. "We are ordinary folk," said the biologist, "but somehow we must become great." And they were indeed, in a manner, made great by their unique position. In generous minds a common purpose and common suffering breed a deep passion of comradeship, expressed perhaps not in words, but in acts of devotion. These, in their loneliness and their sense of obligation, experience not only comradeship, but a vivid communion with one another as instruments of a sacred cause. The party now began to build a settlement beside the river. Though the whole area had of course been devastated, vegetation had soon revived, from roots and seeds, buried or wind-borne. The countryside was now green with those plants that had been able to adjust themselves to the new climate. Animals had suffered far more seriously. Save for the Arctic fox, a few small rodents, and 1 herd of reindeer, none were left but the dwellers in the actual Arctic seas, the polar bear, various cetaceans, and seals. Of fish there were plenty. Birds in great numbers had crowded out of the south and had died off in thousands through lack of food, but certain species were already adjusting themselves to the new environment. Indeed, the whole remaining fauna and flora of the planet was passing through a phase of rapid and very painful readjustment. Many well-established species had wholly failed to get a footing in the new world, while certain hitherto insignificant types were able to forge ahead. The party found it possible to grow maize and even rice from seed brought from a ruined store in Norway. But the great heat, frequent torrential rain, and lack of sunlight made agriculture laborious and precarious. Moreover, the atmosphere had become seriously impure, and the human organism had not yet succeeded in adapting itself. Consequently, the party were permanently tired and liable to disease. The pregnant woman had died in childbirth, but her baby lived. It became the party's most sacred object, for it kindled in every mind the strong parental disposition so characteristic of Patagonians. Little by little the numbers of the settlement were reduced by sickness, hurricanes, and volcanic gases. But in time they achieved a kind of equilibrium with their environment, and even a certain strenuous amenity of life. As their prosperity increased, however, their unity diminished. Differences of temperament began to be dangerous. Among the men, 2 leaders had emerged, or rather 1 leader and a critic. The original head of the expedition had proved quite incapable of dealing with the new situation, and had at last committed suicide. The company had then chosen the second navigating officer as their chief, and had chosen him unanimously. The other born leader of the party was a junior biologist, a man of very different type. The relations of these 2 did much to determine the future history of man, and are worthy of study in themselves, but here we can only glance at them. In all times of stress, the navigator's authority was absolute, for everything depended on his initiative and heroic example. But in less arduous periods, murmurs arose against him for exacting discipline when discipline seemed unnecessary. Between him and the young biologist there grew up a strange blend of hostility and affection, for the latter, though critical, loved and admired the other, and declared that the survival of the party depended on this one man's practical genius. 3 years after their landing, the community, though reduced in numbers and in vitality, was well established in a routine of hunting, agriculture, and building. 3 fairly healthy infants rejoiced and exasperated their elders. With security, the navigator's genius for action found less scope, while the knowledge of the scientists became more valuable. Plant and poultry breeding were beyond the range of the heroic leader, and in prospecting for minerals he was equally helpless. Inevitably, as time passed, he and the other navigators grew restless and irritable, and at last, when the leader decreed that the party should take to the ship and explore for better land, a serious dispute occurred. All the seafarers applauded, but the scientists, partly through clearer understanding of the calamity that had befallen the planet, partly through repugnance at the hardship involved, refused to go. Violent emotions were aroused, but both sides restrained themselves through well-tried mutual respect and loyalty to the community. Then suddenly sexual passion set a light to the tinder. The woman who, by general consent, had come to be queen of the settlement, and was regarded as sacred to the leader, asserted her independence by sleeping with one of the scientists. The leader surprised them, and in sudden rage killed the young man. The little community at once fell into 2 armed factions, and more blood was shed. Very soon, however, the folly and sacrilege of this brawl became evident to these few survivors of a civilized race, and after a parley a grave decision was made. The company was to be divided. One party, consisting of 5 men and 2 women under the young biologist, was to remain in the settlement. The leader himself, with the remaining 9 men and 2 women, was to navigate the ship toward Europe in search of a better land. They promised to send word, if possible, during the following year. With this decision taken, the 2 parties once more became amicable. All worked to equip the pioneers. When at last it was the time of departure, there was a solemn leave-taking. Every one was relieved at the cessation of a painful incompatibility. But more poignant than relief was the distressed affection of those who had so long been comrades in a sacred enterprise. It was a parting even more momentous than was supposed, for from this act arose at length 2 distinct human species. Those who stayed behind heard no more of the wanderers, and finally concluded that they had come to grief. But in fact, they were driven west and southwest past Iceland, now a cluster of volcanoes, to Labrador. On this voyage through fantastic storms and oceanic convulsions, they lost nearly half their number, and were at last unable to work the ship. When finally they were wrecked on a rocky coast, only the carpenter's mate, 2 women, and the pair of monkeys succeeded in clambering ashore. These found themselves in a climate far more sultry than Siberia, but like Siberia, Labrador contained uplands of luxuriant vegetation. The man and his 2 women had at first great difficulty in finding food, but in time they adapted themselves to a diet of berries and roots. As the years passed, however, the climate undermined their mentality, and their descendants sank into abject savagery, finally degenerating into a type that was human only in respect of its ancestry. The little Siberian settlement was now hard-pressed but single-minded. Calculation had convinced the scientists that the planet would not return to its normal state for some millions of years, for though the first and superficial fury of the disaster had already ceased, the immense pent-up energy of the central explosions would take millions of years to leak out through volcanic vents. The leader of the party, by rare luck a man of genius, conceived their situation thus. For millions of years the planet would be uninhabitable save for a fringe of Siberian coast. The human race was doomed for ages to a very restricted and uncongenial environment. All that could be hoped for was the persistence of a mere remnant of civilized humanity, which should be able to lie dormant until a more favorable epoch. With this end in view, the party must propagate itself and make some possibility of cultured life for its offspring. Above all, it must record in some permanent form as much as it could remember of Patagonian culture. "We are the germ," he said. "We must play for safety, mark time, preserve man's inheritance. The chances against us are almost overwhelming, but just possibly we shall win through." And so, in fact, they did. Several times almost exterminated at the outset, these few harassed individuals preserved their spark of humanity. A close inspection of their lives would reveal an intense personal drama, for in spite of the sacred purpose which united them, almost as muscles in one limb, they were individuals of different temperaments. The children, moreover, caused jealousy between their parentally hungry elders. There was ever a subdued and sometimes an open rivalry to gain the affection of these young things, these few and precious buds on the human stem. Also, there was sharp disagreement about their education. For though all the elders adored them simply for their childishness, one at least, the visionary leader of the party, thought of them chiefly as potential vessels of the human spirit, to be molded strictly for their great function. In this perpetual subdued antagonism of aims and temperaments, the little society lived from day to day, much as a limb functions in the antagonism of its muscles. The adults of the party devoted much of their leisure during the long winters to the heroic labor of recording the outline of man's whole knowledge. This task was very dear to the leader, but the others often grew weary of it. To each person a certain sphere of culture was assigned, and after he or she had thought out a section and scribbled it down on slate, it was submitted to the company for criticism, and finally engraved deeply on tablets of hard stone. Many thousands of such tablets were produced in the course of years, and were stored in a cave which was carefully prepared for them. Thus was recorded something of the history of the earth and of man, the outlines of physics, chemistry, biology, psychology, and geometry. Each scribe set down also in some detail a summary of his own special study, and added a personal manifesto of his own views about existence. Much ingenuity was spent in devising a vast pictorial dictionary and grammar, with which it was hoped the remote future might interpret the whole library. Years passed while this immense registration of human thought was still in progress. The founders of the settlement grew feebler, while the eldest of the next generation were still adolescent. Of the 2 women, one had died, and the other was almost a cripple, both martyrs to the task of motherhood. A youth, an infant boy, and 4 girls of various ages, on these the future of man now depended. Unfortunately, these precious beings had suffered from their very preciousness. Their education had been bungled. They had been both pampered and oppressed. Nothing was thought too good for them, but they were overwhelmed with cherishing and teaching. Thus they came to hold the elders at arm's length, and to weary of the ideals imposed on them. Brought into a ruined world without their own consent, they refused to accept the crushing obligation toward an improbable future. Hunting and the daily struggle of a pioneering age afforded their spirits full exercise in courage, mutual loyalty, and interest in one another's personality. They would live for the present only, and for the tangible reality, not for a culture which they knew only by hearsay. In particular, they loathed the hardship of engraving endless verbiage upon granitic slabs. The crisis came when the eldest girl had crossed the threshold of physical maturity. The leader told her that it was her duty to begin bearing children at once, and ordered her to have intercourse with her half-brother, his own son. Having herself assisted at the last birth, which had destroyed her mother, she refused, and when pressed she dropped her graving tool and fled. This was the first serious act of rebellion. In a few years the older generation was deposed from authority. A new way of life, more active, more dangerous, zestful, and careless, resulted in a lowering of the community's standard of comfort and organization, but also in greater health and vitality. Experiments in plant and stock breeding were neglected. Buildings went out of repair, but great feats of hunting and exploration were undertaken. Leisure was given over to games of hazard and calculation, to dancing, singing, and romantic storytelling. Music and romance, indeed, were now the main expression of the finer nature of these beings, and became the vehicles of obscure religious experience. The intellectualism of the elders was ridiculed. What could their poor sciences tell of reality, of the many-faced, never for a moment the same, superbly inconsequent, and ever-living real? Man's intelligence was all right for hunting and tillage in the world of common sense, but if he rode it further afield, he would find himself in a desert, and his soul would starve. Let him live as nature prompted. Let him keep the young god in his heart alive. Let him give free play to the struggling, irrational, dark vitality that sought to realize itself in him not as logic, but as beauty. The tablets were now engraved only by the aged. But one day, after the infant boy had reached the early Patagonian adolescence, his curiosity was roused by the tail-like hind limbs of a seal. The old people timidly encouraged him. He made other biological observations, and was led on to envisage the whole drama of life on the planet, and to conceive loyalty to the cause which they had served. Meanwhile, sexual and parental nature had triumphed where schooling had failed. The young things inevitably fell in love with each other, and in time several infants appeared. Thus, generation by generation, the little settlement maintained itself with varying success, varying zestfulness, and varying loyalty toward the future. With changing conditions, the population fluctuated, sinking as low as 2 men and 1 woman, but increasing gradually up to a few thousand, the limit set by the food capacity of their strip of coast. In the long run, though circumstances did not prevent material survival, they made for mental decline. For the Siberian coast remained a tropical land, bounded on the south by a forest of volcanoes, and consequently in the long run the generations declined in mental vigor and subtlety. This result was perhaps due in part to too intensive inbreeding, but this factor had also one good effect. Though mental vigor waned, certain desirable characteristics were consolidated. The founders of the group represented the best remaining stock of the first human species. They had been chosen for their hardihood and courage, their native loyalty, their strong cognitive interest. Consequently, in spite of phases of depression, the race not only survived, but retained its curiosity and its group feeling. Even while the ability of men decreased, their will to understand and their sense of racial unity remained. Though their conception of man and the universe gradually sank into crude myth, they preserved a strong, unreasoning loyalty towards the future, and toward the now sacred stone library which was rapidly becoming unintelligible to them. For thousands and even millions of years, after the species had materially changed its nature, there remained a vague admiration for mental prowess, a confused tradition of a noble past, and pathetic loyalty toward a still nobler future. Above all, internecine strife was so rare that it served only to strengthen the clear will to preserve the unity and harmony of the race. 2. The Second Dark Age. We must now pass rapidly over the Second Dark Age, observing merely those influences which were to affect the future of humanity. Century by century, the pent energy of the vast explosion dispersed itself. But not till many 100,000 years had passed did the swarms of upstart volcanoes begin to die. And not till after millions of years did the bulk of the planet become once more a possible home for life. During this period, many changes took place. The atmosphere became clearer, purer, and less turbulent. With the fall of temperature, frost and snow appeared occasionally in the Arctic regions, and in due course the polar caps were formed again. Meanwhile, ordinary geological processes, augmented by the strains to which the planet was subjected by increased internal pressure, began to change the continents. South America mostly collapsed into the hollows blasted beneath it, but a new land rose to join Brazil with West Africa. The East Indies and Australia became a continuous continent. The huge mass of Tibet sank deeply into its disturbed foundations, lunged west, and buckled Afghanistan into a range of peaks nearly 40,000 feet above the sea. Europe sank under the Atlantic. Rivers writhed shiftingly hither and thither upon the continents, like tortured worms. New alluvial areas were formed. New strata were laid upon one another under new oceans. New animals and plants developed from the few surviving Arctic species, and spread south through Asia and America. In the new forests and grasslands appeared various specialized descendants of the reindeer and swarms of rodents. Upon these preyed the large and small descendants of the Arctic fox, of which one species, a gigantic wolf-like creature, rapidly became the king of beasts in the new order, and remained so until it was ousted by the more slowly modified offspring of the polar bears. A certain genus of seals, reverting to the ancient terrestrial habit, had developed a slender, snake-like body and an almost swift and very serpentine mode of locomotion among the coastal sand dunes. There it was wont to stalk its rodent prey, and even follow them into their burrows. Everywhere there were birds. Many of the places left vacant by the destruction of the ancient fauna were now filled by birds which had discarded flight and developed pedestrian habits. Insects almost exterminated by the great conflagration had afterward increased so rapidly and had refashioned their types with such versatility that they soon reached almost to their ancient profusion. Even more rapid was the establishment of the new microorganisms. In general, among all the beasts and plants of the earth, there was a great change of habit, and a consequent overlaying of old body forms with new forms, adapted to a new way of life. The two human settlements had fared very differently. That of Labrador, oppressed by a more sweltering climate, and unsupported by the Siberian will to preserve human culture, sank into animality, but ultimately it peopled the whole West with swarming tribes. The human beings in Asia remained a mere handful throughout the 10 million years of the Second Dark Age. An incursion of the sea cut them off from the south. The old Taimyr Peninsula, where their settlements clustered, became the northern promontory of an island whose coasts were the ancient valley edges of the Yenisei, the lower Tunguska, and the Lena. As the climate became less oppressive, the family spread towards the southern coast of the island, but there the sea checked them. Temperate conditions enabled them to regain a certain degree of culture, but they had no longer the capacity to profit much from the new clemency of nature, for the previous ages of tropical conditions had undermined them. Moreover, towards the end of the 10 million years of the Second Dark Age, the Arctic climate spread south into their island. The crops failed. The rodents that formed their chief cattle dwindled. Their few herds of deer faded out through lack of food. Little by little, this scanty human race degenerated into a mere remnant of Arctic savages, and so they remained for 1,000,000 years. Psychologically, they were so crippled that they had almost completely lost the power of innovation. When their sacred quarries in the hills were covered with ice, they had not the wit to use stone from the valleys, but were reduced to making implements of bone. Their language degenerated into a few grunts to signify important acts, and a more complex system of emotional expressions. For emotionally, these creatures still preserved a certain refinement. Moreover, though they had almost wholly lost the power of intelligent innovation, their instinctive responses were often such as a more enlightened intelligence would justify. They were strongly social, deeply respectful of the individual human life, deeply parental, and often terribly earnest in their religion. Not till long after the rest of the planet was once more covered with life, not till nearly 10 million years after the Patagonian disaster, did a group of these savages, adrift on an iceberg, get blown southward across the sea to the mainland of Asia. Luckily, for Arctic conditions were increasing, and in time the islanders were extinguished. The survivors settled in the new land and spread, century by century, into the heart of Asia. Their increase was very slow, for they were an infertile and inflexible race. But conditions were now extremely favorable. The climate was temperate, for Russia and Europe were now a shallow sea warmed by currents from the Atlantic. There were no dangerous animals save the small gray bears, an offshoot from the polar species, and the large wolf-like foxes. Various kinds of rodents and deer provided meat in plenty. There were birds of all sizes and habits. Timber, fruit, wild grains, and other nourishing plants throve on the well-watered volcanic soil. The prolonged eruptions, moreover, had once more enriched the upper layers of the rocky crust with metals. A few 100,000 years in this new world sufficed for the human species to increase from a handful of individuals to a swarm of races. It was in the conflict and interfusion of these races, and also through the absorption of certain chemicals from the new volcanic soil, that humanity at last recovered its vitality. Chapter 7. The Rise of the Second Men. 1. The Appearance of a New Species. It was some 10 million years after the Patagonian disaster that the first elements of a new human species appeared, in an epidemic of biological variations, many of which were extremely valuable. Upon this raw material, the new and stimulating environment worked for some 100,000 years, until at last there appeared the second man. Though of greater stature and more roomy cranium, these beings were not wholly unlike their predecessors in general proportions. Their heads, indeed, were large even for their bodies, and their necks massive. Their hands were huge, but finely molded. Their almost titanic size entailed a seemingly excessive strength of support. Their legs were stouter, even proportionately, than the legs of the earlier species. Their feet had lost the separate toes, and by a strengthening and growing together of the internal bones had become more efficient instruments of locomotion. During the Siberian exile, the first men had acquired a thick, hairy covering, and most races of the second man retained something of this blond hirsute appearance throughout their career. Their eyes were large and often jade green, their features firm as carved granite, yet mobile and lucent. Of the second human species, one might say that nature had at last repeated and far excelled the noble but unfortunate type which she had achieved once, long ago, with the first species, in certain prehistoric cave-dwelling hunters and artists. Inwardly, the second men differed from the earlier species, in that they had shed most of those primitive relics which had hampered the first men more than was realized. Not only were they free of appendix, tonsils, and other useless excrescences, but also their whole structure was more firmly knit into unity. Their chemical organization was such that their tissues were kept in better repair. Their teeth, though proportionately small and few, were almost completely immune from caries. Such was their glandular equipment that puberty did not begin till 20, and not till they were 50 did they reach maturity. At about 190 their powers began to fail, and after a few years of contemplative retirement they almost invariably died before true senility could begin. It was as though, when a man's work was finished, and he had meditated in peace upon his whole career, there were nothing further to hold his attention and prevent him from falling asleep. Mothers carried the fetus for 3 years, suckled the infant for 5 years, and were sterile during this period and for another 7 years. Their climacteric was reached at about 160. Architecturally massive like their mates, they would have seemed to the first men very formidable Titanesses, but even those early half-human beings would have admired the women of the second species both for their superb vitality and for their brilliantly human expression. In temperament, the second men were curiously different from the earlier species. The same factors were present, but in different proportions, and in far greater subordination to the considered will of the individual. Sexual vigor had returned, but sexual interest was strangely altered. Around the ancient core of delight in physical and mental contact with the opposite sex, there now appeared a kind of innately sublimated, and no less poignant, appreciation of the unique physical and mental forms of all kinds of live things. It is difficult for less ample natures to imagine this expansion of the innate sexual interest, for to them it is not apparent that the lusty admiration which at first directs itself solely on the opposite sex is the appropriate attitude to all the beauties of flesh and spirit in beast and bird and plant. Parental interest also was strong in the new species, but it too was universalized. It had become a strong innate interest in, and a devotion to, all beings that were conceived as in need of help. In the earlier species, this passionate, spontaneous altruism occurred only in exceptional persons. In the new species, however, all normal men and women experienced altruism as a passion. And yet at the same time, primitive parenthood had become tempered to a less possessive and more objective love, which among the first men was less common than they themselves were pleased to believe. Assertiveness had also greatly changed. Formerly, very much of a man's energy had been devoted to the assertion of himself as a private individual over against other individuals, and very much of his generosity had been at bottom selfish. But in the second men, this competitive self-assertion, this championship of the most intimately known animal against all others, was greatly tempered. Formerly, the major enterprises of society would never have been carried through, had they not been able to annex to themselves the egoism of their champions. But in the second men, the parts were reversed. Few individuals could ever trouble to exert themselves to the last ounce for merely private ends, save when those ends borrowed interest or import from some public enterprise. It was only his vision of a world-wide community of persons, and of his own function therein, that could rouse the fighting spirit in a man. Thus it was inwardly, rather than in outward physical characters, that the second men differed from the first. And in nothing did they differ more than in their native aptitude for cosmopolitanism. They had their tribes and nations. War was not quite unknown amongst them. But even in primitive times, a man's most serious loyalty was directed toward the race as a whole, and wars were so hampered by impulses of kindliness towards the enemy that they were apt to degenerate into rather violent athletic contests, leading to an orgy of fraternization. It would not be true to say that the strongest interest of these beings was social. They were never prone to exalt the abstraction called the state or the nation or even the world commonwealth, for their most characteristic factor was not mere gregariousness but something novel, namely, an innate interest in personality, both in the actual diversity of persons and in the ideal of personal development. They had a remarkable power of vividly intuiting their fellows as unique persons with special needs. Individuals of the earlier species had suffered from an almost insurmountable spiritual isolation from one another. Not even lovers, and scarcely even the geniuses with special insight into personality, ever had anything like accurate vision of one another. But the second men, more intensely and accurately self-conscious, were also more intensely and accurately conscious of one another. This they achieved by no unique faculty, but solely by a more ready interest in each other, a finer insight, and a more active imagination. They had also a remarkable innate interest in the higher kinds of mental activity, or rather in the subtle objects of these activities. Even children were instinctively inclined towards a genuinely aesthetic interest in their world and their own behavior, and also toward scientific inquiry and generalization. Small boys, for instance, would delight in collecting not merely such things as eggs or crystals, but mathematical formulae expressive of the different shapes of eggs and crystals, or of the innumerable rhythms of shells, fronds, leaflets, grass nodes. And there was a wealth of traditional fairy stories whose appeal was grounded in philosophical puzzles. Little children delighted to hear how the poor things called illusions were banished from the country of the real, how one-dimensional Mr. Line woke up in a two-dimensional world, and how a brave young tune slew cacophonous beasts and won a melodious bride in that strange country where the landscape is all of sound and all living things are music. The first men had attained to interest in science, mathematics, philosophy, only after arduous schooling, but in the second men there was a natural propensity for these activities, no less vigorous than the primitive instincts. Not, of course, that they were absolved from learning, but they had the same zest and facility in these matters as their predecessors had enjoyed only in humbler spheres. In the earlier species, indeed, the nervous system had maintained only a very precarious unity, and was all too liable to derangement by the rebellion of one of its subordinate parts. But in the second species, the highest centers maintained an almost absolute harmony among the lower. Thus the moral conflict between momentary impulse and considered will, and again between private and public interest, played a very subordinate part among the second men. In actual cognitive powers also, this favored species far outstripped its predecessor. For instance, vision had greatly developed. The second men distinguished in the spectrum a new primary color between green and blue, and beyond blue they saw not a reddish blue, but again a new primary color, which faded with increasing ruddiness far into the old ultraviolet. These two new primary colors were complementary to one another. At the other end of the spectrum they saw the infrared as a peculiar purple. Further, owing to the very great size of their retina, and the multiplication of rods and cones, they discriminated much smaller fractions of their field of vision. Improved discrimination combined with a wonderful fertility of mental imagery to produce a greatly increased power of insight into the character of novel situations. Whereas among the first men, native intelligence had increased only up to the age of 14, among the second men it progressed up to 40. Thus an average adult was capable of immediate insight into problems which even the most brilliant of the first men could only solve by prolonged reasoning. This superb clarity of mind enabled the second species to avoid most of those age-long confusions and superstitions which had crippled its predecessor. And along with great intelligence went a remarkable flexibility of will. In fact, the second men were far more able than the first to break habits that were seen to be no longer justified. To sum the matter, circumstance had thrown up a very noble species. Essentially, it was of the same type as the earlier species, but it had undergone extensive improvements. Much that the first men could only achieve by long schooling and self-discipline, the second men performed with effortless fluency and delight. In particular, two capacities which for the first men had been unattainable ideals were now realized in every normal individual, namely, the power of wholly dispassionate cognition, and the power of loving one's neighbor as one's self, without reservation. Indeed, in this respect, the second men might be called natural Christians, so readily and constantly did they love one another in the manner of Jesus, and infuse their whole social policy with loving kindness. Early in their career they conceived the religion of love, and they were possessed by it again and again in diverse forms until their end. On the other hand, their gift of dispassionate cognition helped them to pass speedily to the admiration of fate, and being by nature rigorous thinkers, they were peculiarly liable to be disturbed by the conflict between their religion of love and their loyalty to fate. Well might it seem that the stage was now set for a triumphant and rapid progress of the human spirit. But though the second human species constituted a real improvement on the first, it lacked certain faculties without which the next great mental advance could not be made. Moreover, its very excellence involved one novel defect from which the first men were almost wholly free. In the lives of humble individuals, there are many occasions when nothing but an heroic effort can wrest their private fortunates from stagnation or decline, and set them pioneering in new spheres. Among the first men, this effort was often called forth by passionate regard for self, and it was upon the tidal wave of innumerable egoisms, blindly surging in one direction, that the first species was carried forward. But to repeat, in the second men, self-regard was never an overmastering motive. Only at the call of social loyalty or personal love would a man spur himself to desperate efforts. Whenever the stake appeared to be mere private advancement, he was apt to prefer peace to enterprise, the delights of sport, companionship, art or intellect, to the slavery of self-regard. And so in the long run, though the second men were fortunate in their almost complete immunity from the lust of power and personal ostentation, which cursed the earlier species with industrialism and militarism, and though they enjoyed long ages of idyllic peace, often upon a high cultural plane, their progress towards full self-conscious mastery of the planet was curiously slow. 2. The intercourse of three species. In a few thousand years, the new species filled the region from Afghanistan to the China Sea, overran India, and penetrated far into the new Australasian continent. Its advance was less military than cultural. The remaining tribes of the first men, with whom the new species could not normally interbreed, were unable to live up to the higher culture that flooded round them and over them. They faded out. For some further thousands of years, the second men remained as noble savages, then passed rapidly through the pastoral into the agricultural stage. In this era, they sent an expedition across the new and gigantic Hindu Kush to explore Africa. Here it was that they came upon the subhuman descendants of the ship's crew that had sailed from Siberia millions of years earlier. These animals had spread south through America and across the new Atlantic Isthmus into Africa. Dwarfed almost to the knees of the superior species, bent so that as often as not they used their arms as aids to locomotion, flat-headed and curiously long-snouted, these creatures were by now more baboon-like than human. Yet in the wild state they maintained a very complicated organization into castes, based on the sense of smell. Their powers of scent, indeed, had developed at the expense of their intelligence. Certain odors, which had become sacred through their very repulsiveness, were given off only by individuals having certain diseases. Such individuals were treated with respect by their fellows, and though in fact they were debilitated by their disease, They were so feared that no healthy individual dared resist them. The characteristic odors were themselves graded in nobility, so that those individuals who bore only the less repulsive perfume owed respect to those in whom a widespread rotting of the body occasioned the most nauseating stench. These plagues had the special effect of stimulating reproductive activity, and this fact was one cause both of the respect felt for them and of the immense fertility of the species, such a fertility that, in spite of plagues and obtuseness, it had flooded 2 continents. For though the plagues were fatal, they were slow to develop. Further, though individuals far advanced in disease were often incapable of feeding themselves, they profited by the devotion of the healthy, who were well pleased if they also became infected. But the most startling fact about these creatures was that many of them had become enslaved to another species. When the second men had penetrated further into Africa, they came to a forest region where companies of diminutive monkeys resisted their intrusion. It was soon evident that any interference with the imbecile and passive subhumans in this district was resented by the monkeys, and as the latter made use of a primitive kind of bow and poisoned arrows, their opposition was seriously inconvenient to the invaders. The use of weapons and other tools, and a remarkable coordination in warfare, made it clear that in intelligence this simian species had far outstripped all creatures save man. Indeed, the second men were now face to face with the only terrestrial species which ever evolved so far as to compete with man in versatility and practical shrewdness. As the invaders advanced, the monkeys were seen to round up whole flocks of the sub-men and drive them out of reach. It was noticed also that these domesticated sub-men were wholly free from the diseases that infected their wild kinsfolk, who on this account greatly despised the healthy drudges. Later it transpired that the sub-men were trained as beasts of burden by the monkeys, and that their flesh was a much relished article of diet. An arboreal city of woven branches was discovered, and was apparently in course of construction, for the sub-men were dragging timber and hauling it aloft, goaded by the bone-headed spears of the monkeys. It was evident also that the authority of the monkeys was maintained less by force than by intimidation. They anointed themselves with the juice of a rare aromatic plant, which struck terror into their poor cattle, and reduced them to abject docility. Now the invaders were only a handful of pioneers. They had come over the mountains in search of metals, which had been brought to the earth's surface during the volcanic era. An amiable race, they felt no hostility toward the monkeys, but rather amusement at their habits and ingenuity. But the monkeys resented the mere presence of these mightier beings, and presently, collecting in the tree-tops in thousands, they annihilated the party with their poisoned arrows. One man alone escaped into Asia. In a couple of years he returned with a host. Yet this was no punitive expedition, for the bland second men were strangely lacking in resentment. Establishing themselves on the outskirts of the forest region, they contrived to communicate and barter with the little people of the trees, so that after a while they were allowed to enter the territory unmolested, and begin their great metallurgical survey. A close study of the relations of these very different intelligences would be enlightening, but we have no time for it. Within their own sphere, the monkeys showed perhaps a quicker wit than the men, but only within very narrow limits did their intelligence work at all. They were deft at finding new means for the better satisfaction of their appetites, but they wholly lacked self-criticism. Upon a normal outfit of instinctive needs, they had developed many acquired traditional cravings, most of which were fantastic and harmful. The second men, on the other hand, though often momentarily outwitted by the monkeys, were in the long run incomparably more able and more sane. The difference between the two species is seen clearly in their reaction to metals. The second men sought metals solely for the carrying on of an already well-advanced civilization. But the monkeys, when for the first time they saw the bright ingots, were fascinated. They had already begun to hate the invaders for their native superiority and their material wealth, and now this jealousy combined with primitive acquisitiveness to make the slabs of copper and tin become in their eyes symbols of power. In order to remain unmolested in their work, the invaders had paid a toll of the wares of their own country, of baskets, pottery, and various specially designed miniature tools. But at the sight of the crude metal, the monkeys demanded a share of this noblest product of their own land. This was readily granted, since it did away with the need of bringing goods from Asia. But the monkeys had no real use for metal. They merely hoarded it, and became increasingly avaricious. No one had respect among them who did not laboriously carry a great ingot about with him wherever he went, and after a while it came to be considered actually indecent to be seen without a slab of metal. In conversation between the sexes, this symbol of refinement was always held so as to conceal the genitals. The more metal the monkeys acquired, the more they craved. Blood was often shed in disputes over the possession of hoards. But this internecine strife gave place at length to a concerted movement to prevent the whole export of metal from their land. Some even suggested that the ingots in their possession should be used for making more effective weapons, with which to expel the invaders. This policy was rejected, not merely because there were none who could work up the crude metal, but because it was generally agreed that to put such a sacred material to any kind of service would be base. The will to be rid of the invader was augmented by a dispute about the sub-men. These abject beings were treated very harshly by their masters. Not only were they overworked, but also they were tortured in cold blood, not precisely through lust and cruelty, but through a queer sense of humor, or delight in the incongruous. For instance, it afforded the monkeys a strangely innocent and extravagant pleasure to compel these cattle to carry on their work in an erect posture, which was by now quite unnatural to them, or to eat their own excrement or even their own young. If ever these tortures roused some exceptional sub-men to rebel, the monkeys flared into contemptuous rage at such a lack of humor, so incapable were they of realizing the subjective processes of others. To one another they could indeed be kindly and generous, but even among themselves the imp of humor would sometimes run riot. In any matter in which an individual was misunderstood by his fellows, he was sure to be gleefully baited and often harried to death. But in the main it was only the slave species that suffered. The invaders were outraged by this cruel imbecility, and ventured to protest. To the monkeys the protest was unintelligible. What were cattle for but to be used in the service of superior beings? Evidently the monkeys thought the invaders were after all lacking in the finer capacities of mind, since they failed to appreciate the beauty of the fantastic. This and other causes of friction finally led the monkeys to conceive a means of freeing themselves forever. The second men had proved to be terribly liable to the diseases of their wretched subhuman kinsfolk. Only by very rigorous quarantine had they stamped out the epidemic that had revealed this fact. Now, partly for revenge, but partly also through malicious delight in the topsy-turvy, the monkeys determined to make use of this human weakness. There was a certain nut, very palatable to both men and monkeys, which grew in a remote part of the country. The monkeys had already begun to barter this nut for extra metal, and the pioneering second men were arranging to send caravans laden with nuts into their own country. In this situation the monkeys found their opportunity. They carefully infected large quantities of nuts with the plagues rampant among those herds of sub-men which had not been domesticated. Very soon caravans of infected nuts were scattered over Asia. The effect upon a race wholly fresh to these microbes was disastrous. Not only were the pioneering settlements wiped out, but the bulk of the species also. The sub-men themselves had become adjusted to the microbes, and even reproduced more rapidly because of them. Not so the more delicately organized species. They died off like autumn leaves. civilization fell to pieces. In a few generations, Asia was peopled only by a handful of scattered savages, all diseased and mostly crippled. But in spite of this disaster, the species remained potentially the same. Within a few centuries it had thrown off the infection, and had begun once more the ascent toward civilization. After another 1,000 years, pioneers again crossed the mountain and entered Africa. They met with no opposition. The precarious flicker of simian intelligence had long ago ceased. The monkeys had so burdened their bodies with metal and their minds with the obsession of metal that at length the herds of subhuman cattle were able to rebel and devour their masters. 3. The zenith of the second men. For nearly 250,000 years, the second men passed through successive phases of prosperity and decline. Their advance to developed culture was not nearly so steady and triumphal as might have been expected from a race of such brilliance. As with individuals, so with species, accidents are all too likely to defeat even the most cautious expectations. For instance, the second men were for a long time seriously hampered by a glacial epoch, which at its height imposed Arctic conditions even as far south as India. Little by little, the encroaching ice crowded their tribes into the extremity of that peninsula, and reduced their culture to the level of the Eskimo. In time, of course, they recovered, but only to suffer other scourges, of which the most devastating were epidemics of bacteria. The more recently developed and highly organized tissues of this species were peculiarly susceptible to disease, and not once but many times a promising barbarian culture or medieval civilization was wiped out by plagues. But of all the natural disasters which befell the second men, the worst was due to a spontaneous change in their own physical constitution. Just as the fangs of the ancient saber-toothed tiger had finally grown so large that the beast could not eat, so the brain of the second human species threatened to outgrow the rest of its body. In a cranium that was originally roomy enough, this rare product of nature was now increasingly cramped, while a circulatory system that was formerly quite adequate was becoming more and more liable to fail in pumping blood through so cramped a structure. These two causes at last began to take serious effect. Congenital imbecility became increasingly common, along with all manner of acquired mental diseases. For some thousands of years, the race remained in a most precarious condition, now almost dying out, now rapidly attaining an extravagant kind of culture in some region where physical nature happened to be peculiarly favorable. One of these precarious flashes of spirit occurred in the Yangtze Valley as a sudden and brief effulgence of city-states peopled by neurotics, geniuses, and imbeciles. The lasting upshot of this civilization was a brilliant literature of despair, dominated by a sense of the difference between the actual and the potential in man and the universe. Later, when the race had attained its noontide glory, it was wont to brood upon this tragic voice from the past in order to remind itself of the underlying horror of existence. Meanwhile, brains became more and more overgrown, and the race more and more disorganized. There is no doubt that it would have gone the way of the saber-toothed tiger, simply through the fatal direction of its own physiological evolution, had not a more stable variety of the second human species at last appeared. It was in North America, into which, by way of Africa, the second men had long ago spread, that the roomier-skulled and stronger-hearted type first occurred. By great good fortune, this new variety proved to be a dominant Mendelian character, and as it interbred freely with the older variety, a superbly healthy race soon peopled America. The species was saved. But another 100,000 years were to pass before the second men could reach their zenith. I must not dwell on this movement of the human symphony, though it is one of great richness. Inevitably, many themes are now repeated from the career of the earlier species, but with special features, and transposed, so to speak, from the minor to the major key. Once more, primitive cultures succeed one another, or pass into civilization, barbarian or medieval, and in turn these fall, or are transformed. Twice, indeed, the planet became the home of a single worldwide community, which endured for many thousands of years, until misfortune wrecked it. The collapse is not altogether surprising, for unlike the earlier species, the second men had no coal and oil. In both these early world societies of the second men, there was a complete lack of mechanical power. Consequently, though worldwide and intricate, they were in a manner medieval. In every continent intensive and highly skilled agriculture crept from the valleys up the mountain sides and over the irrigated deserts. In the rambling garden cities, each citizen took his share of drudgery, practiced also some fine handicraft, and yet had leisure for gaiety and contemplation. Intercourse within and between the 5 great continental communities had to be maintained by coaches, caravans, and sailing ships. Sail, indeed, now came back into its own, and far surpassed its previous achievements. On every sea, fleets of great, populous, red-sailed clippers, wooden, with carved poops and prows, but with the sleek flanks of the dolphin, carried the produce of every land. And the many travelers who delighted to spend a sabbatical year among foreigners. So much in the fullness of time could be achieved, even without mechanical power, by a species gifted with high intelligence and immune from antisocial self-regard. But inevitably there came an end. A virus, whose subtle derangement of the glandular system was never suspected by a race still innocent of physiology, propagated throughout the world a mysterious fatigue. Century by century, agriculture withdrew from the hills and deserts, craftsmanship deteriorated, thought became stereotyped, and the vast lethargy produced a vast despond. At length the nations lost touch with one another, forgot their culture, crumbled into savage tribes. Once more, Earth slept. Many thousand years later, long after the disease was spent, several great peoples developed in isolation.
When at last they made contact, they were so alien that in each there had to occur a difficult cultural revolution, not unaccompanied by bloodshed, before the world could once more feel as one.
But this second world order endured only a few centuries, for profound subconscious differences now made it impossible for the races to keep wholeheartedly loyal to each other. Religion finally severed the unity which all willed but none could trust. An heroic nation of monotheists sought to impose its faith on a vaguely pantheist world. For the first and last time the second men stumbled into a worldwide civil war, and just because the war was religious, it developed a brutality hitherto unknown. With crude artillery, but with fanaticism, the two groups of citizen armies harried one another. The fields were laid waste, the cities burned, the rivers and finally the winds were poisoned. Long after that pitch of horror had been passed, at which an inferior species would have lost heart, these heroic madmen continued to organize destruction, and when at last the inevitable breakdown came, it was the more complete. In a sensitive species, the devastating enlightenment which at last began to invade every mind, the overwhelming sense of treason against the human spirit, the tragic comicality of the whole struggle, sapped all energy. Not for thousands of years did the second men achieve once more a world community, but they had learnt their lesson. The third and most enduring civilization of the second men repeated the glorified medievalism of the first, and passed beyond it into a phase of brilliant natural science. Chemical fertilizers increased the crops, and therefore the world population. Wind and water power was converted into electricity to supplement human and animal labor. At length, after many failures, it became possible to use volcanic and subterranean energy to drive dynamos. In a few years, the whole physical character of civilization was transformed. Yet in this headlong passage into industrialism, the second men escaped the errors of ancient Europe, America, and Patagonia. This was due partly to their greater gift of sympathy,
which, save during the one great aberration of the religious war, made them all, in a very vivid manner, members one of another. But partly also it was due to their combination of a practical common sense that was more than British, with a more than Russian immunity from the glamour of wealth, and a passion for the life of the mine that even Greece had never known. Mining and manufacture, even with plentiful electric power, were occupations scarcely less arduous than of old. But since each individual was implicated by vivid sympathy in the lives of all persons within his ken, there was little or no obsession with private economic power. The will to avoid industrial evils was effective because sincere. At its height, the culture of the second men was dominated by respect for the individual human personality. Yet contemporary individuals were regarded both as end and as means, as a stage towards far ampler individuals in the remote future.
For although they themselves were more long-lived than their predecessors, the second men were oppressed by the brevity of human life, and the pettiness of the individual's achievement in comparison with the infinity round about him, which awaited apprehension and admiration. Therefore, they were determined to produce a race endowed with much greater natural longevity. Again, though they participated in one another far more than their predecessors, they themselves were dogged by despair at the distortion and error which spoiled every mind's apprehension of others. Like their predecessors, they had passed through all the more naive phases of self-consciousness and other consciousness, and through idealizations of various modes of personality. They had admired the barbarian hero, the romantical, the sensitive subtle, the bluff and hearty, the decadent, the bland, the severe, and they had concluded that each person, while being himself an expression of some one mode of personality, should seek to be also sensitive to every other mode. They even conceived that the ideal community should be knit into one mind by each unique individual's direct telepathic apprehension of the experience of all his fellows. And the fact that this ideal seemed utterly unattainable wove through their whole culture a thread of darkness, a yearning for spiritual union, a horror of loneliness, which never seriously troubled their far more insulated predecessors. This craving for union influenced the sexual life of the species. In the first place, so closely was the mental related to the physiological in their composition, that when there was no true union of minds, the sexual act failed to give conception. Casual sexual relations thus came to be regarded very differently from those which expressed a deeper intimacy. They were treated as a delightful embroidery on life, affording opportunity of much elegance, light-hearted tenderness, banter, and of course physical inebriation. But they were deemed to signify nothing more than the delight of friend in friend. Where there was a marriage of minds, but then only during the actual passion of communion, sexual intercourse almost always resulted in conception. Under these circumstances, intimate persons had often to practice contraception, but acquaintances never. And one of the most beneficial inventions of the psychologists was a technique of autosuggestion, which at will either facilitated conception or prevented it, surely, harmlessly, and without inesthetic accompaniments. The sexual morality of the second men passed through all the phases known to the first men. But by the time that they had established a single world culture, it had a form not known before. Not only were both men and women encouraged to have as much casual sexual intercourse as they needed for their enrichment, but also on the higher plane of spiritual union, strict monogamy was deprecated. For in sexual union of this higher kind, they saw a symbol of that communion of minds which they longed to make universal. Thus, the most precious gift that a lover could bring to the beloved was not virginity, but sexual experience. The union, it was felt, was the more pregnant the more each party could contribute from previous sexual and spiritual intimacy with others. Yet, though as a principle monogamy was not applauded, the higher kind of union would in practice sometimes result in a lifelong partnership. But since the average life was so much longer than among the first men, such fortuitously perennial unions were often deliberately interrupted for a while, by a change of partners, and then restored with their vitality renewed. Sometimes, on the other hand, a group of persons of both sexes would maintain a composite and permanent marriage together. Sometimes such a group would exchange a member or members with another group, or disperse itself completely among other groups, to come together again years afterwards with enriched experience. In one form or another, this marriage of groups was much prized, as an extension of the vivid sexual participation into an ampler sphere. Among the first men, the brevity of life made these novel forms of union impossible, for obviously no sexual and no spiritual relation can be developed with any richness in less than 30 years of close intimacy. It would be interesting to examine the social institutions of the second men at their zenith, but we have not time to spare for this subject, nor even for the brilliant intellectual achievements in which the species so far outstripped its predecessor. Obviously, any account of the natural science and the philosophy of the second men would be unintelligible to readers of this book. Suffice it that they avoided the errors which had led the first men into false abstraction and into metaphysical theories which were at once sophisticated and naive. Not until after they had passed beyond the best work of the first men in science and philosophy did the second men discover the remains of the great stone library in Siberia. A party of engineers happened upon it while they were preparing to sink a shaft for subterranean energy. The tablets were broken, disordered, weathered. Little by little, however, they were reconstructed and interpreted with the aid of the pictorial dictionary. The finds were of extreme interest to the second men, but not in the manner which the Siberian party had intended, not as a store of scientific and philosophic truth, but as a vivid historical document. The view of the universe which the tablets recorded was both too naive and too artificial, but the insight which they afforded into the mind of the earlier species was invaluable. So little of the old world had survived the volcanic epoch that the second men had failed hitherto to get a clear picture of their predecessors. One item alone in this archaeological treasure had more than historical interest. The biologist leader of the little party in Siberia had recorded much of the sacred text of the life of the divine boy. At the end of the record came the prophet's last words, which had so baffled Patagonia. This theme was full of meaning for the second men, as indeed it would have been even for the first men in their prime. But whereas for the first men the dispassionate ecstasy which the boy had preached was rather an ideal than a fact of experience, the second men recognized in the prophet's words an intuition familiar to themselves. Long ago the tortured geniuses of the Yangtze cities had expressed this same intuition. Subsequently also, it had often been experienced by the more healthy generations, but always with a certain shame, for it had become associated with morbid mentality. But now, with growing conviction that it was wholesome, the second men had begun to grope for a wholesome expression of it. In the life and the last words of the remote apostle of youth, they found an expression which was not wholly inadequate. The species was presently to be in sore need of this gospel. The world community reached at length a certain relative perfection and equilibrium. There was a long summer of social harmony, prosperity, and cultural embellishment. Almost all that could be done by mind in the stage to which it had then reached seemed to have been done. Generations of long-lived, eager, and mutually delightful beings succeeded one another. There was a widespread feeling that the time had come for man to gather all his strength for a flight into some new sphere of mentality. The present type of human being, it was recognized, was but a rough and incoherent natural product. It was time for man to take control of himself and remake himself upon a nobler pattern. With this end in view, two great works were set afoot: research into the ideal of human nature, and research into practical means of remaking human nature. Individuals in all lands, living their private lives, delighting in each other, keeping the tissue of society alive and vigorous, were deeply moved by the thought that their world community was at last engaged upon this heroic task. But elsewhere in the solar system, life of a very different kind was seeking, in its own strange manner, ends incomprehensible to man, yet at bottom identical with his own ends. And presently the two were to come together, not in cooperation. Chapter 8. The Martians. 1. The First Martian Invasion. Upon the foothills of the new and titanic mountains that were once the Hindu Kush were many holiday centers, whence the young men and women of Asia were wont to seek alpine dangers and hardships for their souls' refreshment. It was in this district, and shortly after a summer dawn, that the Martians were first seen by men. Early walkers noticed that the sky had an unaccountably greenish tinge, and that the climbing sun, though free from cloud, was wan. Observers were presently surprised to see the green concentrate itself into 1,000 tiny cloudlets, with clear blue between. Field glasses revealed within each fleck of green some faint hint of a ruddy nucleus, and shifting strands of an infrared color, which would have been invisible to the earlier human race. These extraordinary specks of cloud were all of about the same size, the largest of them appearing smaller than the moon's disk, but in form they varied greatly, and were seen to be changing their shapes more rapidly than the natural cirrus which they slightly resembled. In fact, though there was much that was cloud-like in their form and motion, there was also something definite about them, both in their features and behavior, which suggested life. Indeed, they were strongly reminiscent of primitive amoeboid organisms seen through a microscope. The whole sky was strewn with them, here and there in concentrations of unbroken green, elsewhere more sparsely. And they were observed to be moving. A general drift of the whole celestial population was setting toward one of the snowy peaks that dominated the landscape. Presently the foremost individuals reached the mountain's crest, and were seen to be creeping down the rock face with a very slow amoeboid action. Meanwhile, a couple of aeroplanes, electrically driven, had climbed the sky to investigate the strange phenomenon at close quarters. They passed among the drifting cloudlets, and actually through many of them without hindrance, and almost without being obscured from view. On the mountain, a vast swarm of the cloudlets was collecting and creeping down the precipices and snowfields into a high glacier valley. At a certain point, where the glacier dropped steeply to a lower level, the advance guard slowed down and stopped, while hosts of their fellows continued to pack in on them from behind. In half an hour the whole sky was once more clear, save for normal clouds. But upon the glacier lay what might almost have been an exceptionally dark, solid-looking thundercloud, save for its green tinge and seething motion. For some minutes this strange object was seen to concentrate itself into a somewhat smaller bulk and become darker. Then it moved forward again, and passed over the cliffy end of the glacier into the pine-clad valley. An intervening ridge now hid it from its first observers. Lower down the valley there was a village. Many of the inhabitants, when they saw the mysterious dense fume advancing upon them, took to their mechanical vehicles and fled, but some waited out of curiosity. They were swallowed up in a murky olive-brown fog, shot here and there with queer shimmering streaks of a ruddier tint. Presently there was complete darkness. Artificial lights were blotted out almost at arm's length. Breathing became difficult. Throats and lungs were irritated. Everyone was seized with a violent attack of sneezing and coughing. The clouds streamed through the village, and seemed to exercise irregular pressures upon objects, not always in the general direction of movement, but sometimes in the opposite direction, as though it were getting a purchase upon human bodies and walls, and actually elbowing its way along. Within a few minutes the fog lightened, and presently it left the village behind it, save for a few strands and whiffs of its smoke-like substance, which had become entangled in side streets and isolated. Very soon, however, these seemed to get themselves clear and hurry to overtake the main body. When the gasping villagers had somewhat recovered, they sent a radio message to the little town lower down the valley, urging temporary evacuation. The message was not broadcast, but transmitted on a slender beam of rays. It so happened that the beam had to be directed through the noxious matter itself. While the message was being given, the cloud's progress ceased, and its outlines became vague and ragged. Fragments of it actually drifted away on the wind and dissipated themselves. Almost as soon as the message was completed, the cloud began to define itself again, and lay for a quarter of an hour at rest. A dozen bold young men from the town now approached the dark mass out of curiosity. No sooner did they come face to face with it, round a bend in a valley, than the cloud rapidly contracted till it was no bigger than a house. Looking now something between a dense, opaque fume and an actual jelly, it lay still until the party had ventured within a few yards. Evidently their courage failed, for they were seen to turn. But before they had retreated 3 paces, a long proboscis shot out of the main mass with the speed of a chameleon's tongue, and enveloped them. Slowly it withdrew, but the young men had been gathered in with it. The cloud, or jelly, churned itself violently for some seconds, then ejected the bodies in a single chewed lump. The murderous thing now elbowed itself along the road towards the town, leaned against the first house, crushed it, and proceeded to wander hither and thither, pushing everything down before it as though it were a lava stream. The inhabitants took to their heels, but several were licked up and slaughtered. Powerful beam radiation was now poured into the cloud from all the neighboring installations. Its destructive activity slackened, and once more it began to disintegrate and expand. Presently it streamed upwards as a huge column of smoke, and at a great altitude it dissipated itself again into a swarm of the original green cloudlets, noticeably reduced in numbers. These again faded into a uniform greenish tinge, which gradually vanished. Thus ended the first invasion of the earth from Mars. 2. Life on Mars. Our concern is with humanity, and with the Martians only in relation to men. But in order to understand the tragic intercourse of the 2 planets, it is necessary to glance at conditions on Mars, and conceive something of those fantastically different yet fundamentally similar beings who were now seeking to possess man's home. To describe the biology, psychology, and history of a whole world in a few pages is as difficult as it would be to give the Martians themselves in the same compass a true idea of man. Encyclopedias, libraries would be needed in either case. Yet somehow I must contrive to suggest the alien sufferings and delights, and the many eons of struggle which went to the making of these strange, non-human intelligences, in some ways so inferior, yet in others definitely superior to the human species which they encountered. Mars was a world whose mass was about 1/10 that of the Earth. Gravity, therefore, had played a less tyrannical part in Martian than in terrestrial history. The weakness of Martian gravity combined with the paucity of the planet's air envelope to make the general atmospheric pressure far lighter than on Earth. Oxygen was far less plentiful. Water also was comparatively rare. There were no oceans or seas, but only shallow lakes and marshes, many of which dried up in summer. The climate of the planet was in general very dry, and yet very cold. Being without cloud, it was perennially bright with the feeble rays of a distant sun. Earlier in the history of Mars, when there were more air, more water, and a higher temperature from internal heat, life had appeared in the coastal waters of the seas, and evolution had proceeded in much the same manner as on Earth. primitive life was differentiated into the fundamental animal and vegetable types. Multicellular structures appeared and specialized themselves in diverse manners to suit diverse environments. A great variety of plant forms clothed the lands, often with forests of gigantic and slender-stemmed plumes. Mollusk-like and insect-like animals crept or swam, or shot themselves hither and thither in fantastic jumps. Huge spidery creatures of a type not wholly unlike crustaceans or gigantic grasshoppers bounded after their prey and developed a versatility and cunning which enabled them to dominate the planet almost as, at a much later date, early man was to dominate the terrestrial wild. But meanwhile a rapid loss of atmosphere, and especially of water vapor, was changing Martian conditions beyond the limits of adaptability of this early fauna and flora. At the same time, a very different kind of vital organization was beginning to profit by the change. On Mars, as on the Earth, life had arisen from one of many subvital forms. The new type of life on Mars evolved from another of these subvital kinds of molecular organization, one which had hitherto failed to evolve at all, and had played an insignificant part, save occasionally as a rare virus in the respiratory organs of animals. These fundamental subvital units of organization were ultramicroscopic, and indeed far smaller than the terrestrial bacteria or even the terrestrial viruses. They originally occurred in the marshy ponds, which dried up every spring and became depressions of baked mud and dust. Certain of their species, borne into the air upon dust particles, developed an extremely dry habit of life. They maintained themselves by absorbing chemicals from the wind-borne dust and a very slight amount of moisture from the air. Also, they absorbed sunlight by a photosynthesis almost identical with that of the plants. To this extent, they were similar to the other living things. But they had also certain capacities which the other stock had lost at the very outset of its evolutionary career. Terrestrial organisms and Martian organisms of the terrestrial type maintained themselves as vital unities by means of nervous systems or other forms of material contact between parts. In the most developed forms, an immensely complicated neural telephone system connected every part of the body with a vast central exchange, the brain. Thus on the Earth, a single organism was without exception a continuous system of matter, which maintained a certain constancy of form. But from the distinctively Martian subvital unit, there evolved at length a very different kind of complex organism, in which material contact of parts was not necessary either to coordination of behavior or unity of consciousness. These ends were achieved upon a very different physical basis. The ultra-microscopic subvital members were sensitive to all kinds of ethereal vibrations, directly sensitive in a manner impossible to terrestrial life, and they could also initiate vibrations. Upon this basis, Martian life developed at length the capacity of maintaining vital organization as a single conscious individual without continuity of living matter. Thus, the typical Martian organism was a cloudlet, a group of free-moving members dominated by a group mind. But in one species, individuality came to inhere. For certain purposes, not in distinct cloudlets only, but in a great fluid system of cloudlets. Such was the single-minded Martian host which invaded the Earth. The Martian organism depended, so to speak, not on telephone wires, but on an immense crowd of mobile wireless stations, transmitting and receiving different wavelengths according to their function. The radiation of a single unit was of course very feeble, but a great system of units could maintain contact with its wandering parts over a considerable distance. One other important characteristic distinguished the dominant form of life on Mars. Just as a cell in the terrestrial form of life has often the power of altering its shape, whence the whole mechanism of muscular activity, so in the Martian form the free-floating ultramicroscopic unit might be specialized for generating around itself a magnetic field, and so either repelling or attracting its neighbors. Thus a system of materially disconnected units had a certain cohesion. Its consistency was something between a smoke cloud and a very tenuous jelly. It had a definite though ever-changing contour and resistant surface. By massed mutual repulsions of its constituent units, it could exercise pressure on surrounding objects. And in its most concentrated form, the Martian cloud jelly could bring to bear immense forces, which could also be controlled for very delicate manipulation. Magnetic forces were also responsible for the mollusk-like motion of the cloud as a whole over the ground, and again for the transport of lifeless material and living units from region to region within the cloud. The magnetic field of repulsion and attraction generated by a subvital unit was much more restricted than its field of wireless communication. Similarly with organized systems of units. Thus each of the cloudlets which the second men saw in their sky was an independent motor unit, but also it was in a kind of telepathic communication with all its fellows. Indeed, in every public enterprise, such as the terrestrial campaigns, almost perfect unity of consciousness was maintained within the limits of a huge field of radiation. Yet only when the whole population concentrated itself into a small and relatively dense cloud jelly did it become a single magnetic motor unit. The Martians, it should be noted, had three possible forms or formations, namely, first, an open order of independent and very tenuous cloudlets in telepathic communication and often in strict unity as a group mind. Second, a more concentrated and less vulnerable corporate cloud. And third, an extremely concentrated and formidable cloud jelly. Save for these very remarkable characteristics, there was no really fundamental difference between the distinctively Martian and the distinctively terrestrial forms of life. The chemical basis of the former was somewhat more complicated than that of the latter, and selenium played a part in it, to which nothing corresponded in terrestrial life. The Martian organism, moreover, was unique in that it fulfilled within itself the functions of both animal and vegetable. But save for these peculiarities, the two types of life were biochemically much the same. Both needed material from the ground, both needed sunlight. Each lived in the chemical changes occurring in its own flesh. Each, of course, tended to maintain itself as an organic unity. There was a certain difference, indeed, in respect of reproduction, for the Martian subvital units retained the power of growth and subdivision. Thus the birth of a Martian cloud arose from the subdivision of myriads of units within the parent cloud, followed by their rejection as a new individual. And as the units were highly specialized for different functions, representatives of many types had to pass into the new cloud. In the earliest stages of evolution on Mars, the units had become independent of each other as soon as they parted in reproduction. But later, the hitherto useless and rudimentary power of emitting radiation was specialized, so that, after reproduction, free individuals came to maintain radiant contact with one another, and to behave with ever-increasing coordination. Still later, these organized groups themselves maintained radiant contact with groups of their offspring, thus constituting larger individuals with specialized members. With each advance in complexity, the sphere of radiant influence increased, until at the zenith of Martian evolution, the whole planet, save for the remaining animal and vegetable representatives of the other and unsuccessful kind of life, constituted sometimes a single biological and psychological individual. But this occurred as a rule only in respect of matters which concern the species as a whole. At most times the Martian individual was a cloudlet, such as those which first astonished the second men. But in great public crises, each cloudlet would suddenly wake up to find himself the mind of the whole race, sensing through many individuals, and interpreting his sensations in the light of the experience of the whole race. The life which dominated Mars was thus something between an extremely well-disciplined army of specialized units and a body possessed by one mind. Like an army, it could take any form without destroying its organic unity. Like an army, it was sometimes a crowd of free-wandering units, yet at other times also it disposed itself in very special orders to fulfill special functions. Like an army, it was composed of free, experiencing individuals who voluntarily submitted themselves to discipline. On the other hand, unlike an army, it woke occasionally into unified consciousness. The same fluctuation between individuality and multiplicity which characterized the race as a whole characterized also each of the cloudlets themselves. Each was sometimes an individual, sometimes a swarm of more primitive individuals. But while the race rather seldom rose to full individuality, the cloudlets declined from it only in very special circumstances. Each cloudlet was an organization of specialized groups, formed of minor specialized groups, which in turn were composed of the fundamental specialized varieties of subvital units. Each free-roving group of free-roving units constituted a special organ, fulfilling some particular function in the whole. Thus some were specialized for attraction and repulsion, some for chemical operations, some for storing the sun's energy, some for emitting radiation, some for absorbing and storing water, some for special sensitivities such as awareness of mechanical pressure and vibration, or temperature changes or light rays. Others again were specialized to fulfill the function of the brain of man, but in a peculiar manner. The whole volume of the cloudlet vibrated with innumerable wireless messages in very many wavelengths from the different organs. It was the function of the brain units to receive and correlate and interpret these messages in the light of past experience, and to initiate responses in the wavelengths appropriate to the organs concerned. All these subvital units, save a few types that were too highly specialized, were capable of independent life as airborne bacteria or viruses, and whenever they lost touch with the radiation of the whole system, they continued to live their own simple lives until they were once more controlled. All were free-floating units, but normally they were under the influence of the cloudlet system of electromagnetic fields, and were directed hither and thither for their special functions. And under this influence, some of them might be held rigidly in position in relation to one another. Such was the case of the organs of sight. In early stages of evolution, some of the units had specialized for carrying minute globules of water. Later, much larger droplets were carried, millions of units holding between them a still microscopic globule of life's most precious fluid. Ultimately, this function was turned to good account in vision. Aqueous lenses as large as the eye of an ox were supported by a scaffolding of units, while at focal length from the lens a rigid retina of units was held in position. Thus the Martian could produce eyes of every variety whenever he wanted them, and telescopes and microscopes too. This production and manipulation of visual organs was of course largely subconscious, like the focusing mechanism in man. But latterly the Martians had greatly increased their conscious control of physiological processes, and it was this achievement which facilitated their remarkable optical triumphs. One other physiological function we must note before considering the Martian psychology. The fully evolved, but as yet uncivilized, Martian had long ago ceased to depend for his chemicals on wind-borne volcanic dust. Instead, he rested at night on the ground, like a knee-high mist on terrestrial meadows, and projected specialized tubular groups of units into the soil like rootlets. Part of the day also had to be occupied in this manner. Somewhat later this process was supplemented by devouring the declining plant life of the planet. But the final civilized Martians had greatly improved their methods of exploiting the ground and the sunlight, both by mechanical means and by artificial specialization of their own organs. Even so, however, as their activities increased, these vegetable functions became an ever more serious problem for them. They practiced agriculture, but only a very small area of the arid planet could be induced to bear. It was terrestrial water and terrestrial vegetation that finally determined them to make the great voyage. 3. The Martian Mind. The Martian mind was of a very different type from the terrestrial, different, yet at bottom identical. In so strange a body, the mind was inevitably equipped with alien cravings and alien manners of apprehending its environment. And with so different a history, it was confused by prejudices very unlike those of man. Yet it was none the less mind, concerned in the last resort with the maintenance and advancement of life, and the exercise of vital capacities. Fundamentally, the Martian was like all other living beings, in that he delighted in the free working of his body and his mind. Yet superficially, he was as unlike man in mind as in body. The most distinctive feature of the Martian, compared with man, was that his individuality was both far more liable to disruption, and at the same time immeasurably more capable of direct participation in the minds of other individuals. The human mind, in its solid body, maintained its unity and its dominance over its members in all normal circumstances. Only in disease was man liable to mental or physical dissociation. On the other hand, he was incapable of direct contact with other individuals, and the emergence of a supermind in a group of individuals was quite impossible. The Martian cloudlet, however, though he fell to pieces physically and also mentally, far more readily than a man, might also at any moment wake up to be the intelligent mind of his race, might begin to perceive with the sense organs of all other individuals, and experience thoughts and desires which were, so to speak, the resultant of all individual thoughts and desires upon some matter of general interest. But unfortunately, as I shall tell, the common mind of the Martians never woke into any order of mentality higher than that of the individual. These differences between the Martian and the human psyche entailed characteristic advantages and disadvantages. The Martian, immune from man's inveterate selfishness and spiritual isolation from his fellows, lacked the mental coherence, the concentrated attention and far-reaching analysis and synthesis, and again the vivid self-consciousness and relentless self-criticism which even the first men at their best had attained in some degree, and which in the second men were still more developed. The Martians, moreover, were hampered by being almost identical in character. They possessed perfect harmony, but only through being almost wholly in temperamental unison. They were all hobbled by their sameness to one another. They were without that rich diversity of personal character which enabled the human spirit to cover so wide a field of mentality. This infinite variety of human nature entailed, indeed, endless wasteful and cruel personal conflicts in the first, and even to some extent in the second, species of man. But also it enabled every individual of developed sympathy to enrich his spirit by intercourse with individuals whose temperament, thought, and ideals differed from his own. And while the Martians were little troubled by internecine strife and the passion of hate, they were also almost wholly devoid of the passion of love. The Martian's individual could admire and be utterly faithful to the object of his loyalty. But his admiration was given not to concrete and uniquely charactered persons of the same order as himself, but at best to the vaguely conceived spirit of the race. Individuals like himself he regarded merely as instruments or organs of the supermind. This would not have been amiss had the mind of the race into which he so frequently awoke under the influence of the general radiation been indeed a mind of higher rank than his own. But it was not. It was but a pooling of the percipience and thought and will of the cloudlets. Thus it was that the superb loyalty of the Martians was squandered upon something which was not greater than themselves in mental caliber, but only in mere bulk. The Martian cloudlet, like the human animal, had a complex instinctive nature. By night and day, respectively, he was impelled to perform the vegetative functions of absorbing chemicals from the ground and energy from the sunlight. Air and water he also craved, though he dealt with them, of course, in his own manner. He had also his own characteristic instinctive impulses to move his body, both for locomotion and manipulation. Martian civilization provided an outlet for these cravings, both in the practice of agriculture and in intricate and wonderfully beautiful cloud dances and gymnastics. For these perfectly supple beings rejoiced in executing aerial evolutions, flinging out wild rhythmical streamers, intertwining with one another in spirals, concentrating into opaque spheres, cubes, cones, and all sorts of fantastical volumes. Many of these movements and shapes had intense emotional significance for them in relation to the operations of their life, and were executed with a religious fervor and solemnity. The Martian had also his impulses of fear and pugnacity. In the remote past, these had often been directed against hostile members of his own species, but since the race had become unified, they found exercise only upon other types of life and upon inanimate nature. Instinctive gregariousness was, of course, extremely developed in the Martian at the expense of instinctive self-assertion. Sexuality the Martian had not. There were not partners in reproduction. But his impulse to merge physically and mentally with other individuals and wake up as the supermind had in it much that was characteristic of sex in man. Parental impulses of a kind he knew, but they were scarcely worthy of the name. He cared only to eject excessive living matter from his system, and to keep en rapport with the new individual thus formed, as he would with any other individual. He knew no more of the human devotion to children as budding personalities than of the subtle intercourse of male and female temperaments. By the time of the first invasion, however, reproduction had been greatly restricted, for the planet was fully populated, and each individual cloudlet was potentially immortal. Among the Martians there was no natural death, no spontaneous death through mere senility. Normally, the cloudlet's members kept themselves in repair indefinitely by the reproduction of their constituent units. Diseases indeed were often fatal, and chief among them was a plague corresponding to terrestrial cancer, in which the subvital units lost their sensitivity to radiation, so that they proceeded to live as primitive organisms and reproduce without restraint. As they also became parasitic on the unaffected units, the cloudlet inevitably died. Like the higher kinds of terrestrial mammal, the Martians had strong impulses of curiosity, having also many practical needs to fulfill as a result of their civilization, and being extremely well equipped by nature for physical experiment in microscopy. They had gone far in the natural sciences. In physics, astronomy, chemistry, and even in the chemistry of life, man had nothing to teach them. The vast corpus of Martian knowledge had taken many thousands of years to grow. All its stages and its current achievements were recorded on immense scrolls of paper made from vegetable pulp and stored in libraries of stone. For the Martians, curiously enough, had become great masons, and had covered much of their planet with buildings of feathery and toppling design, such as would have been quite impossible on Earth. They had no need of buildings for habitation save in the Arctic regions. But as workshops, granaries, and storerooms of all sorts, buildings had become very necessary to the Martians. Moreover, these extremely tenuous creatures took a peculiar joy in manipulating solids. Even their most utilitarian architecture blossomed with a sort of Gothic or arabesque ornateness and fantasy, wherein the ethereal seemed to torture the substance of solid rock into its own likeness. At the time of the invasion, the Martians were still advancing intellectually, and indeed it was through an achievement in theoretical physics that they were able to leave their planet. They had long known that minute particles at the upper limit of the atmosphere might be borne into space by the pressure of the sun's rays at dawn and sunset, and at length they discovered how to use this pressure as the wind is used in sailing. Dissipating themselves into their ultra-microscopic units, they contrived to get a purchase on the gravitational fields of the solar system, as a boat's keel and rudder get a purchase on the water. Thus they were able to tack across to the earth as an armada of ultra-microscopic vessels. Arrived in the terrestrial sky, they reformed themselves as cloudlets, swam through the dense air to the alpine summit, and climbed downwards, as a swimmer may climb down a ladder under water. This achievement involved very intricate calculations and chemical inventions, especially for the preservation of life in transit and on an alien planet. It could never have been done save by beings with far-reaching and accurate knowledge of the physical world. But though in respect of natural knowledge the Martians were so well advanced, they were extremely backward in all those spheres which may be called spiritual knowledge. They had little understanding of their own mentality, and less of the place of mind in the cosmos. Though in a sense a highly intelligent species, they were at the same time wholly lacking in philosophical interest. They scarcely conceived, still less tackled, the problems which even the first men had faced so often, though so vainly. For the Martians there was no mystery in the distinction between reality and appearance, or in the relation of the one and the many, or in the status of good and evil. Nor were they ever critical of their own ideals. They aimed wholeheartedly at the advancement of the Martian super-individual. But what should constitute individuality and its advancement, they never seriously considered. And the idea that they were under obligation also towards beings not included in the Martian system of radiation proved wholly beyond them. For, though so clever, they were the most naive of self-deceivers, and had no insight to see what it is that is truly desirable. 4. Delusions of the Martians. To understand how the Martians tricked themselves, and how they were finally undone by their own insane will, we must glance at their history. The civilized Martians constituted the sole remaining variety of a species. That species itself, in the remote past, had competed with and exterminated many other species of the same general type. Aided by the changing climate, it had also exterminated almost all the species of the more terrestrial kind of fauna, and had thereby much reduced the vegetation which it was subsequently to need and foster so carefully. This victory of the species had been due partly to its versatility and intelligence, partly to a remarkable zest and ferocity, partly to its unique powers of radiation and sensitivity to radiation, which enabled it to act with a coordination impossible even to the most gregarious of animals. But, as with other species in biological history, the capacity by which it triumphed became at length a source of weakness. When the species reached a stage corresponding to primitive human culture, one of its races, achieving a still higher degree of radiant intercourse and physical unity, was able to behave as a single vital unit, and so it succeeded in exterminating all its rivals. Racial conflict had persisted for many thousands of years, but as soon as the favored race had developed this almost absolute solidarity of will, its victory was sweeping, and was clinched by joyous massacre of the enemy. But ever afterwards the Martians suffered from the psychological effects of their victory at the close of the epoch of racial wars. The extreme brutality with which the other races had been exterminated conflicted with the generous impulses which civilization had begun to foster, and left a scar upon the conscience of the victors. In self-defense they persuaded themselves that since they were so much more admirable than the rest, the extermination was actually a sacred duty. And their unique value, they said, consisted in their unique radiational development. Hence arose a gravely insincere tradition and culture, which finally ruined the species. They had long believed that the physical basis of consciousness must necessarily be a system of units directly sensitive to ethereal vibrations, and that organisms dependent on the physical contact of their parts were too gross to have any experience whatever. After the age of the racial massacres, they sought to persuade themselves that the excellence or ethical worth of any organism depended upon the degree of complexity and unity of its radiation. Century by century, they strengthened their faith in this vulgar doctrine, and developed also a system of quite irrational delusions and obsessions based upon an obsessive and passionate lust in radiation. It would take too long to tell of all these subsidiary fantasies, and of the ingenious ways in which they were reconciled with the main body of sane knowledge. But one at least must be mentioned, because of the part it played in the struggle with man. The Martians knew, of course, that solid matter was solid by virtue of the interlocking of the minute electromagnetic systems called atoms. Now rigidity had for them somewhat the same significance and prestige that air, breath, spirit had for early man. It was in the quasi-solid form that Martians were physically most potent, and the maintenance of this form was exhausting and difficult. These facts combined in the Martian consciousness with the knowledge that rigidity was after all the outcome of interlocked electromagnetic systems. Rigidity was thus endowed with a peculiar sanctity. The superstition was gradually consolidated by a series of psychological accidents into a fanatical admiration of all very rigid materials, but especially of hard crystals, and above all of diamonds. For diamonds were extravagantly resistant, and at the same time, as the Martians themselves put it, diamonds were superb jugglers with the ethereal radiation called light. Every diamond was therefore a supreme embodiment of the tense energy and eternal equilibrium of the cosmos, and must be treated with reverence. In Mars, all known diamonds were exposed to sunlight on the pinnacles of sacred buildings, and the thought that on the neighbor planet might be diamonds which were not properly treated was one motive of the invasion. Thus did the Martian mind, unwittingly sidetracked from its true development, fall sick, and strive ever more fanatically towards mere phantoms of its goal. In the early stages of the disorder, radiation was merely regarded as an infallible sign of mentality, and radiative complexity was taken as an infallible measure merely of spiritual worth. But little by little, radiation and mentality failed to be distinguished, and radiative organization was actually mistaken for spiritual worth. In this obsession, the Martians resembled somewhat the first men during their degenerate phase of servitude to the idea of movement, but with a difference. For the Martian intelligence was still active, though its products were severely censored in the name of the spirit of the race. Every Martian was a case of dual personality. Not merely was he sometimes a private consciousness, sometimes the consciousness of the race, but further, even as a private individual, he was in a manner divided against himself. Though his practical allegiance to the super-individual was absolute, so that he condemned or ignored all thoughts and impulses that could not be assimilated to the public consciousness, he did in fact have such thoughts and impulses, as it were in the deepest recesses of his being. He very seldom noticed that he was having them, and whenever he did notice it, he was shocked and terrified, yet he did have them. They constituted an intermittent, sometimes almost a continuous, critical commentary on all his more reputable experience. This was the great tragedy of the spirit on Mars. The Martians were in many ways extremely well equipped for mental progress and for true spiritual adventure. But through a trick of fortune which had persuaded them to prize above all else unity and uniformity, they were driven to thwart their own struggling spirits at every turn. Far from being superior to the private mind, the public mind which obsessed every Martian was in many ways actually inferior. It had come into dominance in a crisis which demanded severe military coordination, and though since that remote age it had made great intellectual progress, it remained at heart a military mind. Its disposition was something between that of a field marshal and the god of the ancient Hebrews. A certain English philosopher once described and praised the fictitious corporate personality of the state, and named it Leviathan. The Martian super-individual was Leviathan endowed with consciousness. In this consciousness there was nothing but what was easily assimilated and in accord with tradition. Thus the public mind was always intellectually and culturally behind the times. Only in respect of practical social organization did it keep abreast of its own individuals. Intellectual progress had always been initiated by private individuals, and had only penetrated the public mind when the mass of individuals had been privately infected by intercourse with the pioneers. The public consciousness itself initiated progress only in the sphere of social, military, and economic organization. The novel circumstances which were encountered on the Earth put the mentality of the Martians to a supreme test. For the unique enterprise of tackling a new world demanded the extremes of both public and private activity, and so led to agonizing conflicts within each private mind. For while the undertaking was essentially social and even military, and necessitated very strict coordination and unity of action, the extreme novelty of the new environment demanded all the resources of the untrammeled private consciousness. Moreover, the Martians encountered much on the Earth which made nonsense of their fundamental assumptions, and in their brightest moment of private consciousness they sometimes recognized this fact. Chapter 9. Earth and Mars. 1. The Second Men at Bay. Such were the beings that invaded the earth when the second men were gathering their strength for a great venture in artificial evolution. The motives of the invasion were both economic and religious. The Martians sought water and vegetable matter, but they came also in a crusading spirit to liberate the terrestrial diamonds. Conditions on the earth were very unfavorable to the invaders. Excessive gravitation troubled them less than might have been expected. Only in their most concentrated form did they find it oppressive. More harmful was the density of the terrestrial atmosphere, which constricted the tenuous animate cloudlets very painfully, hindering their vital processes and deadening all their movements. In their native atmosphere they swam hither and thither with ease and considerable speed. But the treacly air of the earth hampered them as a bird's wings are hampered under water. Moreover, owing to their extreme buoyancy as individual cloudlets, they were scarcely able to dive down so far as the mountain tops. Excessive oxygen was also a source of distress. It tended to put them into a violent fever, which they had only been able to guard against very imperfectly. Even more damaging was the excessive moisture of the atmosphere, both through its solvent effect upon certain factors in the subvital units, and because heavy rain interfered with the physiological processes of the cloudlets and washed many of their materials to the ground. The invaders had also to cope with the tissue of radio messages that constantly enveloped the planet, and tended to interfere with their own organic systems of radiation. They were prepared for this to some extent, but beam wireless at close range surprised, bewildered, tortured, and finally routed them, so that they fled back to Mars, leaving many of their number disintegrated in the terrestrial air. But the pioneering army, or individual, for throughout the adventure it maintained unity of consciousness, had much to report at home. As was expected, there was rich vegetation, and water was even too abundant. There were solid animals of the type of the prehistoric Martian fauna, but mostly two-legged and erect. Experiment had shown that these creatures died when they were pulled to pieces, and that though the sun's rays affected them by setting up chemical action in their visual organs, they had no really direct sensitivity to radiation. Obviously, therefore, they must be unconscious. On the other hand, the terrestrial atmosphere was permanently alive with radiation of a violent and incoherent type. It was still uncertain whether these crude ethereal agitations were natural phenomena, mere careless offshoots of the cosmic mind, or whether they were emitted by a terrestrial organism. There was reason to suppose this last to be the case, and that the solid organisms were used by some hidden terrestrial intelligence as instruments, for there were buildings, and many of the bipeds were found within the buildings. Moreover, the sudden violent concentration of beam radiation upon the Martian cloud suggested purposeful and hostile behavior. Punitive action had therefore been taken, and many buildings and bipeds had been destroyed. The physical basis of such a terrestrial intelligence was still to be discovered. It was certainly not in the terrestrial clouds, for these had turned out to be insensitive to radiation. Anyhow, it was obviously an intelligence of very low order, for its radiation was scarcely at all systematic, and was indeed excessively crude. One or two unfortunate diamonds had been found in a building. There was no sign that they were properly venerated. The Terrestrials, on their side, were left in complete bewilderment by the extraordinary events of that day. Some had jokingly suggested that since the strange substance had behaved in a manner obviously vindictive, it must have been alive and conscious, but no one took the suggestion seriously. Clearly, however, the thing had been dissipated by beam radiation. That at least was an important piece of practical knowledge. But theoretical knowledge about the real nature of the clouds and their place in the order of the universe was for the present wholly lacking. To a race of strong cognitive interest and splendid scientific achievement, this ignorance was violently disturbing. It seemed to shake the foundations of the great structure of knowledge. Many frankly hoped, in spite of the loss of life in the first invasion, that there would soon be another opportunity for studying these amazing objects, which were not quite gaseous and not quite solid, not apparently organic, yet capable of behaving in a manner suggestive of life. An opportunity was soon afforded. Some years after the first invasion, the Martians appeared again, and in far greater force. This time, moreover, they were almost immune from man's offensive radiation. Operating simultaneously from all the alpine regions of the earth, they began to dry up the great rivers at their sources, and venturing further afield, they spread over jungle and agricultural land, and stripped off every leaf. Valley after valley was devastated, as though by endless swarms of locusts, so that in whole countries there was not a green blade left. The booty was carried off to Mars. Myriads of the subvital units, specialized for transport of water and food materials, were loaded each with the fuel molecules of the treasure, and dispatched to the home planet. The traffic continued indefinitely. Meanwhile, the main body of the Martians proceeded to explore and loot. They were irresistible. For the absorption of water and leafage, they spread over the countryside as an impalpable mist which man had no means to dispel. For the destruction of civilization, they became armies of gigantic cloud jellies, far bigger than the brute which had formed itself during the earlier invasion. Cities were knocked down and flattened, human beings masticated into pulp. Man tried weapon after weapon in vain. Presently the Martians discovered the sources of terrestrial radiation in the innumerable wireless transmitting stations. Here at last was the physical basis of the terrestrial intelligence. But what a lowly creature! What a caricature of life! Obviously, in respect of complexity and delicacy of organization, these wretched immobile systems of glass, metal, and vegetable compounds were not to be compared with the Martian cloud. Their only feat seemed to be that they had managed to get control of the unconscious bipeds who tended them. In the course of their explorations, the Martians also discovered a few more diamonds. The second human species had outgrown the barbaric lust for jewelry, but they recognized the beauty of gems and precious metals and used them as badges of office. Unfortunately, the Martians, in sacking a town, came upon a woman who was wearing a large diamond between her breasts, for she was mayor of the town and in charge of the evacuation. That the sacred stone should be used thus, apparently for the mere identification of cattle, shocked the invaders even more than the discovery of fragments of diamonds in certain cutting instruments. The war now began to be waged with all the heroism and brutality of a crusade. Long after a rich booty of water and vegetable matter had been secured, long after the Terrestrials had developed an effective means of attack and were slaughtering the Martian clouds with high-tension electricity in the form of artificial lightning flashes, the misguided fanatics stayed on to rescue the diamonds and carry them away to the mountain-tops, where years afterwards climbers discovered them, arranged along the rock edges in glittering files like seabirds' eggs. Thither the dying remnant of the Martian host had transported them with its last strength, scorning to save itself before the diamonds were borne into the pure mountain air to be lodged with dignity. When the second men learned of this great hoard of diamonds, they began to be seriously persuaded that they had been dealing not with a freak of physical nature, nor yet, as some said, with swarms of bacteria,
but with organisms of a higher order. For how could the jewels have been singled out, freed from their metallic settings, and so carefully regimented on the rocks, save by conscious purpose? The murderous clouds must have had at least the pilfering mentality of jackdaws, since evidently they had been fascinated by the treasure. But the very action which revealed their consciousness suggested also that they were no more intelligent than the merely instinctive animals. There was no opportunity of correcting this error, since all the clouds had been destroyed. The struggle had lasted only a few months. Its material effects on man were serious, but not insurmountable. Its immediate psychological effect was invigorating. The second men had long been accustomed to a security and prosperity that were almost utopian. Suddenly they were overwhelmed by a calamity which was quite unintelligible in terms of their own systematic knowledge. Their predecessors in such a situation would have behaved with their own characteristic vacillation between the human and the subhuman. They would have contracted a fever of romantic loyalty, and have performed many random acts of secretly self-regarding self-sacrifice. They would have sought profit out of the public disaster, and howled at all who were more fortunate than themselves. They would have cursed their gods, and looked for more useful ones. But also, in an incoherent manner, they would sometimes have behaved reasonably, and would even have risen now and again to the standards of the second men. Wholly unused to large-scale human bloodshed, these more developed beings suffered an agony of pity for their mangled fellows. But they said nothing about their pity, and scarcely noticed their own generous grief, for they were busy with the work of rescue. Suddenly confronted with the need of extreme loyalty and courage, they exulted in complying, and experienced that added keenness of spirit which comes when danger is well faced. But it did not occur to them that they were bearing themselves heroically, for they thought they were merely behaving reasonably, showing common sense. And if anyone failed in a tight place, they did not call him coward, but gave him a drug to clear his head. Or if that failed, they put him under a doctor. No doubt, among the first men, such a policy would not have been justified, for these bewildered beings had not the clear and commanding vision which kept all sane members of the second species constant in loyalty. The immediate psychological effect of the disaster was that it afforded this very noble race healthful exercise for its great reserves of loyalty and heroism. Quite apart from this immediate invigoration, however, the first agony, and those many others which were to follow, influenced the second men for good and ill in a train of effects which may be called spiritual. They had long known very well that the universe was one in which there could be not only private, but also great public tragedies, and their philosophy did not seek to conceal this fact. Private tragedy they were able to face with a bland fortitude, and even an ecstasy of acceptance, such as the earlier species had but rarely attained. Public tragedy, even world tragedy, they declared should be faced in the same spirit. But to know world tragedy in the abstract is very different from the direct acquaintance with it. And now the second men, even while they held their attention earnestly fixed upon the practical work of defense, were determined to absorb this tragedy into the very depths of their being, to scrutinize it fearlessly, savor it, digest it, so that its fierce potency should henceforth be added to them. Therefore they did not curse their gods, nor supplicate them. They said to themselves, "Thus and thus and thus is the world. Seeing the depth, we shall see also the height, and we shall praise both." But their schooling was yet scarcely begun. The Martian invaders were all dead, but their subvital units were dispersed over the planet as a virulent, ultramicroscopic dust. For though as members of the living cloud they could enter the human body without doing permanent harm, now that they were freed from their functions within the higher organic system, they became a predatory virus. Breathed into man's lungs, they soon adapted themselves to the new environment, and threw his tissues into disorder.
Each cell that they entered overthrew its own constitution, like a state which the enemy has successfully infected with lethal propaganda through a mere handful of agents. Thus, though man was temporarily victor over the Martian super-individual, his own vital units were poisoned and destroyed by the subvital remains of his dead enemy. A race whose physique had been as utopian as its body politic was reduced to timid invalidity, and it was left in possession of a devastated planet. The loss of water proved negligible, but the destruction of vegetation in all the war areas produced for a while a world famine such as the second men had never known, and the material fabric of civilization had been so broken that many decades would have to be spent in rebuilding it. But the physical damage proved far less serious than the physiological. Earnest research discovered, indeed, a means of checking the infection, and after a few years of rigorous purging, the atmosphere and man's flesh were clean once more. But the generations that had been stricken never recovered. Their tissues had been too seriously corroded. Little by little, of course, there arose a fresh population of undamaged men and women, but it was a small population, for the fertility of the stricken had been much reduced. Thus the earth was now occupied by a small number of healthy persons below middle age, and a very large number of aging invalids. For many years these cripples had contrived to carry on the work of the world in spite of their frailty, but gradually they began to fail both in endurance and competence, for they were rapidly losing their grip on life, and sinking into a long, drawn-out senility from which the second men had never before suffered. And at the same time the young, forced to take up work for which they were not equipped, committed all manner of blunders and crudities of which their elders would never have been guilty. But such was the general standard of mentality in the second human species, that what might have been an occasion for recrimination produced an unparalleled example of human loyalty at its best. The stricken generations decided almost unanimously that whenever an individual was declared by his generation to have outlived his competence, he should commit suicide. The younger generations, partly through affection, partly through dread of their own incompetence, were at first earnestly opposed to this policy. Our elders, one young man said, may have declined in vigor, but they are still beloved and still wise. We dare not carry on without them. But the elders maintained their point. Many members of the rising generation were no longer juveniles, and if the body politic was to survive the economic crisis, it must now ruthlessly cut out all its damaged tissues. Accordingly, the decision was carried out. One by one, as occasion demanded, the stricken chose the peace of annihilation, leaving a scanty, inexperienced, but vigorous population to rebuild what had been destroyed. 4 centuries passed, and then again the Martian clouds appeared in the sky. Once more devastation and slaughter. Once more a complete failure of the two mentalities to conceive one another. Once more the Martians were destroyed. Once more the pulmonary plague, the slow purging, a crippled population, and generous suicide. Again and again they appeared, at irregular intervals for 50,000 years. On each occasion the Martians came irresistibly fortified against whatever weapon humanity had last used against them. And so, by degrees, men began to recognize that the enemy was no merely instinctive brute, but intelligent. They therefore made attempts to get in touch with these alien minds, and make overtures for a peaceful settlement. But since obviously the negotiations had to be performed by human beings, and since the Martians always regarded human beings as the mere cattle of the terrestrial intelligence, the envoys were always either ignored or destroyed. During each invasion, the Martians contrived to dispatch a considerable bulk of water to Mars, and every time, not satisfied with this material gain, they stayed too long crusading, until man had found a weapon to circumvent their new defenses, and then they were routed. After each invasion, man's recovery was slower and less complete, while Mars, in spite of the loss of a large proportion of its population, was in the long run invigorated with the extra water. 2. The ruin of two worlds. Rather more than 50,000 years after their first appearance, the Martians secured a permanent footing on the Antarctic tableland and overran Australasia and South Africa. For many centuries they remained in possession of a large part of the Earth's surface, practicing a kind of agriculture, studying terrestrial conditions, and spending much energy on the liberation of diamonds. During the considerable period before their settlement, their mentality had scarcely changed, but actual habitation of the earth now began to undermine their self-complacency and their unity. It was borne in upon certain exploring Martians that the terrestrial bipeds, though insensitive to radiation, were actually the intelligences of the planet. At first this fact was studiously shunned, but little by little it gripped the attention of all terrestrial Martians. At the same time, they began to realize that the whole work of research into terrestrial conditions, and even the social construction of their colony, depended not on the public mind, but on private individuals, acting in their private capacity. The colonial super-individual inspired only the Diamond Crusade, and the attempt to extirpate the terrestrial intelligence or radiation. These various novel acts of insight woke the Martian colonists from an age-long dream. They saw that their revered super-individual was scarcely more than the least common measure of themselves, a bundle of atavistic fantasies and cravings, knit into one mind and gifted with a certain practical cunning. A rapid and bewildering spiritual renaissance now came over the whole Martian colony. The central doctrine of it was that what was valuable in the Martian species was not radiation, but mentality. These two utterly different things had been confused and even identified since the dawn of Martian civilization. At last they were clearly distinguished. A fumbling but sincere study of mind now began, and distinction was even made between the humbler and loftier mental activities. There is no telling whither this renaissance might have led, had it run its course. Possibly in time the Martians might have recognized worth even in minds other than Martian minds, but such a leap was at first far beyond them. Though they now understood that human animals were conscious and intelligent, they regarded them with no sympathy, rather indeed with increased hostility. They still rendered allegiance to the Martian race or brotherhood, just because it was in a sense one flesh and indeed one mind. For they were concerned not to abolish, but to recreate the public mind of the colony and even that of Mars itself. But the colonial public mind still largely dominated them in their more somnolent periods, and actually sent some of those who in their private phases were revolutionaries across to Mars for help against the revolutionary movement. The home planet was quite untouched by the new ideas. Its citizens cooperated wholeheartedly in an attempt to bring the colonists to their senses, but in vain. The colonial public mind itself changed its character as the centuries passed, until it became seriously alienated from Martian orthodoxy. Presently, indeed, it began to undergo a very strange and thorough metamorphosis, from which, conceivably, it might have emerged as the noblest inhabitant of the solar system. Little by little, it fell into a kind of hypnotic trance. That is to say, it ceased to possess the attention of its private members, yet remained as a unity of their subconscious or unnoticed mentality. Radiational unity of the colony was maintained, but only in this subconscious manner, and it was at that depth that the great metamorphoses began to take place under the fertilizing influence of the new ideas, which, so to speak, were generated in the tempest of the fully conscious mental revolution, and kept on spreading down into the oceanic depth of the subconsciousness. Such a condition was likely to produce in time the emergence of a qualitatively new and finer mentality, and awaken at last into a fully conscious super-individual of higher order than its own members. But meanwhile, this trance of the public consciousness incapacitated the colony for that prompt and coordinated action which had been the most successful faculty of Martian life. The public mind of the home planet easily destroyed its disorderly offspring, and set about recolonizing the earth. Several times during the next 300,000 years, this process repeated itself. The changeless and terribly efficient super-individual of Mars extirpated its own offspring on the Earth before it could emerge from the chrysalis. And the tragedy might have been repeated indefinitely, but for certain changes that took place in humanity. The first few centuries after the foundation of the Martian colony had been spent in ceaseless war. But at last, with terribly reduced resources, the second men had reconciled themselves to the fact that they must live in the same world with their mysterious enemy. Moreover, constant observation of the Martians began to restore somewhat man's shattered self-confidence. For during the 50,000 years before the Martian colony was founded, his opinion of himself had been undermined. He had formerly been used to regarding himself as the sun's ablest child. Then suddenly, a stupendous new phenomenon had defeated his intelligence. Slowly he had learned that he was at grips with a determined and versatile rival, and that this rival hailed from a despised planet. Slowly he had been forced to suspect that he himself was outclassed, outshone, by a race whose very physique was incomprehensible to man. But after the Martians had established a permanent colony, human scientists began to discover the real physiological nature of the Martian organism, and were comforted to find that it did not make nonsense of human science. Man also learned that the Martians, though very able in certain spheres, were not really of a high mental type. These discoveries restored human self-confidence. Man settled down to make the best of the situation. Impassable barriers of high-power electric current were devised to keep the Martians out of human territory, and men began patiently to rebuild their ruined homes as best they could. At first there was little respite from the crusading zeal of the Martians, but in the second millennium this began to abate, and the two races left one another alone, save for occasional revivals of Martian fervor. Human civilization was at last reconstructed and consolidated, though upon a modest scale. Once more, though interrupted now and again by decades of agony, human beings lived in peace and relative prosperity. Life was somewhat harder than formerly, and the physique of the race was definitely less reliable than of old. But men and women still enjoyed conditions which most nations of the earlier species would have envied. The age of ceaseless personal sacrifice in service of the stricken community had ended at last. Once more, a wonderful diversity of untrammeled personalities was put forth. Once more, the minds of men and women were devoted without hindrance to the joy of skilled work and all the subtleties of personal intercourse. Once more, the passionate interest in one's fellows, which had for so long been hushed under the all-dominating public calamity, refreshed and enlarged the mind. Once more there was music, sweet, and backward hearkening towards a golden past. Once more a wealth of literature and of the visual arts. Once more intellectual exploration into the nature of the physical world and the potentiality of mind. And once more the religious experience, which had for so long been coarsened and obscured by all the violent distractions and inevitable self-deceptions of war, seemed to be refining itself under the influence of reawakened culture. In such circumstances, the earlier and less sensitive human species might well have prospered indefinitely. Not so the second men, for their very refinement of sensibility made them incapable of shunning an ever-present conviction that in spite of all their prosperity, they were undermined. Though superficially they seemed to be making a slow but heroic recovery, they were at the same time suffering from a still slower and far more profound spiritual decline. Generation succeeded generation. Society became almost perfected within its limited territory and its limitations of material wealth. The capacities of personality were developed with extreme subtlety and richness. At last the race proposed to itself once more its ancient project of remaking human nature upon a loftier plane. But somehow it had no longer the courage and self-respect for such work, and so, though there was much talk, nothing was done. Epoch succeeded epoch, and everything human remained apparently the same. Like a twig that has been broken but not broken off, man settled down to retain his life and culture, but could make no progress. It is almost impossible to describe in a few words the subtle malady of the spirit that was undermining the second men. To say that they were suffering from an inferiority complex would not be wholly false, but it would be a misleading vulgarization of the truth. To say that they had lost faith, both in themselves and in the universe, would be almost as inadequate. Crudely stated, their trouble was that, as a species, they had attempted a certain spiritual feat beyond the scope of their still primitive nature. Spiritually, they had overreached themselves, broken every muscle, so to speak, and incapacitated themselves for any further effort. For they had determined to see their own racial tragedy as a thing of beauty, and they had failed. It was the obscure sense of this defeat that had poisoned them. For, being in many respects a very noble species, they could not simply turn their backs upon their failure and pursue the old way of life with the accustomed zest and thoroughness. During the earliest Martian raids, the spiritual leaders of humanity had preached that the disaster must be an occasion for a supreme religious experience. While striving mightily to save their civilization, men must yet, so it was said, learn not merely to endure, but to admire even the sternest issue. Thus and thus is the world. Seeing the depth, we shall see also the height, and praise both. The whole population had accepted this advice. At first they had seemed to succeed. Many noble literary expressions were given forth, which seemed to define and elaborate, and even actually to create in men's hearts this supreme experience. But as the centuries passed and the disasters were repeated, men began to fear that their forefathers had deceived themselves. Those remote generations had earnestly longed to feel the racial tragedy as a factor in the cosmic beauty, and at last they had persuaded themselves that this experience had actually befallen them. But their descendants were slowly coming to suspect that no such experience had ever occurred, that it would never occur to any man, and that there was in fact no such cosmic beauty to be experienced. The first men would probably, in such a situation, have swung violently either into spiritual nihilism, or else into some comforting religious myth. At any rate, they were of too coarse-grained a nature to be ruined by a trouble so impalpable. Not so the second men, for they realized all too clearly that they were faced with the supreme crux of existence. And so, age after age, the generations clung desperately to the hope that if only they could endure a little longer, the light would break in on them. Even after the Martian colony had been 3 times established and destroyed by the Orthodox race in Mars, the supreme preoccupation of the human species was with this religious crux. But afterwards, and very gradually, they lost heart, for it was borne in on them that either they themselves were by nature too obtuse to perceive this ultimate excellence of things, an excellence which they had strong reason to believe in intellectually, although they could not actually experience it, or the human race had utterly deceived itself, and the course of cosmic events, after all, was not significant, but a meaningless rigmarole. It was this dilemma that poisoned them. Had they been still physically in their prime, they might have found fortitude to accept it, and proceed to the patient exfoliation of such very real excellences as they were still capable of creating. But they had lost the vitality which alone could perform such acts of spiritual abnegation. All the wealth of personality, all the intricacies of personal relationship, all the complex enterprise of a very great community, all art, all intellectual research, had lost their savor. It is remarkable that a purely religious disaster should have warped even the delight of lovers in one another's bodies, actually taken the flavor out of food, and drawn a veil between the sunbather and the sun. But individuals of this species, unlike their predecessors, were so closely integrated that none of their functions could remain healthy while the highest was disordered. Moreover, the general slight failure of physique, which was the legacy of age-long war, had resulted in a recurrence of those shattering brain disorders which had dogged the earliest races of their species. The very horror of the prospect of racial insanity increased their aberration from reasonableness. Little by little, shocking perversions of desire began to terrify them. Masochistic and sadistic orgies alternated with phases of extravagant and ghastly revelry. Acts of treason against the community, hitherto almost unknown, at last necessitated a strict police system. Local groups organized predatory raids against one another. Nations appeared, and all the phobias that make up nationalism. The Martian colonists, when they observed man's disorganization, prepared, at the instigation of the home planet, a very great offensive. It so happened that at this time the colony was going through its phase of enlightenment, which had always hitherto been followed sooner or later by chastisement from Mars. Many individuals were at the moment actually toying with the idea of seeking harmony with man rather than war. But the public mind of Mars, outraged by this treason, sought to overwhelm it by instituting a new crusade. Man's disunion offered a great opportunity. The first attack produced a remarkable change in the human race. Their madness seemed suddenly to leave them. Within a few weeks the national governments had surrendered their sovereignty to a central authority. Disorders, debauchery, perversions wholly ceased. The treachery and self-seeking and corruption, which had by now been customary for many centuries, suddenly gave place to universal and perfect devotion to the social cause. The species was apparently once more in its right mind. Everywhere, in spite of the war's horrors, there was gay brotherliness, combined with a heroism which clothed itself in an odd extravagance of jocularity. The war went ill for man. The general mood changed to cold resolution, and still victory was with the Martians. Under the influence of the huge fanatical armies which were poured in from the home planet, the colonists had shed their tentative pacifism, and sought to vindicate their loyalty by ruthlessness. In reply, the human race deserted its sanity, and succumbed to an uncontrollable lust for destruction. It was at this stage that a human bacteriologist announced that he had bred a virus of peculiar deadliness and transmissibility, with which it would be possible to infect the enemy, but at the cost of annihilating also the human race. It is significant of the insane condition of the human population at this time that, when these facts were announced and broadcast, there was no discussion of the desirability of using this weapon. It was immediately put in action, the whole human race applauding. Within a few months, the Martian colony had vanished. Their home planet itself had received the infection, and its population was already aware that nothing could save it. Man's constitution was tougher than that of the animate clouds, and he appeared to be doomed to a somewhat more lingering death. He made no effort to save himself, either from the disease which he himself had propagated, or from the pulmonary plague which was caused by the disintegrated substance of the dead Martian colony. All the public processes of civilization began to fall to pieces, for the community was paralyzed by disillusion, and by the expectation of death. Like a beehive that has no queen, the whole population of the earth sank into apathy. Men and women stayed in their homes, idling, eating whatever food they could procure, sleeping far into the mornings, and when at last they rose, listlessly avoiding one another. Only the children could still be gay, and even they were oppressed by their elders' gloom. Meanwhile the disease was spreading. Household after household was stricken, and was left unaided by its neighbors. But the pain in each individual's flesh was strangely numbed by his more poignant distress in the spiritual defeat of the race. For such was the high development of this species, that even physical agony could not distract it from the racial failure. No one wanted to save himself, and each knew that his neighbors desired not his aid. Only the children, when the disease crippled them, were plunged into agony and terror. Tenderly, yet listlessly, their elders would then give them the last sleep. Meanwhile the unburied dead spread corruption among the dying. Cities fell still and silent. The corn was not harvested. 3. The Third Dark Age. So contagious and so lethal was the new bacterium that its authors expected the human race to be wiped out as completely as the Martian colony. Each dying remnant of humanity isolated from its fellows by the breakdown of communications, imagined its own last moments to be the last of man. But by accident, almost, one might say by miracle, a spark of human life was once more preserved, to hand on the sacred fire. A certain stock or strain of the race, promiscuously scattered throughout the continents, proved less susceptible than the majority, and as the bacterium was less vigorous in a hot climate, a few of these favored individuals, who happened to be in the tropical jungle, recovered from the infection. And of these few, a minority recovered also from the pulmonary plague which, as usual, was propagated from the dead Martians. It might have been expected that from this human germ a new civilized community would have soon arisen. With such brilliant beings as the second men, surely a few generations, or at the most a few thousand years, should have sufficed to make up the lost ground. But no. Once more it was in a manner the very excellence of the species that prevented its recovery, and flung the spirit of earth into a trance which lasted longer than the whole previous career of mammals. Again and again, some 30 million times, the seasons were repeated, and throughout this period man remained as fixed in bodily and mental character as formerly the platypus. Members of the earlier human species must find it difficult to understand this prolonged impotence of a race far more developed than themselves, for here apparently were both the requisites of progressive culture, namely a world rich and unpossessed, and a race exceptionally able. Yet nothing was done. When the plagues and all the immense consequent putrefactions had worked themselves off, the few isolated groups of human survivors settled down to an increasingly indolent tropical life. The fruits of past learning were not imparted to the young, who therefore grew up in extreme ignorance of almost everything beyond their immediate experience. At the same time, the elder generation cowed their juniors with vague suggestions of racial defeat and universal futility. This would not have mattered, had the young themselves been normal. They would have reacted with fervent optimism. But they themselves were now by nature incapable of any enthusiasm. For in a species in which the lower functions were so strictly disciplined under the higher, the long drawn-out spiritual disaster had actually begun to take effect upon the germ plasm, so that individuals were doomed before birth to lassitude and to mentality in a minor key. The first men, long ago, had fallen into a kind of racial senility through a combination of vulgar errors and indulgences. But the second species, like a boy whose mind has been too soon burdened with grave experience, lived henceforth in a sleep-walk. As the generations passed, all the lore of civilization was shed, save the routine of tropical agriculture and hunting. Not that intelligence itself had waned, not that the race had sunk into mere savagery. Lassitude did not prevent it from readjusting itself to suit its new circumstances. These sleepwalkers soon invented convenient ways of making, in the home and by hand, much that had hitherto been made in factories and by mechanical power. Almost without mental effort, they designed and fashioned tolerable instruments out of wood and flint and bone. But though still intelligent, they had become by disposition supine, indifferent. They would exert themselves only under the pressure of urgent primitive need. No man seemed capable of putting forth the full energy of a man. Even suffering had lost its poignancy, and no ends seemed worth pursuing that could not be realized speedily. The sting had gone out of experience. The soul was calloused against every goad. Men and women worked and played, loved and suffered, but always in a kind of rapt absent-mindedness. It was as though they were ever trying to remember something important which escaped them. The affairs of daily life seemed too trivial to be taken seriously. Yet that other and supremely important thing, which alone deserved consideration, was so obscure that no one had any idea what it was, nor indeed was anyone aware of this hypnotic subjection any more than a sleeper is aware of being asleep. The minimum of necessary work was performed, and there was even a certain dreamy zest in the performance. but nothing which would entail extra toil ever seemed worthwhile. And so, when adjustment to the new circumstances of the world had been achieved, complete stagnation set in. Practical intelligence was easily able to cope with a slowly changing environment, and even with sudden natural upheavals such as floods, earthquakes, and disease epidemics. Man remained, in a sense, master of his world, but he had no idea what to do with his mastery. It was everywhere assumed that the sane end of living was to spend as many days as possible in indolence, lying in the shade. Unfortunately, human beings had, of course, many needs which were irksome if not appeased, and so a good deal of hard work had to be done. Hunger and thirst had to be satisfied. Other individuals beside oneself had to be cared for, since man was cursed with sympathy and with a sentiment for the welfare of his group. The only fully rational behavior, it was thought, would be general suicide, but irrational impulses made this impossible. Beatific drugs offered a temporary heaven, but far as the second men had fallen, they were still too clear-sighted to forget that such beatitude is outweighed by subsequent misery. Century by century, epoch by epoch, man glided on in this seemingly precarious, yet actually unshakable equilibrium. Nothing that happened to him could disturb his easy dominance over the beasts and over physical nature. Nothing could shock him out of his racial sleep. Long, drawn-out climatic changes made desert, jungle, and grassland fluctuate like the clouds. As the years advanced by millions, ordinary geological processes, greatly accentuated by the immense strain set up by the Patagonian upheaval, remodeled the surface of the planet. Continents were submerged or lifted out of the sea, till presently there was little of the old configuration. And along with these geological changes went changes in the fauna and flora. The bacterium which had almost exterminated man had also wrought havoc amongst other mammals. Once more the planet had to be restocked, this time from the few surviving tropical species. Once more there was a great remaking of old types, only less revolutionary than that which had followed the Patagonian disaster. And since the human race remained minute, through the effects of its spiritual fatigue, other species were favored. Especially the ruminants and the large carnivora increased and diversified themselves into many habits and forms. But the most remarkable of all the biological trains of events in this period was the history of the Martian subvital units that had been disseminated by the slaughter of the Martian colony, and had then tormented men and animals with pulmonary diseases. As the ages passed, certain species of mammals so readjusted themselves that the Martian virus became not only harmless, but necessary to their well-being. A relationship which was originally that of parasite and host became in time a true symbiosis, a cooperative partnership in which the terrestrial animals gained something of the unique attributes of the vanished Martian organisms. The time was to come when man himself should look with envy on these creatures, and finally make use of the Martian virus for his own enrichment. But meanwhile, and for many million years, almost all kinds of life were on the move, save man. Like a shipwrecked sailor, he lay exhausted and asleep on his raft long after the storm had abated. But his stagnation was not absolute. Imperceptibly, he was drifting on the oceanic currents of life, and in a direction far out of his original course. Little by little, his habit was becoming simpler, less artificial, more animal. Agriculture faded out, since it was no longer necessary in the luxuriant garden where man lived. Weapons of defense and of the chase became more precisely adapted to their restricted purposes, but at the same time less diversified and more stereotyped. Speech almost vanished, for there was no novelty left in experience. Familiar facts and familiar emotions were conveyed increasingly by gestures which were mostly unwitting. Physically, the species had changed little. Though the natural period of life was greatly reduced, this was due less to physiological change than to a strange and fatal increase of absent-mindedness in middle age. The individual gradually ceased to react to his environment, so that even if he escaped a violent death, he died of starvation. Yet in spite of this great change, the species remained essentially human. There was no bestialization such as had formerly produced a race of submen. These tranced remnants of the second human species were not beasts, but innocents, simples, children of nature, perfectly adjusted to their simple life. In many ways their state was idyllic and enviable, but such was their dimmed mentality that they were never clearly aware even of the blessings they had, still less, of course, of the loftier experiences which had kindled and tortured their ancestors. Chapter 10. The Third Men in the Wilderness. 1. The Third Human Species. We have now followed man's career during some 40 million years. The whole period to be covered by this chronicle is about 2,000 million. In this chapter and the next, therefore, we must accomplish a swift flight at great altitude over a tract of time more than 3 times as long as that which we have hitherto observed. This great expanse is no desert, but a continent teeming with variegated life, and many successive and very diverse civilizations. The myriads of human beings who inhabit it far outnumber the first and second men combined. And the content of each one of these lives is a universe, rich and poignant as that of any reader of this book. In spite of the great diversity of this span of man's history, it is a single movement within the whole symphony, just as the careers of the first and of the second men are each a single movement. Not only is it a period dominated by a single natural human species and the artificial human species into which the natural species at length transformed itself, but also, in spite of innumerable digressions, a single theme, a single mood of the human will informs the whole duration. For now at last man's main energy is devoted to remaking his own physical and mental nature. Throughout the rise and fall of many successive cultures, this purpose is progressively clarifying itself, and expressing itself in many tragic and even devastating experiments, until, towards the close of this immense period, it seems almost to achieve its end. When the second men had remained in their strange racial trance for about 30 million years, the obscure forces that make for advancement began to stir in them once more. This reawakening was favored by a geological accident. An incursion of the sea gradually isolated some of their number in an island continent which was once part of the North Atlantic Ocean bed. The climate of this island gradually cooled from subtropical to temperate and subarctic. The vast change of conditions caused in the imprisoned race a subtle chemical rearrangement of the germ plasm, such that there ensued an epidemic of biological variation. Many new types appeared, but in the long run, one, more vigorous and better adapted than the rest, crowded out all competitors and slowly consolidated itself as a new species, the third men. Scarcely more than half the stature of their predecessors, these beings were proportionately slight and lithe. Their skin was of a sunny brown, covered with a luminous halo of red-gold hairs, which on the head became a russet mop. Their golden eyes, reminiscent of the snake, were more enigmatic than profound. Their faces were compact as cats' muzzles, their lips full, but subtle at the corners. Their ears, objects of personal pride and of sexual admiration, were extremely variable both in individuals and races. These surprising organs, which would have seemed merely ludicrous to the first men, were expressive both of temperament and passing mood. They were immense, delicately involuted, of a silken texture and very mobile. They gave an almost bat-like character to the otherwise somewhat feline heads. But the most distinctive feature of the third men was their great lean hands, on which were 6 versatile fingers, 6 antennae of living steel. Unlike their predecessors, the third men were short-lived. They had a brief childhood and a brief maturity, followed, in the natural course, by a decade of senility, and death at about 60. But such was their abhorrence of decrepitude, that they seldom allowed themselves to grow old. They preferred to kill themselves when their mental and physical agility began to decline. Thus, save in exceptional epochs of their history, very few lived to be 50. But though in some respects the third human species fell short of the high standard of its predecessor, especially in certain of the finer mental capacities, it was by no means simply degenerate. The admirable sensory equipment of the second species was retained and even improved. Vision was no less ample and precise and colorful. Touch was far more discriminate, especially in the delicately pointed sixth fingertip. Hearing was so developed that a man could run through wooded country blindfold without colliding with the trees. Moreover, the great range of sounds and rhythms had acquired an extremely subtle gamut of emotional significance. Music was therefore one of the main preoccupations of the civilizations of this species. Mentally, the third men were indeed very unlike their predecessors. Their intelligence was in some ways no less agile, but it was more cunning than intellectual, more practical than theoretical. They were interested more in the world of sense experience than in the world of abstract reason, and again far more in living things than in the lifeless. They excelled in certain kinds of art, and indeed also in some fields of science, but they were led into science more through practical, aesthetic, or religious needs than through intellectual curiosity. In mathematics, for instance, helped greatly by the duodecimal system which resulted from their having 12 fingers, they became wonderful calculators. Yet they never had the curiosity to inquire into the essential nature of number. Nor in physics were they ever led to discover the more obscure properties of space. They were indeed strangely devoid of curiosity. Hence, though sometimes capable of a penetrating mystical intuition, they never seriously disciplined themselves under philosophy, nor tried to relate their mystical intuitions with the rest of their experience. In their primitive phases, the third men were keen hunters, but also owing to their strong parental impulses, they were much addicted to making pets of captured animals. Throughout their career they displayed what earlier races would have called an uncanny sympathy with and understanding of all kinds of animals and plants. This intuitive insight into the nature of living things and this untiring interest in the diversity of vital behavior constituted the dominating impulse throughout the whole career of the third human species. At the outset they excelled not only as hunters, but as herdsmen and domesticators. By nature they were very apt in every kind of manipulation, but especially in the manipulation of living things. As a species they were also greatly addicted to play of all kinds, but especially to manipulative play, and above all to the playful manipulation of organisms. From the first they performed great feats of riding on the moose-like deer which they had domesticated. They tamed also a certain gregarious coursing beast. The pedigree of this great leonine wolf led, through the tropical survivors of the Martian plague, back to those descendants of the Arctic fox which had overrun the world after the Patagonian disaster. This animal the third men trained not only to help them in shepherding and in the chase, but also to play intricate hunting games. Between this hound and its master or mistress there frequently arose a very special relation, a kind of psychical symbiosis, a dumb, intuitive, mutual insight, a genuine love based on economic cooperation, but strongly toned also, in a manner peculiar to the third human species, with religious symbolism and frankly sexual intimacy. As herdsmen and shepherds, the third men very early practiced selective breeding, and increasingly they became absorbed in the perfecting and enriching of all types of animals and plants. It was the boast of every local chieftain not only that the men of his tribe were more manly and the women more beautiful than all others, but also that the bears in his territory were the noblest and most bear-like of all bears, that the birds built more perfect nests and were more skillful flyers and singers than birds elsewhere, and so on through all the animal and vegetable races. This biological control was achieved at first by simple breeding experiments, but later and increasingly by crude physiological manipulation of the young animal, the fetus, and later still the germ plasm. Hence arose a perennial conflict, which often caused wars of a truly religious bitterness, between the tender-hearted, who shrank from the infliction of pain, and the passionately manipulative, who will to create at whatever cost. This conflict, indeed, was waged not only between individuals, but within each mind, for all were innately hunters and manipulators, but also all had intuitive sympathy even with the quarry which they tormented. The trouble was increased by a strain of sheer cruelty which occurred even in the most tender-hearted. This sadism was at bottom an expression of an almost mystical reverence for sensory experience. Physical pain, being the most intense of all sensed qualities, was apt to be thought the most excellent. It might be expected that this would lead rather to self-torture than to cruelty. Sometimes it did. But in general, those who could not appreciate pain in their own flesh were yet able to persuade themselves that in inflicting pain on lower animals, they were creating vivid psychic reality, and therefore high excellence. It was just the intense reality of pain, they said, that made it intolerable to men and animals. Seen with the detachment of the divine mind, it appeared in its true beauty. And even man, they declared, could appreciate its excellence when it occurred not in men, but in animals. Though the third men lacked interest in systematic thought, their minds were often concerned with matters outside the fields of private and social economy. They experienced not only aesthetic but mystical cravings, and though they were without any appreciation of those finer beauties of human personality which their predecessors had admired as the highest attainment of life on the planet, the third men themselves, in their own way, sought to make the best of human nature, and indeed of animal nature. Man they regarded in two aspects. In the first place, he was the noblest of all animals, gifted with unique aptitudes. He was, as was sometimes said, God's chief work of art. But secondly, since his special virtues were his insight into the nature of all living things and his manipulative capacity, he was himself God's eye and God's hand. These convictions were expressed over and over again in the religions of the third men, by the image of the deity as a composite animal, with wings of the albatross, jaws of the great wolf-fox, feet of the deer, and so on. For the human element was represented in this deity by the hands, the eyes, and the sexual organs of man. And between the divine hands lay the world, with all its diverse population. Often the world was represented as being the fruit of God's primitive potency, but also as in process of being drastically altered and tortured into perfection by the hands. Most of the cultures of the third men were dominated by this obscure worship of life as an all-pervading spirit, expressing itself in myriad diverse individuals. And at the same time, the intuitive loyalty to living things and to a vaguely conceived life force was often complicated by sadism. For in the first place, it was recognized, of course, that what is valued by higher beings may be intolerable to lower. And as has been said, pain itself was thought to be a superior excellence of this kind. And again, in a second manner, sadism expressed itself. The worship of life as agent or subject was complemented by a worship of environment, as object to life's subjectivity, as that which remains ever foreign to life, thwarting its enterprises, torturing it, yet making it possible, and by its very resistance, goading it into nobler expressions. Pain, it was said, was the most vivid apprehension of the sacred and universal object. The thought of the third human species was never systematic, but in some such manner as the foregoing it strove to rationalize its obscure intuition of the beauty which includes at once life's victory and defeat. 2. Digressions of the third men. Such, in brief, was the physical and mental nature of the third human species. In spite of innumerable distractions, the spirit of the third men kept on returning to follow up the thread of biological interest through 1,000 variegated cultures. Again and again, folk after folk would clamber out of savagery and barbarism into relative enlightenment, and mostly, though not always, the main theme of this enlightenment was some special mood, either of biological creativeness or of sadism, or of both. To a man born into such a society, no dominant characteristic would be apparent. He would be impressed rather by the many-sidedness of human activities in his time. He would note a wealth of personal intercourse, of social organization and industrial invention, of art and speculation, all set in that universal matrix, the private struggle to preserve or express the self. Yet the historian may often see in a society, over and above this multifarious proliferation, some one controlling theme. Again and again, then at intervals of a few thousand or a few 100,000 years, man's whim was imposed upon the fauna and flora of the earth, and at length directed to the task of remaking man himself. Again and again, through a diversity of causes, the effort collapsed, and the species sank once more into chaos. Sometimes, indeed, there was an interlude of culture in some quite different key. Once, early in the history of the species, and before its nature had become fixed, there occurred a non-industrial civilization of a genuinely intellectual kind, almost like that of Greece. Sometimes, but not often, the third human species fooled itself into an extravagantly industrial world civilization, in the manner of the Americanized first men. In general, its interest was too much concerned with other matters to become entangled with mechanical devices. But on 3 occasions at least it succumbed. Of these civilizations, one derived its main power from wind and falling water, one from the tides, one from the earth's internal heat. The first, saved from the worst evils of industrialism by the limitations of its power, lasted some 100,000 years in barren equilibrium, until it was destroyed by an obscure bacterium. The second was fortunately brief, but its 50,000 years of unbridled waste of tidal energy was enough to interfere appreciably with the orbit of the moon. This world order collapsed at length in a series of industrial wars. The third endured 250,000 years as a brilliantly sane and efficient world organization. Throughout most of its existence there was almost complete social harmony, with scarcely as much internal strife as occurs in a beehive. But once more civilization came at length to grief, this time through the misguided effort to breed special human types for specialized industrial pursuits. Industrialism, however, was never more than a digression, a lengthy and disastrous irrelevance in the life of this species. There were other digressions. There were, for instance, cultures, enduring sometimes for several thousand years, which were predominantly musical. This could never have occurred among the first men. But as was said, the third species was peculiarly developed in hearing and in emotional sensitivity to sound and rhythm. Consequently, just as the first men at their height were led into the wilderness by an irrational obsession with mechanical contrivances, just as the third men themselves were many times undone by their own interest in biological control, so now and again it was their musical gift that hypnotized them. Of these predominantly musical cultures, the most remarkable was one in which music and religion combined to form a tyranny no less rigid than that of religion and science in the remote past. It is worthwhile to dwell on one of these episodes for a few moments. The third men were very subject to a craving for personal immortality. Their lives were brief, their love of life intense. It seemed to them a tragic flaw in the nature of existence that the melody of the individual's life must either fade into a dreary senility or be cut short, never to be repeated. Now music had a special significance for this race. So intense was their experience of it that they were ready to regard it as in some manner the underlying reality of all things. In leisure hours, snatched from a toilful and often tragic life, groups of peasants would seek to conjure about them by song or pipe or viol a universe more beautiful, more real than that of daily labor. Concentrating their sensitive hearing upon the inexhaustible diversity of tone and rhythm, they would seem to themselves to be possessed by the living presence of music, and to be transported thereby into a lovelier world. No wonder they believed that every melody was a spirit, leading a life of its own within the universe of music. No wonder they imagined that a symphony or chorus was itself a single spirit inhering in all its members. No wonder it seemed to them that when men and women listened to great music, the barriers of their individuality were broken down, so that they became one soul through communion with the music. The prophet was born in a highland village where the native faith in music was intense, though quite unformulated. In time he learnt to raise his peasant audiences to the most extravagant joy and the most delicious sorrow. Then at last he began to think, and to expound his thoughts with the authority of a great bard. Easily he persuaded men that music was the reality, and all else illusion, that the living spirit of the universe was pure music, and that each individual animal and man, though he had a body that must die and vanish forever, had also a soul that was music and eternal. A melody, he said, is the most fleeting of things. It happens and ceases. The great silence devours it, and seemingly annihilates it. Passage is essential to its being. Yet though for a melody to halt is to die a violent death, all music, the prophet affirmed, has also eternal life. After silence it may occur again, with all its freshness and aliveness. Time cannot age it, for its home is in a country outside time. And that country, thus the young musician earnestly preached, is also the homeland of every man and woman, nay, of every living thing that has any gift of music. And those who seek immortality must strive to awaken their tranced souls into melody and harmony, and according to their degree of musical originality and proficiency will be their standing in the eternal life. The doctrine and the impassioned melodies of the prophet spread like fire. Instrumental and vocal music sounded from every pasture and corn plot. The government tried to suppress it, partly because it was thought to interfere with agricultural productivity, largely because its passionate significance reverberated even in the hearts of courtly ladies, and threatened to undo the refinement of centuries. Nay, the social order itself began to crumble, for many began openly to declare that what mattered was not aristocratic birth, nor even proficiency in the time-honored musical forms, so much prized by the leisured, but the gift of spontaneous emotional expression in rhythm and harmony. Persecution strengthened the new faith with a glorious company of martyrs, who, it was affirmed, sang triumphantly even in the flames. One day the sacred monarch himself, hitherto a prisoner within the conventions, declared half sincerely, half by policy, that he was converted to his people's faith. Bureaucracy gave place to an enlightened dictatorship. The monarch assumed the title of supreme melody, and the whole social order was refashioned, more to the taste of the peasants. The subtle prince, backed by the crusading zeal of his people, and favored by the rapid, spontaneous spread of the faith in all lands, conquered the whole world, and founded the universal Church of Harmony. The prophet himself, meanwhile, dismayed by his own too facile success, had retired into the mountains to perfect his art under the influence of their great quiet, or the music of wind, thunder, and waterfall. Presently, however, the silence of the fells was shattered by the blare of military bands and ecclesiastical choirs, which the emperor had sent to salute him and conduct him to the metropolis. He was secured, though not without a scrimmage, and lodged in the high temple of music. There he was kept a prisoner, dubbed God's Big Noise, and used by the world government as an oracle needing interpretation. In a few years, the official music of the temple and of deputations from all over the world drove him into raving madness, in which state he was the more useful to the authorities. Thus was founded the Holy Empire of Music, which gave order and purpose to the species for 1,000 years. The sayings of the prophet, interpreted by a series of able rulers, became the foundation of a great system of law which gradually supplanted all local codes by virtue of its divine authority. Its root was madness, but its final expression was intricate common sense, decorated with harmless and precious flowers of folly. Throughout, the individual was wisely but tacitly regarded as a biological organism having definite needs or rights and definite social obligations. But the language in which this principle was expressed and elaborated was a jargon based on the fiction that every human being was a melody, demanding completion within a greater musical theme of society. Toward the close of this millennium of order, a schism occurred among the devout. A new and fervent sect declared that the true spirit of the musical religion had been stifled by ecclesiasticism. The founder of the religion had preached salvation by individual musical experience, by an intensely emotional communion with the divine music. But little by little, so it was said, the Church had lost sight of this central truth, and had substituted a barren interest in the objective forms and principles of melody and counterpoint. Salvation, in the official view, was not to be had by subjective experience, but by keeping the rules of an obscure musical technique. And what was this technique? Instead of making the social order a practical expression of the divine law of music, churchmen and statesmen had misinterpreted these divine laws to suit mere social convenience, until the true spirit of music had been lost. Meanwhile, on the other side, a counter-revival took place. The self-centered and soul-saving mood of the rebels was ridiculed. Men were urged to care rather for the divine and exquisitely ordered forms of music itself than for their own emotion. It was amongst the rebel peoples that the biological interests of the race, hitherto subordinate, came into its own. Mating, at least among the more devout sort of women, began to be influenced by the desire to have children who should be of outstanding musical brilliance and sensitivity. Biological sciences were rudimentary, but the general principle of selective breeding was known. Within a century, this policy of breeding for music, or breeding soul, developed from a private idiosyncrasy into a racial obsession. It was so far successful that after a while a new type became common, and thrived upon the approbation and devotion of ordinary persons. These new beings were indeed extravagantly sensitive to music, so much so that the song of a skylark caused them serious torture by its banality, and in response to any human music of the kind which they approved, they invariably fell into a trance. Under the stimulus of music which was not to their taste, they were apt to run amok and murder the performers. We need not pause to trace the stages by which an infatuated race gradually submitted itself to the whims of these creatures of human folly, until for a brief period they became the tyrannical ruling caste of a musical theocracy. Nor need we observe how they reduced society to chaos, and how at length an age of confusion and murder brought mankind once more to its senses, but also into so bitter a disillusionment that the effort to reorient the whole direction of its endeavor lacked determination. Civilization fell to pieces, and was not rebuilt till after the race had lain fallow for some thousands of years. So ended perhaps the most pathetic of racial delusions. Born of a genuine and potent aesthetic experience, it retained a certain crazy nobility even to the end. Many scores of other cultures occurred, separated often by long ages of barbarism, but they must be ignored in this brief chronicle. The great majority of them were mainly biological in spirit. Thus one was dominated by an obsessive interest in flight, and therefore in birds, another by the concept of metabolism, several by sexual creativity, and very many by some general but mostly unenlightened policy of eugenics. All these we must pass over, so that we may descend to watch the greatest of all the races of the third species torture itself into a new form. 3. The vital art. It was after an unusually long period of eclipse that the spirit of the third human species attained its greatest brilliance. We need not watch the stages by which this enlightenment was reached. Suffice it that the upshot was a very remarkable civilization, if such a word can be applied to an order in which agglomerations of architecture were unknown, clothing was used only when needed for warmth, and such industrial development as occurred was wholly subordinated to other activities. Early in the history of this culture, the requirements of hunting and agriculture, and the spontaneous impulse to manipulate live things, gave rise to a primitive but serviceable system of biological knowledge. Not until the culture had unified the whole planet did biology itself give rise to chemistry and physics. At the same time, a well-controlled industrialism, based first on wind and water and later on subterranean heat, afforded the race all the material luxuries it desired, and much leisure from the business of keeping itself in existence. Had there not already existed a more powerful and all-dominating interest, industrialism itself would probably have hypnotized the race, as it had so many others. But in this race, the interest in live things, which characterized the whole species, was dominant before industrialism began. Egotism among the third men could not be satisfied by the exercise of economic power, nor by the mere ostentation of wealth. Not that the race was immune from egotism. On the contrary, it had lost almost all that spontaneous altruism which had distinguished the second men. But in most periods, the only kind of personal ostentation which appealed to the third men was directly connected with a primitive interest in pecunia. To own many and noble beasts, whether they were economically productive or not, was ever the mark of respectability. The vulgar, indeed, were content with mere numbers, or at most with the conventional virtues of the recognized breeds. But the more refined pursued and flaunted certain very exact principles of aesthetic excellence in their control of living forms. In fact, as the race gained biological insight, it developed a very remarkable new art, which we may call plastic vital art. This was to become the chief vehicle of expression of the new culture. It was practiced universally and with religious fervor, for it was very closely connected with the belief in a life God. The canons of this art and the precepts of this religion fluctuated from age to age, but in general certain basic principles were accepted. Or rather, though there was almost always universal agreement that the practice of vital art was the supreme goal, and should not be treated in a utilitarian spirit, there were two conflicting sets of principles which were favored by opposed sects. One mode of vital art sought to evoke the full potentiality of each natural type as a harmonious and perfected nature, or to produce new types equally harmonious. The other prided itself on producing monsters. Sometimes a single capacity was developed at the expense of the harmony and welfare of the organism as a whole. Thus a bird was produced which could fly faster than any other bird. But it could neither reproduce nor even feed, and therefore had to be maintained artificially. Sometimes, on the other hand, certain characters incompatible in nature were forced upon a single organism, and maintained in precarious and torturing equilibrium. To give examples, one much talked-of feat was the production of a carnivorous mammal, in which the forelimbs had assumed the structure of a bird's wings, complete with feathers. This creature could not fly, since its body was wrongly proportioned. Its only mode of locomotion was a staggering run with outstretched wings. Other examples of monstrosity were an eagle with twin heads, and a deer in which, with incredible ingenuity, the artists had induced the tail to develop as a head, with brain, sense organs, and jaws. In this monstrous art, interest in living things was infected with sadism through the preoccupation with fate, especially internal fate, as the divinity that shapes our ends. In its more vulgar forms, of course, it was a crude expression of egotistical lust and power. This motif of the monstrous and the self-discrepant was less prominent than the other, the motif of harmonious perfection. But at all times it was apt to exercise at least a subconscious influence. The supreme aim of the dominant perfection-seeking movement was to embellish the planet with a very diverse fauna and flora, with the human race as at once the crown and the instrument of terrestrial life. Each species and each variety was to have its place and fulfill its part in the great cycle of living types. Each was to be internally perfected to its function. It must have no harmful relics of a past manner of life, and its capacities must be in true accord with one another. But, to repeat, the supreme aim was not concerned merely with individual types, but with the whole vital economy of the planet. Thus, though there were to be types of every order from the most humble bacterium up to man, it was contrary to the canon of orthodox sacred art that any type should thrive by the destruction of a type higher than itself. In the sadistic mode of the art, however, a peculiarly exquisite tragic beauty was said to inhere in situations in which a lowly type exterminated a higher. There were occasions in the history of the race when the two sects indulged in bloody conflict, because the sadists kept devising parasites to undermine the noble products of the orthodox. Of those who practiced vital art, and all did so to some extent, a few, though they deliberately rejected the orthodox principles, gained notoriety and even fame by their grotesques, while others, less fortunate, were ready to accept ostracism and even martyrdom, declaring that what they had produced was a significant symbol of the universal tragedy of vital nature. The great majority, however, accepted the sacred canon. They had therefore to choose one or other of certain recognized modes of expression. For instance, they might seek to enhance some extant type of organism, both by perfecting its capacities and by eliminating from it all that was harmful or useless. Or else, a more original and precarious work, they might set about creating a new type to fill a niche in the world, which had not yet been occupied. For this end, they would select a suitable organism, and seek to remake it upon a new plan, striving to produce a creature of perfectly harmonious nature, precisely adapted to the new way of life. In this kind of work, sundry strict aesthetic principles must be observed. Thus it was considered bad art to reduce a higher type to a lower, or in any manner to waste the capacities of a type. And further, since the true end of art was not the production of individual types, but the production of a worldwide and perfectly systematic fauna and flora, it was inadmissible to harm even accidentally any type higher than that which it was intended to produce. For the practice of orthodox vital art was regarded as a cooperative enterprise. The ultimate artist under God was mankind as a whole. The ultimate work of art must be an ever more subtle garment of living forms for the adornment of the planet, and the delight of the supreme artist, in relation to whom man was both creature and instrument. Little was achieved, of course, until the applied biological sciences had advanced far beyond the high-water mark attained long ago during the career of the second men. Much more was needed than the rule-of-thumb principles of earlier breeders. It took this brightest of all the races of the third species many thousands of years of research to discover the more delicate principles of heredity, and to devise a technique by which the actual hereditary factors in the germ could be manipulated. It was this increasing penetration of biology itself that opened up the deeper regions of chemistry and physics. And owing to this historical sequence, the latter sciences were conceived in a biological manner, with the electron as the basic organism and the cosmos as an organic whole. Imagine, then, a planet organized almost as a vast system of botanical and zoological gardens, or wild parks, interspersed with agriculture and industry. In every great center of communications occurred annual and monthly shows. The latest creations were put through their paces, judged by the high priests of vital art, awarded distinctions, and consecrated with religious ceremony. At these shows, some of the exhibits would be utilitarian, others purely aesthetic. There might be improved grains, vegetables, cattle, some exceptionally intelligent or sturdy variety of herdsman's dog, or a new microorganism with some special function in agriculture or in human digestion. But also there would be the latest achievements in pure vital art, great sleek-limbed, hornless racing deer, birds or mammals adapted to some hitherto unfulfilled role, bears intended to outclass all existing varieties in the struggle for existence, ants with specialized organs and instincts, improvements in the relations of parasite and host, so as to make a true symbiosis in which the host profited by the parasite, and so on. And everywhere there would be the little unclad, ruddy, fawn-like beings who had created these marvels. Shy, forest-dwelling folk of Gurkha physique would stand beside their antelopes, vultures, or new, great cat-like prowlers. A grave young woman might cause a stir by entering the grounds followed by several gigantic bears. Crowds would perhaps press round to examine the creature's teeth or limbs, and she might scold the meddlers away from her patient flock. For the normal relation between man and beast at this time was one of perfect amity, rising sometimes, in the case of domesticated animals, to an exquisite, almost painful, mutual adoration. Even the wild beasts never troubled to avoid man, still less to attack him, save in the special circumstances of the hunt and the sacred gladiatorial show. These last need special notice. The powers of combat in beasts were admired no less than other powers. Men and women alike experienced a savage joy, almost an ecstasy, in the spectacle of mortal combat. Consequently, there were formal occasions when different kinds of beasts were enraged against one another and allowed to fight to the death. Not only so, but also there were sacred contests between beast and man, between man and man, between woman and woman, and most surprising to the readers of this book, between woman and man. For in this species, woman in her prime was not physically weaker than her partner. 4. Conflicting policies. Almost from the first, vital art had been applied to some extent to man himself, though with hesitation. Certain great improvements had been effected, but only improvements about which there could be no two opinions. The many diseases and abnormalities left over from past civilizations were patiently abolished, and various more fundamental defects were remedied. For instance, teeth, digestion, glandular equipment, and the circulatory system were greatly improved. Extreme good health and considerable physical beauty became universal. Childbearing was made a painless and health-giving process. Senility was postponed. The standard of practical intelligence was appreciably raised. These reforms were made possible by a vast concerted effort of research and experiment supported by the world community. But private enterprise was also effective, for the relation between the sexes was much more consciously dominated by the thought of offspring than among the first men. Every individual knew the characteristics of his or her hereditary composition, and knew what kinds of offspring were to be expected from intercourse of different hereditary types. Thus in courtship, the young man was not content to persuade his beloved that his mind was destined by nature to afford her mind joyful completion. He sought also to persuade her that with his help she might bear children of a peculiar excellence. Consequently, there was at all times going on a process of selective breeding towards the conventionally ideal type. In certain respects, the ideal remained constant for many thousands of years. It included health, cat-like agility, manipulative dexterity, musical sensitivity, refined perception of rightness and wrongness in the sphere of vital art, and an intuitive practical judgment in all the affairs of life. Longevity and the abolition of senility were also sought and partially attained. Waves of fashion sometimes directed sexual selection toward prowess in combat or some special type of facial expression or vocal powers, but these fleeting whims were negligible. Only the permanently desired characters were actually intensified by private selective breeding. But at length there came a time when more ambitious aims were entertained. The world community was now a highly organized theocratic hierarchy, strictly but on the whole benevolently ruled by a supreme council of vital priests and biologists. Each individual, down to the humblest agricultural worker, had his special niche in society, allotted him by the Supreme Council or its delegates, according to his known heredity and the needs of society. This system, of course, sometimes led to abuse, but mostly it worked without serious friction. Such was the precision of biological knowledge that each person's mental caliber and special aptitudes were known beyond dispute, and rebellion against his lot in society would have been rebellion against his own heredity. This fact was universally known and accepted without regret. A man had enough scope for emulation and triumph among his peers without indulging in vague attempts to transcend his own nature, by rising into a superior hierarchical order. This state of affairs would have been impossible had there not been universal faith in the religion of life and the truth of biological science. Also, it would have been impossible had not all normal persons been active practitioners of the sacred vital art, upon a plane suited to their capacity. Every individual adult of the rather scanty world population regarded himself or herself as a creative artist, in however humble a sphere, and in general he or she was so fascinated by the work that he was well content to leave social organization and control to those who were fitted for it. Moreover, at the back of every mind was the conception of society itself as an organism of specialized members. The strong sentiment for organized humanity tended in this race to master even its strong egotistical impulses, though not without a struggle. It was such a society, almost unbelievable to the first men, that now set about remaking human nature. Unfortunately, there were conflicting views about the goal. The orthodox desired only to continue the work that had for long been on foot, though they proposed greater enterprise and coordination. They would perfect man's body, but upon its present plan. They would perfect his mind, but without seeking to introduce anything new in essence. His physique, percipience, memory, intelligence, and emotional nature should be improved almost beyond recognition, but they must, it was said, remain essentially what they had always been. A second party, however, finally persuaded orthodox opinion to amplify itself in one important respect. As has already been said, the third men were prone to phases of preoccupation with the ancient craving for personal immortality. This craving had often been strong among the first men, and even the second men, in spite of their great gift of detachment, had sometimes allowed their admiration for human personality to persuade them that souls must live forever. The short-lived and untheoretical third men, with their passion for living things of all kinds, and all the diversity of vital behavior, conceived immortality in a variety of manners. In their final culture, they imagined that at death all living things whom the life-god approved passed into another world, much like the familiar world, but happier. There they were said to live in the presence of the deity, serving him in untrammeled vital creativeness of sundry kinds. Now it was believed that communication might occur between the two worlds, and that the highest type of terrestrial life was that which communicated most effectively, and further that the time had now arrived for much fuller revelation of life to come. It was therefore proposed to breed highly specialized communicants whose office should be to guide this world by means of advice from the other. As among the first men, this communication with the unseen world was believed to take place in the mediumistic trance. The new enterprise, then, was to breed extremely sensitive mediums, and to increase the mediumistic powers of the average individual. There was yet another party, whose aim was very different. Man, they said, is a very noble organism. We have dealt with other organisms so as to enhance in each its noblest attributes. It is time to do the same with man. What is most distinctive in man is intelligent manipulation, brain and hand. Now, hand is really outclassed by modern mechanisms, but brain will never be outclassed. Therefore, we must breed strictly for brain, for intelligent coordination of behavior. All the organic functions which can be performed by machinery must be relegated to machinery, so that the whole vitality of the organism may be devoted to brain building and brain working. We must produce an organism which shall be no mere bundle of relics left over from its primitive ancestors and precariously ruled by a glimmer of intelligence. We must produce a man who is nothing but man. When we have done this, we can, if we like, ask him to find out the truth about immortality. And also we can safely surrender to him the control of all human affairs. The governing caste were strongly opposed to this policy. They declared that, if it succeeded, it would only produce a most inharmonious being, whose nature would violate all the principles of vital aesthetics. Man, they said, was essentially an animal, though uniquely gifted. His whole nature must be developed, not one faculty at the expense of others. In arguing thus, they were probably influenced partly by the fear of losing their authority, but their arguments were cogent, and the majority of the community agreed with them. Nevertheless, a small group of the governors themselves were determined to carry through the enterprise in secret. There was no need of secrecy in breeding communicants. The world state encouraged this policy, and even set up institutions for its pursuit.